Hello, again. If you know, you know. Now it's all good. Now we can talk. Everything's fine. All right.
Oh, it looks like
Hello,
the chat's
everybody.
disabled over here.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. Okay, so we're starting 20 minutes late or 10 minutes early, depending on how you look at it. So, the final episode of The Yap of Us until season 3. Now we're talking game spoilers for The Last of Us Part 2. We'll probably talk a little bit about 1, but when we talked about the HBO show, we already talked about pretty much everything we want to say about 1. So we'll go much more into 2, of course. But as per usual, I'm your host, the Zoo Boy, Michael. And I'm joined with both Tylers on either side of me, Dr. Forgon and T-Max Swag.
What up? Happy to be here.
Hello.
And we got Tangy Fungus, Austin, all the way up at the top.
Hey there.
We got special guest Psycho Strikes Back and Jonah on either side.
Howdy.
And then all the way at the bottom, we got Star Wars Collective Jacob.
Hello there. Good to be back.
That was a bit of deja vu, guys, but it's all good.
Something
all
happened.
good. Yeah.
I purposely didn't repeat what I said. So.
Right. We're good. I'm glad that we got that resolved though, because you know what? Maybe the reason why it happened, I had to upgrade a stream plan because StreamYard only fits 6 people, so I had to pay for a week of StreamYard to fit 7 of us because I didn't want to cut anybody out. So
you could have just kicked Austin out. We would.
It would have been Austin, but I was like, no,
okay.
I didn't want to kick anybody out.
Right.
So I'm glad that I didn't have to. And luckily, I didn't have to pay $35 like I thought. It was only $17. So all good. I'm very down to pay that to talk to you, lovely guys.
No, thanks, man.
Of course. But again, I'll have to repeat the little thing I said before, but this was a long time coming for me because ever since I played the game, I wanted to talk about it on the internet. And then I just never did. Never really had an opportunity to because I didn't make YouTube videos. Since then, joined the Out of the Basement Discord. I joined MNF and host that with a few lovely people. And then now I started the Yap of Us. And I do that here. So I needed a space to be able to talk about the game. And now I have it. And now this is something that I feel like it's necessary because me and, not Psycho and Jonah, of course, but the rest of us, Jonah a little bit, he was here for 1 episode, but we have talked about the show. We've talked about things we like and don't like. It's pretty divisive. However, the game is something we could all say that we love very much. So I'm glad this is going to be positive. This is going to be fun. This is going to be an echo chamber. Everything I love. So, Darth Stargazer, I don't know why there's no leaderboard. It might be because I don't have, this channel isn't monetized. That's probably why. But, yeah, you know what? Wilbon, we will answer this by the end of the stream. If you don't know.
We're going to wait till the very end to answer that. Yeah. You got to stick to the whole thing.
Yeah, that probably is. I'm a small channel, but that's okay.
This is the second time Darth Stargazer has insulted the size of your channel. Gotta say that.
That's fine. Something that I said before is that this stream is something I want to be very proud of, which is why we had to restart because I don't want that at the beginning. But it's something that I think of people like Audrey and Ellis, significant others of Tangy and Jonah, and just other people in general, our friends, family members, people who like the game. I want to be able to show this to people and say, this is why we care. This is why this is important to us. So that's the point of all this. And it's also why I'm looking down at my phone a lot because I have lots of notes and lots of things to say. But before we get into it, I do want to say that in the description of this video, is that your notes? You're muted.
This is my essay I wrote like 6 months ago.
Ooh. Okay.
And I never turned into a video. So I'm just going to read that whole thing out loud. No,
there we go. Okay.
I'm just going to look at it for a second.
But
I'm locked in. I'm ready.
yeah, I just want to say before we get into it ourselves, if you like hearing us talk about this, in the description of this video, I have quite a few other videos that I think are very good sources of video essays, essentially, on this game. I have something from videogamedunkey. I have something from Girlfriend Reviews. I have the official Last of Us podcast. I don't have them there yet because I want to find a great link for it, but I am going to put the actual commentary and documentary on the game. Those are great as well. Although if you own the game, you could watch those in the main menu of the games themselves. But I also even have some criticisms on the game because this game isn't perfect. Well, maybe to us it is. But you can have some nuanced criticism, although a lot of the stuff about the game is not. You can have some, and there's some by NakeyJakey and Alanah Pearce, and I like what they have to say, even disagreeing with them. I think they speak in an intelligent manner to where I could respect, even if I disagree. So that's just for anyone who cares and wants to see those videos. That's there. But I wanted to talk about, before we get into the actual game itself, is just what Last of Us means to us. And to me, besides the fact that it's just an incredible experience playing it, both games, but the second one especially, I just love how it allowed me to meet so many wonderful people. All of you guys. You guys are awesome. I love all of you guys. Love doing this show with you. Love the other ones who I haven't. Love talking to you in general, being a guest on here. But I will use T-Mac as a specific example because T-Mac and I were on the phone this weekend for like 8 hours. And I love Tyler. He's a great person, great guy. I probably would never have met him or developed any sort of friendship if The Last of Us Part 2 didn't exist, because he was a lurker on MNF, and I talked about my love for the game, and he was like, hey, me too. And I was like, if he likes the game, there's got to be something there. So we messaged over Instagram, and then we became actual legitimate friends, and then, co-hosts and everything else. So that's something that just wouldn't happen if not for the game. And it really, it's the whole game to me, and I know a lot of us have talked about this before, it's kind of like a litmus test of
intelligence.
Right? Well, at least emotional intelligence, but definitely just someone I would vibe with. So I don't think I've ever met someone who liked the game that I didn't vibe with. So that's just really nice. When someone likes the game, I'm like, oh, they're probably a chill guy in some, aspect or shape or form. But the way I have all of this orchestrated is into 5 different categories. It's Naughty Dog's game design. Then spoilers, heavy spoilers, I will say. We'll be going straight into it. Yeah, it's in the thumbnail. But then leave if you don't want to hear what I'm about to say. All right, but I'm going to say it. Then the next topic will be Joel's death. Then number 2 or 3.
Wait, what? Huh?
3 will be the narrative structure. 4 will be Abby, and then 5 will be the ending. And that's how I think I want this stream to go. Hopefully, everyone's still here when we're discussing the ending. If someone has to go and they were not there, and someone wants to talk about the ending, we could skip ahead and they can go. Jonah, I know you said you had to go at like 11.
I do got to go a little bit, but yeah, a lot of my thoughts do revolve around the ending and Abby's part of the storyline. So I might have to jump the gun a little bit on that, just because I have so much to say about that portion. But I don't want to get ahead of myself.
That's fine. It's fine. But like I said, the question I want to ask all of you guys is just what The Last of Us means to you personally.
Who wants to go first?
Okay. Are we going in a specific order?
No. Anyone
okay.
jump?
I'll go first. Man, I still remember where I was and when I first played The Last of Us. And obviously the first scene that we get is playing as Sarah, and we see her death, and just hits you like a freaking punch to the gut. And I remember just like sobbing and couldn't believe that a video game. And I had just also played God of War, also one of the first one with where his spoilers for a lot of games where he's cutting down the tree after to I think cremate his wife, if I'm not mistaken. So a bunch of games were just making me super emotional, and then this one hit, and then you feel like genuine terror when you're in the basement level, in the flooded basement, and you're fighting off the first stalkers that you see, and then the bloaters there, and the clickers. And I remember hollering and screaming in my house when I was living with my parents at the time. They're like, "What the hell? Like, what's going on in there?" And I was like, "I'm playing this video game, Last of Us. It's fucking terrifying." And then towards the ending, when Joel goes through the hospital and massacres everyone for Ellie, it's like, man, all these just emotions that a video game can make you feel, almost like a movie. But it felt like it was better than a movie because you got to play it, you got to interact, and you got to be the characters. And man, ever since then, I've replayed the game countless times. I've speed ran the game countless times, and then the second game came out, and it was just another whole level of emotion and storytelling, and getting to see Ellie mature and develop and become who she is, and see what ultimately happens to her. And just the entirety of The Last of Us is, I think, a masterpiece. Still, the first game is ultimately my favorite. Love the second game, obviously. It has a very, very good spot in my heart. But yeah, man, it's just incredible. I was talking to my mom about it the other day, and I was like, I just wish you could play the game because it's just like unlike anything else. And you watch the and not even get a hint of what that game is going to portray and going to make you feel. So love it so fucking much, and just super great to be here and to talk to you guys about it. It's been awesome.
Very well said, Jacob.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, I love games that, as we all do, that are like make you feel all the different types of emotions. And by the time I played the first one, I hadn't played one in a while. I thought it made me experience all the different emotions. So the first one made me feel all that, and it was so good. It made me buy a PS3 just to play that fucking thing. And then I beat it. And I told my father, who played games with me, I was like, "Dad, you gotta play this fucking game. Like, this game is crazy." And he doesn't play games like this, and he loved it. And it's the last game that he ever played with me. He just quit playing games. So now, but this is the last one he played. So I've got that connection. The giraffe scene at the end of the first one is probably my favorite scene, and one of my favorite scenes in any video game. Not that it's important at all. It's not important. It's just giraffes walking beautifully in this apocalyptic setting.
I would argue that's what makes it important.
I mean, I guess the point for sure, but like, there's nothing that, but yeah, it's such an emotional roller coaster. And I love that kind of stuff. And it makes you feel every single human emotion, or you should anyway. And the second one, it took me so long to play the second one, because I just didn't buy a PS4 because it came out kind of towards the end of the PS4 life cycle. So I just waited, and I waited until I got a PS5, and I avoided all the spoilers. I stopped talking to people who tried to spoil it for me. I mean, I told them, like, do not spoil this game for me. They tried. We no longer speak because fuck those guys. But yeah, so I waited. I played it. It's incredible. Within the first, 15 minutes of the game, it makes you feel even more strong emotions, and by the end of it, it brings you back around to make you feel something that you thought you'd never feel. And I don't know, man. The storytelling and the writing and the gameplay is like nothing special, I don't think, but it's everything else that makes the game, right? And that's what's important to me. I don't need games to be the greatest gameplay experience of all time. I don't need it to be, fucking Call of Duty or whatever. But
what an odd thing to say, but I absolutely agree. But it's just an odd thing to think.
I need everything else. That's why I still love playing the fucking Assassin's Creed, same old repeat formula. The gameplay is ass, but I love it. So it's all the other stuff that makes it, and this one is the best in my opinion. So
I'll go. I don't know. I feel like you started with like it's simultaneously the hardest and easiest question ever.
That's why I wanted to start with it.
Because I think there'll be a common thread to all of our answers is that it's the two games that when you play them, you go and tell everybody else like, oh my God, like you got to play this. To the point that you say it so much to people that you don't even like, I didn't even really realize how much it meant to me, but they're like the two games that I fucking tell everybody like, oh, you got to play. So it's like, you know, that in and of itself is a signifier of like how important it is to me. And I don't even know. It's like for me, like I've talked about it before. I've been a fan of Naughty Dog since I was 5 or 6 years old. You know, they're a studio that's always like every game that they've made, I've always been super into and wanted to get into. And The Last of Us, it's almost like an affirming moment of like I was fucking right. You know, it's like it makes me feel that way of like. It's crazy to think that they could go from Crash Bandicoot to something like this. And obviously, years and years past, different people in and out of the studio. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
That, like, a studio that started at such small beginnings can make something this good and this emotional. And I think really, for me, it kind of starts with Joel. You know, like, playing part 1, it's just, he's my guy, you know? He doesn't do things that I agree with, but I'm left loving him and being conflicted about the decision and wanting to talk about it with people. And it's a special franchise. You know, you could go on and on about why it's so important. And kind of like what you said too, it is a litmus test. Like when I meet other people that like part 2, it's like oh my God, you're normal, because there was just so much controversy surrounding the game when it first came out. And I even had friends at the time that I was very close with, and that was something that we bonded over at the time too. So it's this sort of everlasting like bonding thing, you know, that just brings people together.
Sure.
So
I also really like what you said about Joel not necessarily doing things that we agree with, because that's a huge theme in this game, and we'll talk about that a lot when we get into plot details.
Are you done, T-Mac?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I don't really know how to answer like what it means to me. I'm not a gamer like everyone else is here, really. What brought me to the game initially was I've just always loved movies, and I just remember pop culture kind of osmosis, everyone saying that this is like the most movie-esque like video game when that first one came out. And so it's like, well, I have to see what this is all about. I hadn't actually played it until the second one came out. I just watched it on YouTube, the first game, all those years ago, because there was no way my parents were going to like allow me to play like a rated M game like when that came out back then. So I never got around to playing the first one until I bought a PS4 specifically for Last of Us Part 2. When I found out there was a new one coming out. Honestly, I think I found out it was coming out because of the controversies that were like starting to surround it. Because I just am so removed from video game like news and stuff that it was like, oh, it's woke and it's this and that. That I was like, oh, there's a new one coming out. Cool. I can't wait to play that. And
everyone's raging. You're just like, cool.
Yeah. It was like lockdown when it came out, so I wasn't like going out or spending a whole lot of money. So I just bought a PlayStation 4 like just for like The Last of Us Part 2. And it was awesome. I mean, it was kind of a perfect time for it to release for me personally, because I just wasn't leaving the house. It was just like me and this game for whatever, like 30 hours or so. And it was just such an incredible experience playing that. Because I just am so removed from video games, like I got really, I treated it like I was watching a movie. So I'd keep the lights off. I'd wait for like nighttime so it'd be quiet. And that way I could really engage with it. And so when there's like the stalker parts, I'm literally like, like jumping out of my chair. I'm terrified. It really is just a wonderful experience. And it's harrowing. It's heartbreaking. It preys on your emotions of rage and revenge, and because we love Joel, and when he's murdered in the way that he is in front of us, and it's like different because in video games when characters die, they come back to life like immediately, even if you get like a game over in Mario or something, like you just start the level over. This was different. Joel is not coming back after this, and I don't know if there's a whole lot of video games where characters die like that, or at all. And so I'm playing as Ellie, and it tricked me. It did a phenomenal job of really preying on my like sense of bloodlust to like go hunt down Abby and the WLF and all of them. And then just to pull the rug out from underneath your feet in the way it does is, every time I've replayed it, is just such a incredible experience, really. And honestly, something only a video game can give you. As we've kind of seen, this is a very complicated story that I think can only exist in the medium that it was crafted in. And I think that's part of the beauty of it, really, if not like the entire beauty of it.
We will definitely go into that, because that's something that this is very much a game.
Yeah. So I guess, what does it mean to me? It means an experience that I can't get anywhere else. And the fact that it's executed so well, in my opinion, is just so special. And it needs to be appreciated. And I think for a lot of us, that initial controversy and backlash that, it still kind of gets. I see like backhanded compliments now because of how the show has been received. People have said stuff like, imagine how cooked it has to be that we're defending the video game now. And it's like, that's so backhanded, and I still feel like I'm running offense for this game. So I'm glad that we're doing this, because I love this one specifically. I don't have much to say about the first one, because what else can I add to that conversation, really? But yeah, the second one's awesome, and I love it, as we all do. And I'll kind of pass it off there.
Right.
To Psycho or
Jonah now?
Yeah.
Who wants to? Me? Which way is he pointing? He's pointing at the wall for me.
Yeah, exactly. He's pointing at the wall for me.
Okay, there we go. I guess I only got into these games probably the past year or so. I got a PS5 probably a year and a half, 2 years ago, and I'd never owned a PlayStation before, so this was just not something I had experienced. And my younger brother, Paul, he's very close in age to me, so I don't really think of him like my younger brother, but he had watched the game, and he, like, even just watching a playthrough of it was like, holy shit, like, this is amazing. And he wanted to tell me all about it, and at the time I was like, this is like a zombie game, I don't really care, like, yeah, you can spoil it for me. And so he spoiled the whole thing, and I was like, okay, cool, sounds interesting, not my kind of game though. And then I played it, and so I actually got around to playing it, and this is something that I find interesting about so many stories like Last of Us, is that when they're as good as they are, it doesn't matter if you have it spoiled, because when you are actually sitting there and experiencing it, right, and you're seeing what the story is presenting to you and the way it presents it to you, like, you forget that you know what's going on. You know what I mean? And I think I'm still trying to get my brother to play these games, even though he's watched the first one, because I think playing it is such a unique part of the experience. And what makes it so good is not that it's just a really incredibly well-written story. It's that you get so immersed and invested in that story that you kind of forget you're playing a game. And I love video games just in general, because I think that gameplay experiences are really compelling when they're done well, even if they don't have a good story, right? So when you have a game that doesn't necessarily have the best gameplay ever, but when it can immerse you and kind of make you forget that you're playing a game. And I think the first time I experienced that was not with this game. It was with something, I think it was the Guardians of the Galaxy game. It was the first time I played a game story, and I was like, oh, this is like really cool, the way that they can build characters through the gameplay, like not just the cutscenes, right? And so I think that's what makes Last of Us special. And that's why, like, when people tell me like, oh, I just watch the cutscenes on YouTube, it's pretty good. I'm like, no, you got to play it. Because like most of that development and that investment you get from it, it comes from in the gameplay. And so, yeah, when you get to the end of, you go ahead, Sue.
No, you go, because I'm gonna go into a thing.
Okay. I'm gonna try to quickly wrap up because I could ramble for a long time about this. But like when you get to the end of part 1 and Joel makes that decision, and it's not just you watching Joel make the decision, which would already be like incredibly impactful. It's you have been playing as Joel this whole time, and you have to make that decision. You could turn the game off if you wanted to once you realized what Joel's about to do. But like even when you're at odds with what Joel is doing, you're like, I want to do this. Like, even if I disagree with it, I understand why he's doing it and I want to do it. Right. And so you're controlling it and you're continuing to the end. And so like, that's what makes part 2 even more powerful, because it's even more of that, like, okay, I know this isn't right, but like, I love this character so much and I identify with them. And so throughout the whole game, throughout Ellie's whole journey, and then Abby, right, because they switch it on you in the middle, I think it's really effective. And I think when people like look at part 2 and they're like, oh, they killed Joel off right at the beginning, like, I hate that. It's like, yeah, you should hate that, but that should be what makes you want to continue playing. That should be what makes you be like, I want to see the people that did this to him get what's coming to them. And then of course they flip it on you, and then you realize like, oh, they're really not that different from, you know, me, which is Ellie, right? So I think that's what was really beautiful about it, was seeing the way that they progressed the relationship of Joel and Ellie in the second game through seeing the way Ellie reacts to him dying. And I think it's really well done. And I have my issues with it, and I prefer the first game still, but like I really loved the part 2 was I think I told Zoo at the end, sorry, I'm rambling for a long time. I'm gonna wrap it up.
Oh, you're good. Keep going.
No, dude. Yeah, go on.
I told Zoo after I finished it, I was like, I don't think this is my favorite game of all time. I don't think it's even my favorite game story of all time, but I have never felt as emotionally invested in any story ever as I did with The Last of Us Part 2, and that's what I think is really special about it. So that's what it means to me, I guess.
I agree, and I think I like what you're saying when you talk about how how it emotionally makes us feel, because, you know, obviously Austin has talked about how he hasn't played a lot of other games. But there are games, of course, where characters die, and there are games where you get invested characters. Last of Us is not the only one. However, it's arguably the best one at making you do that. I would definitely say it's the best one, but you could, you know, that is an argument that could be made. But the thing is that Last of Us, and especially the second one, but even the first one, is the culmination of pretty much everything Naughty Dog has been trying to do for a long time. That's something that T-Mac addressed a little earlier. But the idea of what Psycho is saying of character development and dialogue happening during gameplay, that usually isn't something that we see for the most part. That is something that in 2007, when Uncharted came out, that's what struck me. I was like, oh, normally if I look at Halo, I like the Halo story, you know. I don't think it's like legendary like the Last of Us story, but I like it. If I go watch Halo 2 cutscenes on YouTube, I'll get the full story. As Psycho said, you can't do that with Naughty Dog games because so much of the character development and dialogue and important parts of the story are done through gameplay. And I had never seen that before 2007 when Uncharted did it. And then Uncharted 2 did it much better than 1. 3 continued that trend, and then The Last of Us perfected that. So when The Last of Us perfected that, what do you do from there? And what they did was flip the entire thing on its head and make such a unique experience that really can't be replicated. And it's why I don't even know if I would like a Last of Us 3 that ever gets made more than 2, because the experience that it made me feel is incredible. And I don't think that could ever be replicated.
I don't even want them to make a third game, bro.
Thanks for stopping by, Justin. Yeah. All right. So Jonah, go ahead.
Jeez, finally my turn. No. Honestly, honestly, what you guys say though, I mean, everything you guys said is like pretty much how I feel too. But I think it really kind of boils down to, for me, is the fact that Naughty Dog utilized the medium of video games to tell a story that you can only really, I feel like, experience in that medium, like Tangy was saying earlier. And for me, you're the one as Ellie torturing Nora. You're the one as Abby protecting those kids. You get these moments that I don't think you would ever get just watching on your sofa on the screen. You feel for those characters more. You understand those characters more because you're also in the act with them. And the reason I think Last of Us just so resonates so well with me is because there's another game franchise I love so much called Nier Automata, and in that game, it's almost like they take you as the player into account with the story. And I don't want to spoil why that is and how they do that, but I just remember playing through that game and through the credits, I just sat there just like trying to process everything I just experienced and understanding what all the characters did and understanding my role and what the character's journey was like. And I know it sounds pretentious and all this stuff, but I think a really good video game understands that it's a medium at the end of the day to tell a story. And the more you utilize that, you can tell a more efficient story, an effective story. And I got that same exact feeling I got after playing Last of Us and Last of Us Part 2, where I just sat there after the credits like, wow, that was an experience. That wasn't just a video game. That was an experience. So again, I think that's what makes me love the game so much. And a lot of the games that do use the video game medium as an effective storytelling tool, I think are the ones that stick in my brain. And I haven't actually replayed The Last of Us at all, the first or the second one, because it's already in here. And I don't feel, I would love to go back and play them again now that I have all the context to go back and maybe play the first game and see the game from the perspective after experiencing the narrative of the second game. But other than that, I mean, it just had such a impact on me that, it's one of those things where I'm like, wow, that's it. That's the experience. I don't even need to play it again because it was that good. And I think that's kind of answering also what I'm just guessing it was Bonbon and Figureball saying earlier, asking why I should play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an unforgettable experience, man.
Right.
That's my answer.
It's funny that you say that because I'm also someone who I never rewatch television shows. I never replay games. I do rewatch movies on occasion, but not often. But games, the only games I've ever replayed, with tiny exception like Assassin's Creed 2 and Red Dead, just on like 10 years after it came out or something like that, is Uncharted and Last of Us. And I go back and I replay them consistently. Last of Us, I think I've played it every year since it came out, 2020, like the second game. And I don't do that. But the thing is, when I'm done, I just finished it right when the show ended. I want to play it again. But I stop myself because I can't just play Last of Us in my free time. I got to do other things.
That's the struggle with anything that you really, really love. I get like that with so much stuff, but there's just so much good stuff coming out all the time, whether it be games, movies, shows. You just got to move on.
Right.
But,
I mean, as Fulcrum just said, they're goated.
Yeah, I told a friend that I'd let them borrow my copy, but I'm like, oh, I could play it one more time.
Right, exactly.
Bro, they can just buy their own copy, dude.
The other thing that I wanted to say, we kind of answered this a little bit, so if anyone has anything else to say other than what they've already said, is what got us into The Last of Us. Because for me, as like T-Mac, I was very into Naughty Dog games for a long time. But I remember when The Last of Us trailer came out and I saw what it was, I'm like, man, I trust Naughty Dog because I love the Uncharted games, but a zombie story, really? It's kind of done. Every game was a zombie game for like 5 years. I did not need any more zombie games. And then I realized, oh no, it's actually more than that. The zombies are just a setting. It's not about that. It's not about zombies, And technically, they're fungus clickers.
I was gonna say because to your point, that word is never even
right.
Like
they're not
one. So,
bro, I'm a zombie guy. So when I was sitting there watching E3 or whatever, I guess E3 still existed back then. Goddamn,
you were hyped.
I was watching the Sony thing, and I was like, man, most of this shit looks terrible. Like, I don't want to play any of this. And then they showed this, and I was like, hey, yo, a zombie game?
See, now I got to go back and look at that E3 and see what amazing games that you thought were terrible.
Dude, I don't even remember. I could be waffling. All those games could be great. I just,
Yeah, just at the time. I feel you.
But I saw zombies, and I was like, all right, I'm interested.
Yeah, so that's what...
Same way.
Yeah.
That's what got me into it, is just being a fan of Naughty Dog games. And I have this interesting thing with Last of Us, where the first game, where I would play it, I would say that's amazing, then time would pass, people would say it's one of the best games of all time, better than Uncharted, and I would be like, is it though? And then I would go back and play it, and I would say, yes, it is. And then time would pass, and I would be like, is it as good as people say? And that cycle would repeat for 3 years, I think. And then eventually I played it, and I was like, yes, it's as good as people say. I need to stop. And that just stuck with me. And then when 2 came out, I had a very unique experience, because as soon as I played it, I said that was the greatest experience I've ever had in gaming, arguably in any form of media ever. I need to immediately hit new game. And I did. And I've never done that since or before, ever. I play games once, and then I'll revisit them later on, maybe, like I said, rarely. But I would never replay a game immediately after finishing it. Last of Us 2, I did that, which very, very unique.
Bro, I'm not even. I didn't even play Uncharted, so, and I probably never will.
No, don't say that, bro.
No, you gotta play it.
Crash Bandicoot was my only Naughty Dog game, and then when this came out, yeah, I mean that was after I played this, I went back and played.
Okay.
Jack and Daxter, but at the time it was only Crash Bandicoot. I was like, bro, is this the Crash Bandicoot developer? What the hell?
So something that I said, which I'm gonna defend, as I said that it's arguably my favorite narrative of all time. This is something that for a long time I felt self-conscious about, because most video games, no offense to the medium, are just not on the level of pinnacle of film, and or even just a great film. And then I met Austin, and Austin was just he felt the same way as I did, and I was like, you know what, I gotta stop being ashamed of this, because I would always say one of my favorite narratives, but if I think about it, and I've seen almost 2,000 movies in my life, countless TV shows. I played like 800, 900 games. The Last of Us Part 2 is my favorite narrative of all time. Above Hitchcock films, Kubrick films.
Something to be ashamed of.
Akira Kurosawa. I've seen so much great film. And The Last of Us Part 2 just does something for me, which obviously we've been talking about and we will continue to talk about. But for me, if I could narrow it down into why it's so important to me, it's that it challenges the audience to, and not by difficulty, like how hard the game is, but emotionally. It challenges you on to look at how you think about this game and think about the story and these characters, and flips it all on its head. And then it asks you to go along this journey that you probably won't enjoy. But if you go on the journey, the reward is very, very worth it. And that's something that Neil Druckmann has talked about a lot, the creator of the game, for people who don't know. The game he has called not fun, and people have given him shit for that. Game journalists have given him shit for that. But he's right. It's not meant to be fun. What it is meant to be is engaging. And it is a very emotionally draining, miserable experience. And I know that's probably not selling it to people, bro. Right? But that is just something that it makes me feel something, and I'd much rather watch something and play something that makes me feel something than something I feel apathetic about. I think the worst feeling you can get after you walked out of something is no feeling at all. It's better to hate something than to have no feeling. Being apathetic when you walk out of a theater is the worst feeling because what was
I
the
have never played another game where by the time it was time for me to make a decision to like do what they wanted me to do, I was actively like, nah, I don't want to do that. Except for the second one, I have never played a game like that where it's like, I don't want to do what they are making me do.
And obviously that's what makes
can I just quit? And,
right, exactly.
And that's what makes this game so good.
That's what makes it a piece of art.
Yeah.
Not just something to pass the time. That is something that you don't really feel because other games specifically are not like that. And we'll heavily go into that, but you can give props, of course we have to give props to Neil Druckmann, the creator, Hallie Gross, the co-writer, Troy Baker, Ashley Johnson, and Laura Bailey in their amazing performances. And of course, Gustavo Santaolalla, who's the composer. We love the music of Last of Us. Fantastic. So all of these people that I mentioned have, through their directing, writing, music, acting, they have all put together something that is truly special. I know we've kind of been saying the same thing for 40 minutes, just in different ways. So but that's just, we love to gush about it. So this is something where, if you don't realize it already now after 40 minutes, we all like this. And if you don't like the game, this is probably not the video to watch. But
I would argue watch it and see what we talk about.
Yeah,
Maybe
I would
we
say
can convince you.
True. That's a good point.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I want to throw a couple things out there real quick because
go ahead.
Mac Whale, I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name, but he also worked on the soundtrack for Part 2.
Yes.
And I love all the tracks that he did on Part 2. And although I do agree, my first experience playing through Part 2 was like grueling and not fun. I won't lie. Every subsequent playthrough, the gameplay for me is very fun.
Dude, the gameplay, I was about to say, like, Part 2's gameplay is like legendary. Like, it's so good.
Bro, we're all a bunch of sickos. That's all it boils down to.
I won't lie. I was Rambo Ellie this last playthrough. I was blowing people up.
Peak.
And I think that's
no sneaking around, no nothing. Take them out.
As I played it more and more, I think that's my biggest critique of it is there's a tonal disconnect between.
Yes, and that's something that I do feel that part of that is intentional, and we'll talk about that, of course, because I think that the gameplay does conflict with the story, but it's for when we get to the ending. I feel like it's what it's building towards, and I think that there are things like how every NPC is named. So if you shoot someone and they die,
got Billy.
Exactly, something like that, and that's something where
and every time Ellie kills someone, she goes "fucker."
Right, she's very angry, and of course you got to give props to the Naughty Dog animation at the animators because
it's disgusting.
There's a
tough
sequence
to look at.
There's a sequence in Uncharted 4 where Nate's doing this to his face, and I was just blown away just by that simple thing because most games, even today, let alone when that came out in 2016, most games today, if someone puts their hand on their face and they move it, you don't see their face move like you just saw in mine. It doesn't look real because they don't care. Not because there's not care put in other games. It's just that it's more important that the platforming is much better. It's more important that the gameplay in general is better, the graphics, whatever. But when you look at a character in Last of Us, they have subtle movements with their hands and their body language and their facial expressions that you don't really see in a lot of other games, especially pre-Last of Us 1 and pre-Uncharted. Since then, like Psycho has said, there have been other games that have started to follow that formula. God of War, Spider-Man, Guardians of the Galaxy. Before that, you didn't see it as much. And still, I believe, not to the extent. Because those little intricacies matter. And it really makes you feel that Nathan Drake, Joel Miller, Ellie Williams, Abby Anderson, these are real people. And that's why I like how they it's not in a booth, like a game series I love, Mass Effect, that's recorded in a booth.
Yeah.
Last of Us and Uncharted, they are filmed essentially because they're mocap and fully acted. They act out every scene. So it just feels more natural that way.
I'm glad you
I
brought
would
that up.
encourage people
I'm glad
to,
you brought that up because I bring that up to people all the time when I have shown them the game, or I'll say like, I won't just say like, oh, like video game voice work. I'll say like, no, like this is like the person in this actually acted this out.
Right.
Because I feel like a lot of people, if you don't know a lot about video games, like you may not really understand that like, oh, these are actually people in suits with ping pong balls all over them, actually like doing this stuff.
And you can tell, when you're playing it, when you see it. This is not fucking Mortal Kombat. That
Exactly.
we real shit.
And that is something that I want to go into. I have a big note section about this because to me, it is probably one of the most important things to me for the franchise as a whole, which is the people in the game act and talk like real people. Because that is not something that is very common, even in other games that we all like. I'm sure we could all talk about games that we love where people don't act like people.
Or in television.
So, sure. But if this goes on too long, I'll cut myself short because I have a few examples. But I just wanted to explain specifically what I'm talking about. Because in a game, again, I'm using one that I love, like Mass Effect. One character speaks, then another character speaks, and they go back and forth. It's almost like turn-based conversations. But that is not how human beings speak. In The Last of Us, there are times where Joel says, we are survivors. And Tess is saying, oh, it is over, Tess. Immediately cuts her off, stops, because that's what would happen. There's a scene also in The Last of Us where Bill is talking to Joel, and Joel's like, Bill, can we just get on with it? And Bill says, yeah, Joel, let's get on with it. Just imitating the exact intonation and tone of Joel's voice. Again, not something you would typically see, but that is naturally how someone speaks. And this type of stuff, Bill is not in the game for very long. I think we could all say we love Bill as a character. It makes him feel real because of these little tiny things that you wouldn't think matter, but it does. I'm sure we've all, well, not Austin, but I'm sure we've all played a game like an RPG where there's thousands of characters or hundreds of characters introduced. The overwhelming majority we don't care about. Last of Us 1 in particular, Last of Us 2, this is a slight flaw with Last of Us 2, is that there are some fluff characters. But in Last of Us 1, every single character you care about. All of them. I don't think there's a single character in that game where you don't care about. Even Robert is a fully developed character.
I'll try to refrain from bringing up the show, but I want to push back on the fluff characters because that was a critique I had. But that's one that in hindsight I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of glad that there's red shirts,
Right, they serve a purpose for sure. It's just that you don't care about them. I assume. I can't imagine anybody who plays Last of Us Part 2 cares about Jordan as a character, or Whitney, or I don't even remember the other guy's names, Leia and the other guy. I don't know. Right. And Last of Us 1.
Glups is all that is. Bro.
Right. Of course, like Austin saying, they do serve a purpose, but I think that's something where we don't really see.
Just like as a contrast to the first one, where it's like everyone you met was a functional part of the story.
I think those characters work better on the first go around because you kind of don't care who they are anyway. But it's kind of like when you go back and replay the game, because there are people in Abby's crew that you obviously do care about. So the earlier ones that you kill, like Jordan, like you said, it's like I think on first playthrough, it's like who gives a shit? But then you replay and you kind of realize they are kind of.
I agree, and I think that is part of the reason why I prefer Abby's part of the game to Ellie's. Because a decent part of Ellie's story is interacting or going after people that I don't care about, which makes in Abby's story that doesn't happen. Every character in Abby's part of the story you care about because Jordan and Whitney are glorified cameos in her part of the story. and we don't even see Leia and the other guy that I keep escaping his name.
I still kind of I'm not saying like I love Jordan, like his character, his personality or anything, but I still really like enjoy him like being there because of his scene with Dina and Ellie, and just it's probably mostly because it's like a gameplay thing, but that is a very tense scene where you're like, because he's the one in the school, right? Like,
Right.
Yeah.
But see, the fact that
well, no one was saying anything, so I was like starting to second guess myself. I was like, maybe that isn't him. But yeah, no, you're right. He is a glorified cameo, but I still, he serves like a purpose to like the momentum. You know, she can't just find Abby immediately. She's got to find like the stepping stones to get to Abby.
Well, again, that's like the parts where it makes it feel like a game, but it's to the game's favor because, like you said, it's like you're tracking down people.
I'm mashing that button to get that piece of glass.
It allows us to satisfy the bloodlust. Okay.
Right. Exactly. And again, I know I'm repeating myself a little bit, but to just want to get through, to go back to what I'm saying about how the characters make them unique as opposed to other games, is that, you know, I've talked about this multiple times on streams, but there's a scene in Uncharted 2 where Nate meets Alanah, and then she's like, "Don't jump to conclusions, Alanah," and Elena's screaming at him and saying, "No, no, no." And again, just talking over each other, a natural conversation. We've done this on stream countless times. I do that every Monday, talking over each other, just naturally the way people speak. There's also a time which I remember blew my mind. I'm going to try to reenact this. But there's a time, and I know I'm not using just Last of Us as an example here, but it's the point of showing how Naughty Dog went through. But there's a point in Uncharted 2 where Nate takes a pen and he puts it in his mouth like this. He says, I wrote it down. He says, "It means the entrance to Shambhala is right here." Yes, that's it. And because Nolan North is actually putting the pen in his mouth in when he's filming it, you hear, as you just heard me do it, yes, not yes. Because the pen is in his mouth. And that blows my mind. And that is something that we see consistently in every single cutscene of the game, and every single time when they're talking, even not, you know, Ellie and Dina, when they're going past the TV station, when it's booby trapped, there is a time, I don't know if you guys, because this is dialogue that maybe you guys wouldn't necessarily run into, but there's a time where if you're running through that, you can get up right to the trap and Dina's like, "Ellie, stop." That doesn't happen if you're taking your time. That only happens if you're about to hit it. Like if you see it from afar and you take it away. Yep. So
I didn't even know that.
Yep, that is. And
I get it every time because I never know where that part's gonna like. And then I'm like, oh, okay, now I'll.
Right, it just takes you off guard. And the last example that I'll use is a really important one to me, and I know Psycho loves this game as well. But it's important because you see not just the messy dynamic of speaking that I'm talking about, but the physical action, which exactly like I just did. Psycho, if you remember, in Uncharted 4, Sam is talking to Nate, and he says that I thought I'd be satisfied, but I'm just left with this feeling of, and he's doing this. And then Nate is like unsatisfied, like not being satisfied. And he's like, yeah. And that dynamic of doing that is like, how do you do that in a Mario game? You know, how do you do that in you know, a Call of Duty game? You don't, right? That's that type of thing is not there. And to be fair, I don't think anyone's asking for Mario Kart to have a Last of Us level story. So that's
completely pretty invested in the.
If it costs $80, it better have a story. That's all I'm saying.
I better be able to, you know, gruesomely beat somebody down. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
But I'll stop gushing about the dialogue because there's just so much. But I'm going to end on this final point of the dialogue, which is that thing that people thought, oh, we could forgive it because it's a game of talking back and forth. there are things in different mediums where we're so forgiving. We're like, okay, this is what a game is like. That's fine. In an anime, something like Death Note, where the character of Light Yagami has an inner monologue. That's a very anime thing, you know?
Oh boy,
does he? We don't see that in lots of other things where people have an inner monologue, you know? Sometimes we'll see that in books, of course, but that's more when you're, you know, first person book. Then you'll see films like Quentin Tarantino or Aaron Sorkin. Just films, the TV show Justified, my favorite television show of all time, where the dialogue is written so beautifully. It's crafted with such care. But then you think about it and you think, I love that opening scene of Reservoir Dogs. People don't speak like that. And then you look at something like The Sopranos, where people talk exactly like they do in real life. Sean Baker's films are very good at that, where it doesn't even seem like people are acting. It's like Sean Baker set up a camera and just recorded people going about their life. And that is something that is incredible to me. And we take a step back and we're like, oh, so not all movies have to be like this. Not taking anything away from things like Tarantino and Justified, because I love that shit. But just showing that, okay, maybe it doesn't have to be like this. And then that's why I think some people today, even though it is popular, a lot of people are like, is Sopranos as good as it is? Sean Baker, even though he just won, you know, Best Director, there are some people that don't like him because it's different from what is usually presented. And that's my point in this. Last of Us Part 2 is very different from what is usually presented. And that's something that people have to just wait, see if they can get used to it, and are willing to go along on the journey. So I think that's everything that I wanted to say in the preamble to all this. It was an hour-long preamble. But it's good because I like how we all had things to say about all of that. But I want to get into the themes of the game because it leads into Joel's death, of course. And for me, a huge theme is obsession. And I have always loved this theme. My favorite movie of all time is Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Most of that movie is Indiana Jones finally realizing that he has to let go, literally in the end. And Uncharted also heavily goes into obsession.
Yep.
Especially Uncharted 4. But in The Last of Us Part 2, we see, same even in Last of Us 1, but 2 more so, Joel, Ellie, Abby. At some point, they have to realize enough is enough and just let it go. But they can't. Abby, despite so many problems that are saying, hey, don't do that, she still goes after Joel. She still kills him. For what? Because it doesn't make her feel any better. Ellie goes after Abby, despite so many things telling her, no, don't do that. People literally telling her, no, don't do that. And what does it do? It actually makes her life worse. People die because of Ellie. And that, to me, is very risky because I don't think anyone thought making this game, oh yeah, we're going to kill Joel in the first hour, and thought that would go very well, right? People would be mad. Of course they would be mad. But that's why I think, Dr. Forgon, you were saying it before, where you were saying that, or maybe it was you, Psycho, I don't remember, but one of you were saying that people who just, see the leak or they say, oh, Joel's dead, and they're like, oh, forget it. They're missing something because you have to feel that way in order to go along on the journey.
I say all the time.
Why else would you go after Abby if that didn't happen?
Right.
Yeah, I say all the time, like, and this is super pretentious, but it's like,
we'll be pretentious on the stream.
I know. I told Zoo the other day, it's like the second someone's like, oh, I'm not playing that because Joel died, or oh, I turned it off when Joel died, I'm like, well, then I just don't care about your opinion because you like it's a game that requires you to see it all the way through. Like, that's the point. Like,
exactly. And
so if you don't do that, You're not getting the point.
Yeah, if you're turned off by Joel dying at the beginning and you don't want to keep playing, then you probably didn't care that much about Joel. That's what I would say. It's like if you're that turned off by that happening that you don't want to continue with the story and see where it goes and see like where Ellie's revenge quest goes, then it probably just didn't work for you. Like you didn't really connect with it in the same way that a lot of people did, and I think that could be part of it.
That's a great opinion, because if you played the first one and you get to this point in the second game and it does not make you want to hunt down her entire crew and seek revenge, then you just didn't like the character that well anyway.
Right.
Or the game, to be quite honest.
I think that this is why, you know, T-Mac used the word pretentious. And of course, I know, you know, if people ever watch this video after the fact, after we're like not live, and they come across it, maybe people will think that we're being pretentious. But I think that sometimes we're being dismissive, but it's earned, I think, because a lot of gamers, with, again, no offense intended, they're just wrong when it comes to this. And it's not because of subjective taste or something like that. If you don't like that Joel died, I understand. I completely do, because none of us did. I don't think any of us here were like, Joel died, fuck yeah. Like, none of us.
No, dude, I turned the game off and had to like, all right, I need a break before I come back.
Right. None of us were...
You could play through the whole game and not like it, but at least you played through it, you know?
Right. And that,
Yeah.
I have a cousin who does not like the game. I disagree with some of his reasonings, but I still understand. And I think that's the difference, because in the description of this video, I put videogamedunkey's video there. I highly suggest that people should watch that, because in that you see some people, I was about to say with all due respect, but really these people, no due respect. It's the lowest common denominator of Psycho. What's that one that you and I always laugh at all the time?
This game support the homosexual. That's why I'm not play it. That's my favorite.
Right. That's just, you know, and we didn't talk about that, and you know, it's Pride Month right now, and it's just, if you are someone who you don't like this game because of any sort of bigotry reason, none of us have anything to say. Like, there's nothing.
I think that's a very vocal minority, but yeah, like that was definitely a big part of it, because they're just so loud and obnoxious. It's kind of hard not to see that stuff.
And you know, there are people who said that it pushes an SJW agenda and it's woke and all sorts of nonsense like that.
Which part does that when you're brutally murdering somebody? Is that the part?
It's also just completely played out and fake. It's played out and fake because like Ellie and both Bill were gay characters in 2013.
Exactly.
So, like, yeah. Did you miss that? Like,
some people did. And it's crazy, but I think
it just boils down to a little bit too what people play video games for. You know, for me, I play video games because I want the interactive element, and having an experience through that medium is important through a narrative standpoint. But some people, it's all about gameplay. The narrative is just a fluff for them between the gameplay. So for some people, the story's not important. They don't care about that. They skip the cutscenes. It's just, I want to play the game. I want to kill zombies. I'm not saying I'm in that camp, but there are people that have different ways of, like, they want to experience things a different way too. And I think saying bigotry things is not right. But if you play the game because you're like, I like killing zombies, so I find the cutscenes boring, I don't agree with that. But hey, some people, that's all they want to do, is they just want the gameplay.
And then maybe that Last of Us is not for you, you know, or maybe just play No Return. It's very fun. You know,
I'll accept that over. You know, I'm not going to play this game because a trans character killed Joe. And also, all right,
it's wrong. For people like Justin from Out of the Basement. Legitimately thought that for a long time Abby was trans because people complained about that on the internet. Abby is not trans. Even if she was, though, that wouldn't matter, and it shouldn't matter.
No effect on the game.
But it goes to show how much people just raged and hated stuff like that. And, you know, I've talked about how there is a subreddit out there that does nothing but hate on. And I didn't want to go too much into this, but it's just, I don't like the idea of like what Jonah was saying when people play for the story and then some people don't. I also don't like the idea that having someone be gay or anything in your story somehow makes it a bad story. I recently just watched Portrait of a Lady on Fire, and that is one of the best romance stories I've ever seen in anything. and that was a lesbian romance. So I strongly am against the idea of putting someone who's gay. That's pandering. That's an agenda. I strongly disagree with that. And I think Last of Us does it in such a beautiful way, as it never feels like anything other than natural and human, which is I think what we all want.
I don't see them as characters. I see them as real people.
Exactly.
How deep their characters are, how much dimension to them, their dialogue, the way they speak, the performances of the actors bring such a naturalness to them. I don't even see it as a video game anymore. I just see it's a window into their reality.
Right.
And I think that's, to piggyback off of what Jonah's saying, that's why people were so freaking upset when they witnessed Joel die, is because Troy Baker did such a phenomenal job at making him feel like he's one of our boys. That, like, one of us said it earlier, is like, man, that's my guy, that's my homie. I think it was T-Mac. And it's like I don't know. Are you going to shut off your favorite movie franchise just because one of their characters died or something like that? It's like, it's just part of life. Unfortunately, people die, and unfortunately, it happened to Joel in a very gruesome way by a character that people have come to that's gotten undeserving hate, Abby. But yeah, it's it still blows my mind. Like, when I first played it, I cried when I saw Joel died, but I didn't shut the game off. In fact, it pulled me in more. I was like, shit, what's gonna happen now?
I was locked in.
What? Yeah, exactly. T-Mac, straight up, dude.
Yeah,
just
right.
freaking laser focused.
I was upset, but I was locked in.
I think that is something that I feel like a lot of people should feel that way, where you want to feel that you have to feel locked in, because otherwise, who cares? When I saw the trailer of The Last of Us Part 2, the first one, I guess Dr. Forgon and Tangy, you guys probably wouldn't fall into this camp, and I guess Psycho, you as well, because you played the game after the fact. But when there was the trailer where Joel is in the trailer in Seattle, and it was a huge controversy because obviously that was not the case. And they made that shot for the trailer. It's when you see Jesse in the game for the first time.
Yeah.
And Jesse's like, you think I'd let you do this on your own? In the trailer, that's Joel.
Yeah, false advertising.
Right. However, I never believed that. That's the thing that I don't understand. I remember when I first played the game, me and my friend got it, and I said, I think Joel's going to die in the first couple hours of this game. I did not know the leaks. And I was correct. And the reason why I was correct, it's not like I'm fucking Nostradamus over here predicting things. It's very easy to put two and two together, I feel, because in the trailer, you see it's a revenge story. The trailer makes it seem like Dina dies. But I said I don't believe Naughty Dog would do that because I don't give a shit about Dina. A sentence right now is crazy because I love her. But at the time, they would never do that. Why would Naughty Dog make a revenge story game where the character that is killed is a character we haven't been introduced to yet? It doesn't make any sense. So I was like, I think the trailer is a misdirect to show that actually it's Joel who dies. And I was right. I was happy that I was right and saying this makes a much more interesting story. Other people flipped the hell out and said Naughty Dog's lying to us. It's false advertising.
Also,
I don't know.
Shout out to Naughty Dog for doing that, because the way trailers are,
trailers
have
spoil
been for the last 10 years.
Right.
Who get I love that. I love that they put something in a trailer that's not in the game. So
it's playful marketing.
Yeah.
I talked about it
recently.
It's
Not false advertising. That's just they subverted they got you.
Right.
And
I talked about it recently, how the Drive trailer, one of my favorite movies of all time, spoiled a character death in the trailer. Insane that happens. But I would much rather false advertising rather than nothing.
Here's the whole movie.
Right. And I think
people throw that around too easily these days. Like, it's not
exactly.
Not everything is false.
If you look back, Joel isn't in any of the other trailers either, except for that one, the very, very, very first trailer that they show when she's playing the guitar and he walks in or whatever. But if you kind of look at everything else, you could kind of figure out that, oh, clearly he's not a part of this. So really, it's just sort of, it's a light misdirect. But I mean, it's playful marketing. Like the MCU did it with the Hulk. for
Yeah.
Infinity War, like back in the day. So it's like, you know, it's not
And
like
you know
people
what?
haven't
Speaking
like
of the
people haven't
Hulk,
experienced this, you know.
I
And
imagine how
misdirects are
cool.
part of, like, that's a part of getting you
Exactly.
invested. So it's like, what are we doing?
Imagine how cool Thor Ragnarok would have been if you went into it not knowing Hulk would have been in it. That would have been crazy, but I got that spoiled because of the trailer.
Imagine if they had waited more than a week to reveal the actual title for Thunderbolts.
Right, exactly. Like, bro, some of
Imagine
that.
if they waited like 72 hours, bro.
Yeah,
Some
right.
of that,
It was
some of that is
24
crazy. But since we're talking about Joel's death, I think that the things that we've been going over a little bit is the leaks. They kind of ruined everything because Neil Druckmann has talked about how it was the worst day of his life when it got leaked, which is horrible. I hate to hear that, but it made everybody focus on Joel's death and not why, not how, just that it happened. And people were already dismissive of the game before it came out. There are people, I'm sure we all know people, that say Joel died. I hate the game. Oh, but I haven't played it. That's just that. I don't feel like that opinion holds any weight, like Team X said.
Yeah.
And I think that what I want to address here is why it was important for him to die, but also why in that way and how he died. Because criticism that I'm sure we've all heard is Joel would never trust Abby. And I dispute that because he would for two reasons. First off, Joel has a bit of a savior complex, especially towards women. This is shown in the first game. This is addressed by Neil Druckmann numerous times. They even hammer it home in the show over and over again, which that is a problem with the show, hammering points over and over again. But that's something that, you know, Joel's not a bad person. He does bad things. So Joel still cares about other people to an extent, and he will try to save someone. So there's that. And then two, most importantly, 5 years have passed. We have seen Joel
He's
grow.
been in therapy with Gail.
Right. Yeah, exactly. We've seen Joel become soft. And that's not a criticism. It just is a fact. Joel has not been the bitter, grumpy old man who hates life. Ellie, by playing the first game, we see has given Joel a reason to live and not just survive, but actually enjoy life. You see when Joel dies, it brings me to tears every time when you look outside Joel's house and you see all the flowers. Joel was a valuable part of this community. Joel in the first game wouldn't be a valuable part of any community. Joel's running over people. Joel's saying he's stabbing people with knives, torturing them, hitting them with pipes. That's
Just
not
look at how he like lives in the first one too. It's like this like seedy, like
bitter,
falling apart,
Yeah.
you know, apartment that I assume only has booze in it.
right. And then we look at his
Yeah.
house in the second game when we're walking through, and it's a home. He has little
Wood
things that he's been
carvings,
wood carvings. He has photographs. Remember that picture of Sarah that in the first game Tommy gives him? He says, "Yeah, I'm good." He has it framed in part 2. Joel has evolved as a character. Unfortunately for him, for us, that is his fatal flaw, is that he has become so trusting and so less concerned that he does trust the Salt Lake crew. And that's ultimately his downfall. But I never thought that it was a problem. I totally understood why he trusted them for those two reasons that I
Also,
mentioned.
it's not like he just was like, what are the fucking like odds, you know, like that he's like, oh, my name's Joel, and you know, this is the group that's gonna be like,
right,
we're gonna fucking brutally murder.
They're out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like,
yeah, like,
Dude, I love that entire fucking thought process. Joel would never trust these people because I would never trust these people. You mean to tell me if you saw Abby about to be brutally torn apart by these zombies in that fence, you had the ability to help, you wouldn't?
Yeah, you just
What kind of scumbag human being are you then? What kind of human are you? Joel is not that.
I think people generally have a problem where if something isn't directly, like, for lack of a better word, spoon fed to them, of like, here, I'm going to show you through the years of him softening instead of just showing it through. You walk through his house, like you said, and you can just see it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Show not tell. It's that.
I
simple.
think, yeah, and I think that a lot of people, when they say, like, I mean, it's kind of similar to people like, oh, why is Luke like the way he is in Last Jedi, right?
Oh my
Like,
God!
I think
you're my savior.
I won't
Rob.
get T-Mac started on that.
You're my savior right now.
But like, there is like development there. A lot of it was off screen, but like, if you like digest and try to understand it, like it works for a lot of people. I think it works pretty well. But Last of Us specifically, I think even more so, like, you see that development. That's what I never understood. Is that's the whole first game. Is like when you see Joel at the beginning, he meets Ellie, right? Like, but he meets Ellie, and then that's what changes him, right? And that's why he's the way he is in the beginning of part 2, is because he went through that whole journey with Ellie. And so I don't really understand that when people are like, oh, why is he different now?
And the funny thing is, the whole journey he goes on is mirrored by Abby.
Yes, exactly. I have I think almost exactly what you just said written down when we get to Abby. But
the thing, real quick, Zoo,
go ahead.
just to follow the trail of what everyone is saying, and I don't have kids. I don't plan on having kids, but what I've been told by people who do is that it expands your capacity for love and allows you to feel and I guess do things that you wouldn't ordinarily have done because you have that capacity, more opened up more. So it makes perfect sense that he's like, as we were just saying, he's dropped his guard. He's opened up that capacity to feel that love for Ellie. And he sees a young girl who's about to get her face fucked by infected. And he takes it upon himself to do the right thing to help her out. So just wanted to add that in there. I've always thought that, yeah, Joel did soften up over the years, but there was a valid reason for that. He didn't just wake up one day and forget all of his training and all the shit that he's been through. So,
yeah, well said. I think that the fact that this is just we're only still on Joel's death when we get to the other things. I'm sure a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about, we've all talked about amongst each other anyway. But the fact that we all seem to get this and other people don't, it just makes me want. This is why I wanted to do this, because an example that I use all the time is a fantastic movie by Denis Villeneuve called Enemy, where some people have said that movie is about a spider invasion on Earth, and it's not. Spiders are used in that movie as symbols. They're not actually there. The final shot of Enemy is very haunting, very scary, probably the scariest final shot
Best
ever.
Jump scare ever.
But there are actually not spiders in that movie. They're very, very symbolic. So, and again, I'm not necessarily saying that, oh, we're so smart, other people are stupid. That's not what I'm saying.
The Last of Us Part 2 is not like...
It's not like, oh, you have to...
The writing is on the wall of that game. It's not subtle.
Right. It's just you gotta have some media. You gotta have some
media literacy has fucking rotted away from every single person these days. Not just younger generations who haven't experienced life, but the older generation has seemed to have forgotten the media literacy they developed. And I don't know how to get it back.
Yeah, well, it's impatience, right? It's we have everything at the tip of our phones now. We can search anything we want. We can solve any problem we want in a matter of seconds. And I think that's kind of wanted people to be like, well, I don't want this show to be 20 hours long. I want it to be digestible in 30-second chunks, and that's it, because that's all I care about.
Imagine saying Dune is boring. Whenever I hear somebody say Dune is boring, I'm like, you know what? I don't know what you're talking about. You have no literacy.
It's so funny because I just watched 2 movies recently, Portrait of a Lady on Fire and Perfect Days. And both those movies, when I'm looking on the internet, seeing what other people think of them. After that, I keep hearing people say, these are slow burns. If you don't like them, they're boring. And then other people are like, go into that even more. They're like, they're not even slow burns, because a slow burn like kind of amounts to something. These movies are just slow the whole time. And I'm like, I was enthralled with both of them the whole time through. So
I would say there is kind of a point there with Perfect Day specifically, which I could probably do a whole hour-long ramble about just that movie. But that's what's interesting about it, is there's so little to that movie, but there's so much to it. And it's all like, you have to be paying attention and like digesting what's visually going on to kind of get it. But like, I see the point of it doesn't build up to anything.
Right,
There is no
it's
resolution
slow.
or build up or climax of that movie. It just kind of happens, and you just have to kind of
And that's
decide
okay.
what you think of it. Yeah, that's okay.
It's so rare for me to say, you know, a piece of media is boring. I don't even know if I could think of one off the top of my head.
I would describe the Jurassic World trilogy as boring.
I would describe the Jurassic World trilogy as ass.
Like, I watched those
No,
last weekend,
I
and for me, that was
It's ass that I love, bro.
There you go.
It's good ass. I don't know. It's crazy, man. People don't let things burn or build anymore. They always got to have a Michael Bay fucking robotic set of balls exploding in their face or something. You know? Yeah,
I'm sorry. There's a movie.
crazy. It's crazy.
I love Nicholas Winding Refn as a director. Yeah, I think he's really good. His movie starring Mads Mikkelsen. He mispronounced, my bad. But
He's obviously going to be so mad at you right now.
yes, Valhalla Rising. I did not like that movie. I thought it was boring. Some people really do like that movie. If you like that movie, that's fine. That's one of the few examples recently where I could think something is boring. I saw Baby Girl recently with Nicole Kidman. Wasn't a big fan of that. There were parts of the movie that I did enjoy, but generally speaking, I agree. I don't really think that that's how I feel, especially when it comes to slow movies. People say Andor is boring.
They're wrong. They're absolutely wrong.
Yeah, I just...
Incorrect.
Yeah,
Boring
one of my favorite
is
movies
like
is
the
Blade
last
Runner
thing.
2049.
Right,
People
and even
say
the
about
first
that
Blade Runner,
for-
people say is boring too.
It's just boring is just the last thing I would use to describe something unless it truly was, you know.
Right. I also, bringing it back to Last of Us, of course, I want to say that another criticism of Joel's death is people say that Neil Druckmann doesn't like Joel.
It's crazy.
I think we all can agree that that's a ridiculous
It's like
statement.
so insulting to
crazy.
just say
Yeah.
that. Like, it's crazy.
Of course, he loves Joel. Neil Druckmann likely loves Joel more than any of us. Probably all of us combined.
Joel
Because-
is literally a reflection of the love he has for his children.
Right. And it's
Like-
his baby that he created. I think that sometimes just if you're writing something and you say this would be best service for the story and you kill a character off, that's fine. That makes sense. What I don't like is something in early seasons of The Walking Dead, even some later seasons, where characters are killed off not to serve the story, but for shock value. That is a problem. Glenn in The Walking Dead is killed off to service the story. His death is vital. If he doesn't die, Maggie doesn't get the character development she needs, as well as plenty of other plot things. He needs to die. Andrea in season 3, literally told by the showrunner, he was fired over this at the time. He killed Andrea to have a shock death in the finale. That's not how, in my opinion, you should write a death. Death should be important. Death is important in real life. It should also be important in media. So that's something that I feel, of course, when Neil
Also,
Druckmann was
it's
writing this,
just
he
like-
felt.
Joel is the mentor figure of archetype characters. He serves no more purpose in this story other than to die. He's the Ben Kenobi character.
Right, and that's why I think that Last of Us, Neil's talked about this as well, how it's not Last of Us 2, even though we say that for shorthand. It's part 2, because they really are two parts of the same story. And what exactly that means, I have going forward when we talk about the narrative structure in a few minutes. But I feel like that is something that it's... When you play both games, you're like, oh yeah, this is two parts of the same story. Because Last of Us 2 doesn't happen without Last of Us 1. It's not like, say, the Indiana Jones trilogy. I say trilogy, man, there were 5 movies. But the original 3, where even, you could say all 5 of them. All
They're
5 Indiana Jones.
anthologies.
Right, they all exist. Like, you could watch Temple of Doom without seeing Raiders. You could watch Last Crusade without seeing them. It's fine. Even Uncharted, you get more if you play the games in order, but you really could play any of the 4 of them in any order.
I just replay 4.
Yeah.
I try to start from 1. I'm like, this kind of ass. I'm just gonna skip.
Just
to 4.
start from 2, bros. 1 is.
I've
very-
tried that too, and I'm like, I just want to play Uncharted 4. That's the only reason I'm doing this. So I
Start
just
from Tomb Raider. That's the real.
Fucking.
Nice.
But- I want to say also that a criticism from not the game's perspective, or from people who like the game. I've seen many, many, many people say people who love the game love Abby, us, hate Joel. And I, again, strongly disagree with that. I love Joel. Joel is one of my favorite video game characters. Joel is one of my favorite characters in anything. And I think Joel is probably better than the majority of game characters, like just written, well written. I love Joel so much, and yet he is probably my third favorite of the Last of Us protagonists. And there's only 3 of them. So he's my least favorite of the 3. And it just shows how amazing all 3 of these characters are. You got to put someone last. And he is last for me, but I still absolutely love him as a character. So I don't think it's fair to say that, you know,
It's kind
we
of a
would
crazy
dislike
take to just assume people don't like Joel if they like Abby.
Right. And because it's not exclusive, you know,
No.
you can understand. In fact, the game is trying to make it be not exclusive, where you lose your what you feel. But again, we'll get into that with the structure in a sec. Right before I get into the structure, I did want to play a clip. I tested this early before the stream to make sure. This is something I am sure we have all seen numerous times. I say it. I know T-Mac and Austin specifically probably want to punch me in the head for how much I say this, because I say it all the time in relevance to so many things. But I'm going to show exactly what I'm talking about, because hopefully you guys could hear it. I think I tested it before and it was fine. But you guys tell me if you could hear. Because this, to me, you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This, to me, is something that is incredibly important for the game and what we'll talk about going forward.
This might sound weird. It made it too easy for us. If we build too much empathy for Abby in the beginning, then we're not going on the journey, the vision of what this game is, what we set out to do, which is make you feel this intense hatred where, like, we want people to say, I want to torture Abby. I want this eye for an eye. As far as we can get them. That's why that Joel death is intense as it is. We want to get you all the way there and then see how much we can bring you back.
You all hear that?
And they played me like a motherfucking hook,
Right.
line, and sinker, brother.
And that is the point and purpose of the game. People say, oh, they could have killed Joel, but it didn't have to be that brutal. No.
It did.
Because you have a problem. My dad, and it's why he'll never get the feeling, which is a shame. As soon as Joel died in the show, my dad said, I get it. I'm kind of with Abby here. No, that is not how my dad should feel. You are supposed to hate her. You have to hate Abby.
Feelings are wrong.
Because if you don't, it's not my dad's fault, it's the show's fault, but we've already talked about that. But you have to go along on this journey for Ellie. Because if you're not on her side when she's doing crazy things, the whole story falls apart. You have to be on her side, so the Joel death has to be incredibly intense and vicious. Because even in the show, now, granted, it's a little different because I have the context of the game. I don't feel sad. I really don't even feel angry when I watch that scene. What I feel is disgust. I'm appalled at what's happening. It makes me sick to my stomach. And the first time, I wanted to go after her. Because how could she do this? How could she take away Joel from not just Ellie, but me, the player? And if you don't go along on that journey, the story will start to fall apart. So,
I mean, imagine if it was just a gunshot. Imagine
Right.
if it was a shock death. I mean, that would
Shot
just
him in
miss
the head,
all
you mean?
impacts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait,
And there-
where was he shot?
there are other
Yeah.
there are other parts in the story where characters die very quickly like that,
Right.
and they're very effective.
Right.
But Joel's death could not have been that way. It needed to be brutal, because I don't know when you guys thought he was going to die, but even in the show, I've seen my parents, Zach from Black Series Cantina, people thought that he was going to live up until he just didn't. And I've seen people say in the game where they thought that there would be some way out of this until there wasn't. Because you want to believe that Ellie can save Joel. You want to believe that Joel's going to survive this. But
Yeah,
not
I felt
necessarily.
like middle of the road, like midway. that he would probably die around there.
During
I
the
just
whole,
kind of figured, yeah, like he's got to die eventually because Ellie has to take the next step. There has to be some sort of reason, and then it happens at the very beginning, and you're like, oh, okay. Well, this is the whole crux of the entire game.
right, exactly.
I'm kind of just like you, Michael, where it's like, I don't know. I just put like 2 and 2 together. It's like, oh, Joel probably fucking dies in this game because like, what else? Like, what can they do if it's gonna be like a revenge quest?
Right.
But yeah, I never saw the trailers, so I didn't even know what it was.
And that's what's
gonna be
unfortunate
about.
about the leaks. Like I didn't see that he died, but with the way that people were reacting online, I assumed that he did. And like it's almost like it's weird. The leaks almost made me more tense at the beginning of the game because I'm like expecting it to happen. I'm waiting for it to happen, and then it does so early.
Right. I think that it is a shame since it happened so early that some people are like, oh, I could just remove myself from the game, whatever. But that's you are missing out on so much to come. And that's, where I want to go into with the narrative structure now, the next section. Unless any of you guys have anything more to say on Joel's death.
No, I'm with Abby. Should have savored it a little bit more. I'm one of those
You
people
should have
that's
shot
like,
him in the head.
yeah, I love Abby, so I hate Joel.
There we go.
I kind of had something to say about it. I think that scene was the moment where I knew I was like in on the game, because I think at the beginning, like I knew he was going to die, like close to the beginning, I knew that, but like at the beginning of the game, I was kind of like, I don't know about this, I was like, because I kind of was building up to it, but then once it happened, it was like, okay, well, I'm in this now. Like I have to see this through. I have to get to the end of this and see how this happens. So, yeah, I think that was definitely. I don't think they could have done it any other way. I think it needed to be the way it was. You needed to feel that same feeling that Ellie feels when Joel is ripped from you to want to continue playing the game. So, yeah, like I said earlier, if you didn't feel that, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, more seriously though, like for me, Joel's death is like just the least interesting part of the game. Like, I know it sounds probably kind of loaded. I do love Joel actually, but like there's just it's just the inciting incident, Everything else that follows after is just so much more. Right. I was like, Joel dies. It's like, this sucks. This is horrifying. But then it's like the moment at the house, like after, where I get to like kind of like slowly walk through everything that like hit me more as like he's gone than the actual moment itself.
Well, it's an inciting incident, right? Like that's not every story's inciting incident is the most exciting, but it's the journey that takes the characters on that then becomes the main part that you enjoy, right? So it's kind of like that where, I was devastated by Joel's death, but I knew that this is going to spawn an amazing story, I could tell, and what the character's going to go through. And that journey, I'm definitely more interested in than necessarily just the death of Joel. So I definitely see what you're saying.
It's kind of crazy how it's become that, because I've replayed it like 3 times now. And to me, it's like the terrorist section of KOTOR. Like, you just got to get through it,
Yep.
You got to get through it. I don't really care about it anymore. It's like, he died. That's fine. Whatever. I want to get to the good shit. So.
Right. Not to the same extent, of course, but I kind of feel like that with really Ellie's half, like the entire part, because I just love Abby's part so much. But again,
I don't know about that one.
You can't.
I still enjoy playing as the.
Yes, I enjoy it too. It's just.
I know what you're saying, but like I love being able to do that with Ellie throughout that entire. And as I've been bitching about this entire show about losing that in the show itself, so yeah,
right,
it's so good to me.
Like when I'm Abby, if I'm like stealth killing people, I'm like being careful. As Ellie, it's like the guilt is gone. I'm like, let's get crazy with it.
Right. But of course, this leads us into speaking about the structure as a whole. But the narrative structure is very, very ambitious because it's non-linear. And it is separated into 4 timelines because we have Ellie's flashbacks, Ellie's story, Abby's flashbacks. And the important thing that is so integral to the game, not just succeeding, but existing, is the narrative structure cannot be separated from the story. If it is separated from the story, it loses the entire point of it. Going into the show, I remember people saying, oh, they can just flip back and forth between Ellie and Abby's storyline. No. For all the show's faults, I'm glad that it didn't do that, because there's no point in making an adaptation of that if that's the case. You are robbing the story of its most important element, because when we catch up to what Abby is doing at the theater, if you played it correctly, emotionally, you love Ellie, you love Abby, you're rooting for both of them, and now they're going to fight. And that's very important. So, this isn't the first story we've seen of its kind. Girlfriend Reviews talks about how this is very like Pulp Fiction. I love Pulp Fiction. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, where you see different storylines, and then how they intertwine. I see you, Darth Stargazer. I see you.
Also, other games like Metal Gear Solid 2 did that.
That was my next note, T-Mac.
You know?
I'm glad you said that, because yes, Metal Gear Solid 2 is a great example, beloved game, but at the time people did not like. You were like, oh yeah, Solid Snake. I'm going to play as Solid Snake. No, you don't. You play as Raiden. It's not the first game to do that flip. However, Metal Gear Solid 2 was also what, T-Mac? 2 decades ago?
I think it was like 2002 or 3, yeah.
Right. It was a long time ago. So I think that it's also a little different, especially because how it's done, with her killing Joel, Abby. But the thing that makes this whole story important is its narrative structure, or work, I should say, not important. And at the end of the day, it is simple in that Neil Druckmann has talked about, people say it's his famous quote, which is simple story, complex characters. And although, obviously I agree with what he's saying, I think really what he means is simple plot. Because when you see plot versus story, some people get confused about that. But the plot of The Last of Us Part 1 is getting Ellie to the Fireflies and hopefully curing the cordyceps. The plot of Last of Us Part 2 is revenge. Joel died. I will avenge Joel. Those are very simple things. But
I'd say part 2 is a bit more complicated than that, considering, I think a lot of times, you kind of tie the plot with the structure. And so because of how complex the structure, right? I don't think it's nearly as, simple, of a story as part 1 is.
That's what I'm saying. It's the plot versus story. Because the plot is very simple. But as Psycho just said, you add all these things, and that's what the story is. The story is the plot, plus the character development, plus all of these things that make up just the story, as opposed to the plot. So people get that confused a lot, because the story, we don't really care, or I shouldn't say that, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but a lot of people don't particularly care about how the zombie apocalypse is cured, or how revenge is executed. What they care about is the characters. And this is something that both games do extraordinarily well, because Last of Us Part 1, we see Joel's grief him coming to terms with it, learning to deal with it, and becoming a better person. Last of Us Part 2, we see the effects of Ellie's grief and the effects of Abby's grief, and how their grief makes them be worse people.
And what love makes them do.
Right. That was my
grief from love, really. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That was the next thing I was going to say. T-Mac hit the nail right in the head, which is that love is the message of the entire story, and how love makes us do amazing things, but sometimes horrible things. And that's what makes it so crazy, because you can kill for love, and love is supposed to be, you know, the purest, happiest thing. But sometimes it leads to bad things. Joel dooms all of humanity for love. Did he make the wrong decision? Maybe. Morally speaking, probably. But it's something that I would still do. Probably all of us would do. And that's something that heavily leads into the second game, of course. And again, plot-wise, it's important, but more importantly than that, thematically, it's important. And I think that the interesting thing is that the narrative essentially tricks us into wanting to fulfill the selfish desires that our protagonists have. Because Abby kills Joel in such a brutal way, we're like, yeah, Ellie, go after him. Go after her. Do all this horrible things. Until a certain point, and that's the question I'm going to ask all of you guys, is where we stop being on Ellie's side. And this is a part of the game where some people, it starts to lose them if they weren't already lost by Joel's death. Because it's very odd to play a game where you and the protagonist are not aligned. So for me, it was torturing Nora. When she was doing that, I was like, Ellie, you're going too far. This is not what Joel would have wanted. You are becoming Joel, and that's exactly what he didn't want to do. Joel wasn't even Joel by the end of his life, which is the point. And Ellie is going down that same path, and it's horrifying to see and sad. And especially everything she does after that. But that was, for me, the point. So, did any of you guys share that same experience with me, or were some of you guys later? Because I know, Austin, you're a little bit later.
I'm later as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
later.
much later, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to hear Psycho and Jonas, because I think we've all kind of talked about it, you know, as throughout the series.
Right.
But...
Yeah, I think maybe this is a weird choice, but I think it's when Ellie and Dina are just hanging out, and you're just kind of like, what are you doing here? You know, it's like it's like this. What you have right now is so nice, and I understand that you have this cover of we got to get Tommy, but we know that that's not the only reason why she's there. And seeing her,
interesting. That's very early.
There's moments where there is a tinge of happiness throughout those scenes in the game where you're like, yeah, she's sad and she's going through a lot, but at the same time, when she's with Dina, you can just tell that there's moments of happiness there. And I'm just like, do you really want to throw this away? Like, these are special moments that you have that you take back with you. But if you keep going on this route, where is that going to take you? So, I mean, I know a lot of people say the Nora scene. I think the Nora scene definitely was kind of solidified it, but even earlier on for me, it was like, what are we doing here?
That's very interesting, Jonah, because like I said, I thought I was earlier, but you're much earlier than me. So, very cool.
For me,
like, you're the opposite, right? You said much later.
Yeah, it was much later. I would say it was like the first part was when I haven't played the game like 6 months at this point, so forgive me if I'm getting some details wrong. But it was when, like before the aquarium scene, when it was no longer like when she was like using the excuse of, oh, we got to go find Tommy or whatever. It's like, well, Tommy's not there. Right. Tommy's not there. You're not going there for Tommy anymore. And she did it anyway. That was the first point where I was like, okay. And then, the things happened with Owen and Mel. But I think the ultimate point was like the very end when you're, she and Dina and little JJ was the baby's name, correct?
Mm.
Okay, so they're just like, they've got their life, like they're chilling, right? But then, Ellie starts having the flashbacks and the PTSD and is essentially like, I'm I'm gonna do this, right? Like I don't have a choice. When like she does, even though like she's having the mental issues with it. But like that was the point where it's like that's it. Like I'm not with her at all anymore. Because like with Owen and Mel, it's like she didn't know Mel was pregnant, and so it's like it's not necessarily like a lot of that
Wow,
was
it was very late.
So yeah, it
Very
was really late for me when I
okay.
was ultimately like, okay, I'm not with this anymore. Like you had something here, you can move on, and you're choosing to go back into it. You know, like I think that was very. It was
Actually, for me, it's when she kills Alice because I don't care about humans dying, but a dog.
There we
yeah,
go.
but dog.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. We've gone too far.
Obviously, just that whole aquarium scene. Is it safe to say, if I remember correctly, both Tylers and Austin, that was when you were starting to
Just
feel
about
that during the show? Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember during the show discussion that.
Yeah,
think
I
that's
think,
what
and
you're
I think Psycho put it perfect. I think it is the moment with Jesse, ultimately, because that is ultimately what leads to like Owen and Mel.
Right.
She's
Right.
she's gunning to go to the aquarium, so it is that moment where she tells Jesse, but it's like it's all this collateral damage that happens to these people,
It
because
kind of
she can't just stop and let it go.
And that's
dialogue
why.
sequence put it in my brain, and then obviously what happens is like, all right, bro.
Right.
And as a player, you forget that Mel is pregnant. Like that at the very beginning of the game, but you haven't seen these people in however
Right.
long that you've been playing. So by the
When
time
that happened, I was like, "Oh, that's right."
right, and that's really the thing where it's like, oh fuck, like it sucks.
And then you get to the end of the game, to that ending sequence of the game where you end up going back after Abby, and it's just like, oh my god, what the fuck are we doing? This is over.
Right.
Yeah, I felt worse for Mel during Ellie's part than Abby's part.
I mean, yeah.
Honestly based.
But
That's kind of fair.
I think this is where, again, like where I said that people get lost a bit, because most games, I think it's safe to say, or at least a lot of games, are power fantasies, and Last of Us is clearly not. If you're playing even something that I view to be a fantastic game like God of War, the newer ones, you are getting better and getting stronger and just wrecking. And in Last of Us, it's a struggle. It's hard. By the end, you're like, what the fuck? How am I still doing this? How are they still doing this? And I think that's what makes it so divisive, is people don't want to play a game where they're not just the ultimate hero. They don't want to see characters struggling and sad, and it's just awful. More so than in a movie, because I think a lot of people are more forgiving in movies when the protagonist is beaten down. Less so in a game, because you're playing it. I have friends who have told me flat out that they play games to feel that ultimate like power. And that's not, why I play games, but I do know that's a thing where people just love, that's why hack and slash games exist and stuff like that, where you're just mowing down enemies. And Last of Us is so far away from that. But this is where I think that people confuse unorthodox storytelling with bad writing. Because just because it's not the hero's journey doesn't mean that it's poorly written story. It's just something that's different. And, obviously exactly like Doug's saying, I play video games for the stories as well. But that would be, to me, again, I use Perfect Day as an example, but, I'll use David Lynch as an example. That would be like someone looking at a David Lynch film and say that it's bad because it doesn't follow a traditional narrative structure. And I don't think that is fair to say. Of course not. Because
I don't get it, bro.
right. And I always try. I've tried to
I
avoid
like it, and
saying
I
that.
don't get it.
I've tried to
Honestly,
avoid saying that, but you're right, because the thing is it's intended to be that way. So as we go through Ellie's story, I think she's intended to be unlikable. We're supposed to be like, what are you doing? And like I said, for all of us, it happens at different lengths. But at some point, you're supposed to be like, what are you doing, Ellie? Stop doing this. You have Dina. You have other things in your life to go back to. This is not what Joel would have wanted. It's not worth it. Stop. And she does. And, you know, until we get to that certain point, though, we are on Ellie's side. And when we get to the ending, which obviously, you know, we'll talk about later, but the end of Last of Us Part 1, Ellie says, after everything we've been through, everything I've done, it can't be for nothing. So I understand that gamers, when they're playing, they feel the same way. And it sucks when it doesn't go that way for some people. But then, like you did if you went on the whole journey, just wait a second. Think. Realize what the game is trying to tell you, the story that the game is trying to tell. And then I think you'll understand and hopefully will be brought in. But it doesn't mean, of course, that with this narrative structure that there isn't problems. Because I know people have talked about pacing, although I disagree with that. I understand what people are saying. The thing that I do understand is when people talk about the teleporting everywhere, because in Last of Us 1, it's the whole game is the journey. And in Last of Us Part 2, they're going to Seattle and Santa Barbara and back to Seattle and Jackson and all this. And I understand, but also it's fine. I'm forgiving of it because that's the story that it's trying to tell a story that requires them to be in different locations. So I could forgive that.
I think the only moment where it's a little jarring is you see the aquarium scene with Abby, and then it skips and she's in front of the theater. But again, it's like you said, it kind of just has to happen. I think for the rest of the game, they do a pretty good job of like you said, it's like it requires everybody to kind of be in different places and far away, and you kind of just understand. But I think that's like the only moment where I'm like, yeah, that does happen a little fast, but it has to.
Right.
Yeah,
it's
and
a valid
that
criticism,
moment,
but I just don't care either way. So.
Yeah.
I think that moment specifically
like,
for me is actually like relieved, because I think that's my problem with the pacing isn't so much for the story. I think the story necessitates being paced and being as long as it is. For me, the gameplay, by like the time I got like halfway through Abby's portion, I was like, I'm kind of worn out on this. I do not want to walk across the entire city again and fight a bunch of things and walk through a bunch of buildings and find safe codes and things like that. Like, I don't care. Like, I want to get to the end. So like, I didn't mind that.
And Darth Stargazer brings up a good point here as well. And I know people point to Game of Thrones Season 8, but I feel like that's a little different. The way that all, you know, the traveling of teleportation there, as people say, is very different. But you bring up a great point, Psycho, about how at the end it's just like, oh, I want to be done with this because it's a slog. But I would argue that it is intended to be a slog because the emotion that you feel then is exactly what Ellie and Abby feel. So that's the thing, is that the game is consistently throughout its entire run of 30 hours is trying to make you feel the same way these characters do. And it works. It should work anyway. Some people, I guess it doesn't, but it's if it lands for you, then the whole every time they do that, it works. I feel if you get it one time, then you keep getting it. But for me, and I know we're a little different for you guys that like lots of different types of games. Austin, I know you don't play many games in general, so you would probably be more with me on this. But I don't particularly like games where you are or the main character is like a vessel for you. They're a blank slate, an avatar essentially for the playable character, or you, the player. So this is why I know they're beloved games, but I don't particularly like many Bethesda games because I feel like the protagonist is very one note. And again, you could argue that's the point. You're making your own story there. But I don't want to make my own story. I want to witness the story. So that's just how I view that. And then with the exception of an RPG like that is Mass Effect. But again, Mass Effect, the protagonist, Commander Shepard, is a person. You can change aspects of who they are, but at the end of the day, they have their own personality. Even something like Knights of the Republic, I love Revan. I don't love the character of Revan because of what he does in the game, because what he does in the game is what you do in the game. It's what he does after and before, because at the end of the day, I love that game. he's not a great character in the game because he doesn't do anything. It's just the play. It's just you. You are the character. You are not Ellie. You are not Joel. You are not Abby. And this is the disconnect that for me, it blew my mind. So, and again, to Jonah and Austin's credit, this is something that only an interactive medium can do. Because for me, I am someone who always likes to tell my dad about the games I play. He enjoys listening. So I'll be like, I'm playing Assassin's Creed. And I'll be like, oh man, I was running over this building and I stabbed this guy and I did this, did that. I, meaning Ezio, right? Or an Assassin's Creed protagonist. I don't say that way, talk like that when I'm talking about Last of Us. I say Abby did this, Ellie did that, Joel did this. And at the time, at the beginning of playing the game, you are on that path. But since by the end of the game, you're not on their path, you lose that identity of you are the protagonist. And then you start viewing, or at least me, I start viewing it like more of a film, where when I'm watching a movie, I'm not necessarily on Leonard Shelby's path in Memento, or something like that, where he or Tyler Durden in Fight Club or something like that, where they're doing bad things and I don't agree with them, but you can still follow their path. But I would never say I'm doing this, because that's something that only an interactive medium can provide. So I think that is, and obviously we heavily talked about it, that it's problems with the show, but I think that is so deeply entwined with this story and the narrative structure, because what happens is we go through Ellie's story, we go through Abby's story, like I said earlier, and when we meet at the theater, then there is no I'm doing this. Even though you're playing as Abby, probably you still love Ellie at this point. I would assume most people who play the game still love Ellie. So you don't want Abby to kill Ellie there, but you're playing as Abby. So you have to fight her. And that's why it's so brilliant, because you're doing something that, again, like Psycho said earlier, when Joel dies, you could turn off the console if you want to and stop playing. But if you want to continue, you must fight Ellie. You must beat Nora with the pipe. You must pin Abby down in the water. So you have to go along this path. The game is saying no, or the game is saying yes, yes, yes. You are saying no, no, no. And now you're trapped. And that is something that I've never seen a game do. It is so brilliant to me. And that's probably the main reason why I think the structure works so well, because of the loss of identity of who you are. You're no longer Ellie. You're no longer Abby. You're just watching this story play out while simultaneously still interacting with it and being part of it.
And that's isn't also Ellie using all the equipment that you got during your playthrough,
and
right?
she plays like you would play. It's crazy.
Exactly. And I think that's the one benefit of an interactive medium like that, is it's playing on those emotions, the further emotions of, wait, I did that.
Exactly.
Wait, now I'm the fucker.
It's funny to like watching her move around in that scene, because you're just like, God damn it, she's gonna get me. Like, you know what she can do.
Yeah, you're literally like, oh fuck.
And that's why, like I said, for me, and I know I brought it up earlier, but Nier Automata is very similar, where they had an adaptation as well, an animated adaptation, and I think it was decent, but not having that interactivity, especially, and I'm not gonna go spoilers, but all I'm gonna say is the credits of that game are very interactive in the video game version, and it's the most emotional moment in the game possibly, and you just don't get that when you're just sitting there watching credits, is all I'm gonna say.
It's the strength of the media.
Exactly. And I think that's why Last of Us, it really plays on those emotions, and I think that's why these adaptations, as much as I think I love seeing someone's interpretation or adaptation of something, at the end of the day, it'll never be at the same level as the original version, because
and that's coming even from someone like myself, who overall I still say I liked the show. The game is still leagues
that interactive. And it's not the show's fault, and I'm not just talking about Last of Us, but like any adaptation, it's not their fault that they're adapting an interactive medium. Like, how do you make it interactivity in a film? you can't really, right? So
And
it already has that demerit against it.
That's why so many game adaptations fail. I mean,
right.
funnily enough, in recent years, I feel like they've gotten much better.
But also the one
it took
thing
a long
adapting
time to get there. It took a long time to get there
Yes.
because I think most people adapting it don't. It's people that might not understand why the medium of video games is so special. You know,
it's also why they're picking smart things to adapt, because Austin said it earlier. We really have nothing to say about The Last of Us Part 1 because we said so much before. I really feel like
I feel like I can say a lot about that.
That's true. That's true. But the Last of Us Part 1 is so cinematic. Like someone who recommended it to Austin said, it's the most movie-like game. I feel like it is the perfect choice for an adaptation, and I really enjoyed the adaptation of Season 1. It's just that when you get to the second game, like Jonah has been saying, it's so intrinsically tied to being a game, it no longer is the most movie-like game, because it does have that cinematic element, but it also plays to the strengths of the medium that just cannot be replicated in a way. And clearly they know that, because they also they change things because they know they can't replicate that. Then obviously it leads to problems of changing things, and we don't like that, blah, blah, blah. But the reason they do that, the reason they make changes, is because they cannot replicate the experience, because only an interactive medium can provide it. And I think we also talked about this during the show. I think, Austin, you and I don't remember if it was you or me who coined the term, but it was like these happy little accidents, I said, like Bob Ross, of it being a game.
The compromises that they have to make for the medium.
Right. Exactly.
And even just in filmmaking, like I brought up the Harrison Ford, he had like diarrhea or something, like on the day of like the sword fight. He was supposed to fight him, but he had to go poop. So he just shot him and moved on. Happy accident, compromise, and it's iconic now. And the same thing happened with the development of like this game. Because it's a video game, you can't just have, long scenes, hours of people just talking to one another. You have to intersplice it with gameplay. You have to play as Ellie walking through the house and choosing to pick up like the watch and choosing to hold the jacket, and like that's just kind of the beauty of it, because now not just Ellie is doing that, but you are also doing that,
right?
And so it's like, even though that's like a compromise, like it ends up being like way more effective.
Yeah, it's like exact same thing with Abby, right? At the beginning of Abby's playthrough, you're talking to all those people. They love you. They're you're meeting Dad. Yeah, it's like you're and in turn Abby is also socializing with these people, and you're like, oh wow, this is a beloved character. Same exact thing.
I didn't even realize. Like I said, I played the game like 4-5 times, something like that. In this most recent playthrough, I realized that in that sequence you can go to the gym or talk to the people at the gym. Did not know you can do that.
I didn't know that either.
It's way past. It's all the way at the end. You have to keep going.
Leave it to me to not know that there's a gym somewhere. It's not something I usually look for.
It's not. You can't go inside the gym.
Like, a lot more. But I must have just missed that. Like I sat there and watched like the classroom like bit for a little bit.
Yes, that's something that I didn't even notice till the second run. I think the classroom. It's crazy. I know this is not relevant, but Austin had pointed out something to me where, when they find Joel, Abby says, "It's a lead. I got to see it through," and then later on, Owen is talking about the Fireflies, and Owen says, "It's a lead. I got to see it through." I never connected those two until this most recent time where I finally played. And it's funny because Austin brought it up to me when we were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, I never got it all the other times I played. For some reason, this time it clicked in my head. I was like, oh, that's the same dialogue. So it's just funny how when you replay some things that you don't get the first, second, third, fourth, fifth time for me, then you see new things.
Yeah, I missed the fucking what's that? Take on Me. I did not get the Take on Me scene.
I still haven't seen that.
That's crazy, bro. You got.
I've never even watched the scene or anything.
You got it, bro.
Oh
it's
my
incredible.
God.
Yeah,
crazy.
I'll find it next time.
Jonah has about 40 minutes, so that's all I want to say about the narrative structure. If any of you guys have anything else to say, we can get into Abby.
You don't have to change the structure of the show for me.
No, we're good. That's
it's time to get into peak, bro.
Yeah, we're up to my Abby note. So unless anyone else has anything to say about the narrative structure.
Yeah, I'll keep it real brief. I used to be a lot more critical of it because I was like, yeah, it's a weird pacing thing. It is like you stop at like the climax and you go back. But now I have kind of just seeing it in a different form has really made me appreciate the beauty of its structure, and I don't think it can be changed. There's no piece of that can be reorganized. It is so intricately built on itself that if you move this here, it falls apart for me. Like I really appreciate its structure. It was very bold as well. A very challenging thing for someone to experience is seeing a character you love and then you're being forced to play as them halfway through like a story is just such a fresh and unique thing, at least in my experience. I don't think I've ever experienced anything that's challenged me quite in this way as this game did. And all that to say is I've pulled back on my criticisms of the structure and have honestly just started praising it for how it's built.
Same here.
It has to. Like I said, it has to work that way.
I point to like the porch scene, like that.
And again, that's one of those happy accidents. Yeah, exactly. It's so
was
cool.
Like a last minute, I guess, decision to put at the very end, and I could not imagine that story with that scene anywhere else.
It's so funny because before we did this video,
you don't have to imagine it anymore.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
before we did this stream, I watched parts of the documentary again just to refresh my mind on things that Neil the commentary, not the documentary, on stuff Neil and Haley and Troy and Ashley have all said, Laura. And one of the things when they got to the porch scene is that Neil had said exactly like Austin just said, that he was like, Troy, I don't know if you know this, but it wasn't meant to be here. It was meant to be in the middle of the game, the first time, right before the theater fight. And Troy is like, man, that's crazy. I didn't know that. And Neil's like, I know. And even though we were so sure we wanted it to be there, now I can't imagine putting it anywhere else. And I was like,
he's a lying sack of shit.
But again, that's just funny that, like Austin said, it wasn't until late in development where they made that switch. And then you really can't imagine it anywhere else, because in the show, obviously, I will reserve 100% judgment until we see the full story, but it seems like it's not going to have the same effect, which is the point of having it where it is. But again, showing how the structure is important to its narrative.
Yeah, never mind. I was going to talk about the show. I don't want to say anything about it.
Okay. But we'll get into Abby. And real quick, before we talk about the character, I just want to say, because I would be remiss if I didn't talk about how people are very disgusting and evil to Laura Bailey. And I just want to say that is so wrong. I'm not saying you should bully Neil Druckmann or Haley Gross, who created the character, but Abby is not Laura. Laura is an actor. She has nothing to do with the creation of the character. She has nothing to do with... People have been upset when I've talked about the story on stream before, but the actor who plays Laurie in The Walking Dead, she was walking with her kid, and someone went up to her and said, "You bitch, you broke up Rick and Shane's friendship." And that makes me so sad, because Sarah, that's the actress's name who plays Laurie, is not Laurie. She's an actor. So it's very sad. Laura Bailey has talked about it. People can go find it if they want. But she had just given birth at the time. People threatened death to her infant child, which just is appalling. But I just wanted to bring that up because, one, it's atrocious, but also, two, because it shows how this character was initially received by some people. Of course, there are other people who love her like us, but a lot of people, they didn't like her. One reason, of course, is because she killed Joel and how she did it. But a second reason is how she looks. and that's unfortunate because her muscles and her being so jacked is
It's hot
important.
as fuck.
I mean,
Hey, yo.
but also it is important to the story. And that is why, even though it's not like that in the show, I must see them replace it with something else. Because if they don't, you're losing something. And what you're losing is seeing Abby's one-track mind and dedication.
Grief, PTSD,
Right. Exactly. She doesn't
obsession,
care.
drive.
Exactly.
I don't know. It's so many things.
It's a combination of those things,
Hell
but
yeah.
also when you look at a lot of, any kind of medium, silhouettes are very important. And it's not just character design. It's not just,
That's a big one.
I studied architecture myself. Silhouette is very important. And so you have to differentiate the two characters. Ellie is much more of a sneaking type
She's
character.
stealthing. Right.
Abby's much more brutal. So again, it's not even because someone was just trying to make a buff character. It's silhouettes are important, and it's a design language more than anything. There's
also
no ulterior motive to it,
Because of how they are, they have different weapons, they have different abilities. Again, important that the game is interactive medium. You play them differently. As Ellie, I'm sneaking around, stabbing people, going in and out of cover, proning in grass, crawling through buildings, whatever. For Abby, you have the literal momentum mechanic, which is you punch someone, you go to the other. So the game encourages you to not do that and to play actually loud. And you get your shotgun out, and you boom here, dynamite arrow there, or not arrow,
So
you know what I mean? The flamethrower, the arrow is Ellie, but just all
What's
these.
crazy is though I play them opposite. I just the way that Ellie's stages are set up, I cannot stealth those scenes for some reason. I'm always found,
I just
and
can't do
then
stealth
it's
in
I
general.
panicky.
Yeah,
And
You
so
guys
I
gotta
try to
play
be
stealth, but I always fail.
all I do is play stealth. So
Yeah,
it's funny.
You guys got to play grounded because you cannot not stealth. You just won't. You won't be able to do it.
I'll see.
I got two things.
I don't know if that's true.
Bro, you
Yeah.
have
Some
5
videos.
bullets.
You should
I've
just
seen
play,
videos of people doing crazy shit ungrounded. That's all.
True.
You should just
And
play
I don't
more
know,
games.
something about
and
Abby.
get better.
I just maybe it's the way her stages are built, but I can stealth through those ones fairly.
Oh yes, like T Max said, I'm more of a stealth gamer in general, so I like stealthing.
Yeah, I love crafting the silencer, getting in the grass, and then getting the headshots off.
Right, exactly.
With both
And-
characters, now if they see me, I'll whop out the shotgun or the crazy pistol that Abby has and stuff like
Yes.
that, the heavier
But-
weapons. But
I just like punching and shooting shit. I'm a simple man.
It's just that still, despite what we're saying, at its core, like Jonah is saying, that Ellie is, sneaky and Abby is a force, and her very muscular appearance showing that. But it also is important for, again, showing that she doesn't care about anything else, only killing Joel. Because there are times when we see Owen and her have, flashbacks, and we see it's still eating away at her. She's like, I can't miss training. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about anything else. Even though it's not flat out said, it's assumed, I think we could all agree, that probably her relationship with Owen failed because she didn't really give a shit. She only cared about killing Joel.
Yeah, 100%.
And
Back to the obsession, right?
I mean,
Back to the
fucking
Exactly.
Owen almost point blank says that to her, without even saying it.
Right.
multiple times throughout the flashbacks.
And I think that this also leads into, because her relationship fell, because I think Owen is portrayed, generally speaking, as a very likable person. I don't know many people who have played the game who don't like Owen, but Abby is not. And this is the thing, is that it would be so easy for Naughty Dog to take Abby and make her be a perfect Mary Sue type character that doesn't lose and has no flaws.
Well, like Ray, I got you. I see
Yeah,
what you're
exactly. Kind of like Harry Potter, right? We're just someone who just is so perfect hero, and Ellie is awful and doing terrible things, and we're like, oh yeah, we root for Abby. But no, Abby is not like that. There are plenty of times in the game where Abby is not sympathetic at all, let alone overly sympathetic.
Making her have unlikable features and personality traits makes her more likable.
That is literally my exact thing that I said on my next
And-
note.
and
The
real.
word right there.
Yeah,
And
it's
real.
more believable. If
I
they
think
made
that's
it
what makes it
so
so
well,
good.
it would just be like it would feel more like pandering and grating. Whereas
Mhm.
she's clearly in an odd spot with Mel and Owen, and that's just immediately relatable because most people
Exactly.
at some point in their life have had like a very just tense friendship or tense moment with friends or a partner or et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
There's a portion of the game, of course, like Austin's talking about, where Mel straight up says to Abby and says, "You're a piece of shit." And I was so pissed at Mel during that point. I was like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." Because I love Abby.
I said, "You ain't living to see tomorrow, bitch."
Exactly.
I know something you don't know.
I know you're not supposed to feel that way, but I've just never liked Mel. She just
Right.
angers me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is if you think about it for a second, of course Mel's right. Because from Mel's perspective, Abby has made her witness something absolutely traumatic. Abby has
Okay, no, I'm gonna run defense for fucking Abby.
No, she might be right, but I'm a hater, bro. I
At
don't
the
want
end
to
of day one, Mel is also saying like, "No, it's not that. Like, I wanted Joel dead too. Blah blah blah. Bitch, you wanted him dead. Now you're
But
gonna
it
try and
did.
guilt trip
But
me
it's-
over it."
Yeah.
it's the
Fucking
way that it's
gaslighting,
done,
bitch. What we
and it's
doing?
what I like what Abby says in that
Sorry,
scene.
I stand on business.
That's right.
I like what Abby
Break
says
your ass
there.
out of here, bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're in a war
fucking
zone.
hell.
Go home. You're a
Get
doctor.
the fucking
too.
hormones out of here, bro.
I like what Abby says in that scene because she says, "I get it. What kind of person could do something like that, right?" And it's like, oof, like you see that it's really affecting Abby. But that's something that Abby, of course, we see throughout her whole story. But I think that if characters, if they are, these characters aren't infallible, right? They're destroying themselves and others and people. So many people die in the game. I would argue that pretty much every character that dies in the game is because of Ellie or Abby. It's their fault.
That's what I don't
And-
understand. Like people that try to say like, oh, they really put Abby on this pedestal. I'm like, but the idea of the game is like they're destroying each other's lives.
Right.
Neither one is without their flaws, and it's so like I don't know how that gets lost
It's tragic. It's
on
heartbreaking.
people. Yeah.
But it's the thing that sucks is that for some reason people don't seem to grasp that when absolutely her life is ruined. All of her friends are dead. Everything is gone for her. She has this new thing. And you spend the whole part of her story also trying to help Yara, and then Yara dies.
Yeah, it's about Abby finding her humanity again, whereas
Right.
Ellie's is her losing her humanity. But,
Oh man. So
I'm sorry I laughed. It was like day 3 when we got to the island, we're walking around. I went, "Oh yeah, you're about to die." I forgot.
It's funny what T-Mac's saying because, Abby has such horrible grief that turned her life upside down, and then finally she gets close to someone and helps them become a better person.
Almost like you played that story before.
Yeah,
right?
that sounds like a story that I
Man,
played,
I wonder,
you know,
where I
in
saw that before.
2013. Because Abby's story is very
Evil
intentionally
Joel is bad.
right. Abby's story is very intentionally parallel to Joel's, and showing how, Abby and Lev, that's Joel and Ellie, and
No.
you have to sympathize with her. You should.
They didn't tell us that specifically. Like,
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, right.
Joel
Exactly.
shooting
Should've-
Abby's dad in the head.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But I think that we see, like I just said, how when Abby says to Mel, when she says, "Yeah, what kind of person would do that?" Right? We see numerous times Abby struggles with nightmares. Abby is clearly very affected by
Even
what.
after. Sorry. You go.
No, you.
Yeah, like because she's still dreaming even after she kills Joel about her father's death. Like she still
Yeah,
has
this is
nightmares
the-
about it. Like killing him did nothing.
Right. That's the important part, is that you see, very similar to Ellie, we'll see when we discuss the ending in a bit, is that Abby, one of my favorite scenes the entire game is when it cuts to, and I love the cut, by the way, as well, but when it cuts to Abby's face and you just hear Ellie say, Joel, get up. And you see that oh my God, I'm going to see it again. But you see it from Abby's perspective.
She's
and
miserable.
I love it. And it does nothing for her. It doesn't help
Yeah,
her.
no one else is in that room anymore.
Right.
It's just her, like, what did I do?
And it's cool because the game, but the first time it's from Ellie's
Even if she
perspective.
doesn't, like, realize it yet. She's
Right.
just, like...
And it's the
Just
performance
nothing.
that sells it too.
Oh,
yeah, like when you
absolutely.
see like her standing there, it's not like she's regretting what she just did, but you can tell it didn't change anything.
Exactly.
You know? Like it's not like she would go back and say, "Oh, I wouldn't do that again." She's just like, there was no point to that. Like nothing has made me feel better right now. But
And
it's
Abby,
really excellent.
in this moment, it's very clever what the game does, because when Ellie, you see Joel's death from Ellie, the sound cuts out and you don't see what everybody else is saying. From Abby's side, you do. Yet the camera always is focused on Abby. It doesn't go to what Manny and Owen are doing. And it's cool because you get to see how Owen fights for Ellie and says that if they kill Ellie, it wouldn't be any better. Then they wouldn't be any better than Joel. But the fun thing is, or fun, the interesting thing, I should say, is when they show, like Psycho said, Abby's face and the wonderful performance by Laura Bailey and the animators at Naughty Dog, is you just see that it doesn't matter. It didn't do anything, like we said. And then there's something where Abby says, I'm pretty sure she says it, yes, when Lev says, why are you helping us? And Abby says, I gotta lighten the load. And it's something that I think is so important to her story, is that she feels that she has to do something because she did something awful. And that's why, again, people always make fun of and like to talk about the sex scene on the boat. But you really see Owen start to getting under Abby's nerves, because Owen says the one thing which pisses Abby off, because he says, what should I do, Abby? Should I find the people who killed my family and cut into them? And you see, because she thought, maybe very similar, and I love how Naughty Dog does parallels like that, how in Uncharted 4, Sam Drake thinks that finding Libertalia and this treasure that he's looking for his whole life will give his life some meaning, and it doesn't. Abby thinks that killing Joel will make everything better. Just like Ellie thinks that killing Abby will make everything better. And they're both wrong, because it doesn't mean anything. That's why revenge is pointless. Because even in real life, what does it mean? If someone does something bad to you and it's awful, and then you try to spite them and do something bad, why? It doesn't change the bad thing that they did to you. It still happened. You got to move past it. At least that's how
often years later you kind of grow to forget about it anyway.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. That's why I think grudges are stupid in general.
Maybe not necessarily get over it, but you kind of just learn to move past it,
Right.
Yeah.
And that's, it's just something that I feel is important to see how the characters evolve over the course of the game. It's like what Tengi is saying while he's in the bathroom. It's that, finally, it's this obsession, this line that the game has been beating us over the head with over and over again. Naughty Dog is clearly something they're very interested in. Neil Druckmann specifically, because he wrote both Uncharted 4 and The Last of Us, and he's talked about it as well. Obviously wrote Last of Us 2. This obsession, but this obsession that he has sorry, I lost my train of thought. This idea of obsession that he has is just the whole point of the game, and that's when it leads into the ending. I still have some more things to say about Abby before we get into the ending. I know I want Jonah to talk a little bit about the ending as well, but I think that we as players when the game switches to Abby, we hate her still because we have not. There's no reason for us to like her, and that's the point. I think that we need to hate her still at that point, and there's a certain point for all of us when we don't. And for me, I realized that I liked her when they're on the sky bridge, Abby and Lev. And Abby or Lev says, so Abby, what's going on with your friend Owen? And with you and your friend Owen. And Abby's like, oh my God, Lev, now? And it's just that banter right there where I was like, oh, I like her. She's cool. But then when later on in the story where Abby defends Lev and stands in front of him and says, you know, she says, Isaac, you got to hear me out. And Isaac, you know, not hearing any of it. But then she says, I'm not fucking moving. So that is the moment where like I think I broke down at that point and I was like, I love her. She is amazing. And then a few seconds later, when Yara sacrifices herself, she's already really gone, but kills Isaac. And then we see Lev and Abby are talking, and Lev says, those were your fucking people. And Abby says, you're my people. And I was like, Abby is my favorite character in this game because she's so well written. And again, like Austin said, so human that she's not perfect, but we see how she makes mistakes and it's okay. She's not this perfect person, but she's trying her best. And so is Ellie, so is Joel. It's the point of the whole universe. Everyone's trying their best. But when we see what she does specifically and how this whole relationship evolves with Lev, I love it. And of course, like Dot Stargazer is saying, humans are seldom perfect. But
I think sometimes people see flaws in characters and either they think that's bad writing or it reminds them of themselves and maybe they don't like it. Maybe that's that uncomfortableness that they don't like. And to that, I say, well, that's just human.
Yes. And I think everybody realizes, of course, I would hope it's pretty, you know, it's not subtle. But I think we would all agree, most people who play the game anyway, that the point of Abby and learning to care for the Seraphites, specifically Lev, is that Abby is learning to empathize with the enemy of the Seraphites, just as we are learning to empathize with our enemy, Abby. And that is so beautiful and something that I just... When do you ever see that? If you watch a James Bond movie or something, an Indiana Jones movie, you don't empathize with the villain. You don't care. Even well-written villains, you could say, oh, I get you, but I still disagree. With Abby, you get it. And from her perspective, Joel's the bad guy. He's the villain. He's the antagonist of Abby's story. And when you play through everything, what else can you say except, I get it? And that's when you should feel that, of course. That's the problem with the show, whatever, not getting into that. But I did want to ask you guys, before we get into the ending, when for you all felt, yes, I like Abby at this point. Was it like me when it was those things I mentioned, or a different point?
I think it was probably after she was saved by Yara and Lev in the forest, and then was she freaking just hammered that freaking scar in the freaking head, which is just, oh god, so sick. And then doesn't she say something to them like we can't stay here, like we have to go now? Mm-hmm. Like she doesn't just dip out, like she's like she's there. Thank you, Austin. And then from then on, I was like, ooh, okay. she's cool. And then also when she did go and into the hospital for Yara, I was like even like double down on Abby there. So I think that was probably when it hit for me.
Even though you could argue that she's doing it for selfish reasons, because like she said, she even flat out says she's trying to lighten the load.
Yeah.
But it's still she's risking her life for another person.
I think I gotta agree with Jacob here. That's probably when it first started percolating. Like, okay, actually, I do kind of like her, and I think it has a lot to do with maybe like the change of pace in terms of like the gameplay as well. I think also helped me out too, because it just it's designed to play differently with Abby, obviously, and so I think that, and then her saving them, and then the brutal kill, and then the hospital, it just all stacked upon itself. So
yeah, totally.
And again, piggybacking off that, the banter that she has with the kids, it's so funny. It's so reminiscent of Joel and Ellie.
Cold,
exactly.
Obviously that was the point, but like again, they're their own characters, and they're little. It's like, what's a pun? It's like, oh, it's because I shaved my head. Things like that. Where it's like, these are human characters.
They do such a good job at calling it back to the first game that it's just like, how could you not? How could you like the first game as much as you do, and then get to Abby's part of the story and be like, I don't like it, this character.
Right.
Like I just don't see how that's possible.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, you know my moment that Abby really was. It's the sky bridge, scene where her fear of heights.
And we didn't even talk about that, but I love that. I really hope
that
that's
was
in
the
show.
moment. Yeah, that
Her
I
fear of
really
heights
was
is
like.
great.
I love this character. I loved the forest scene for sure. Like that's just such a cinematic and like I hate to say it, but it's just an awesome scene, too, because you don't have any of your weapons. You just have your two fucking fists and whatever you can find.
Beforehand. Like you're like clip her wings. You're like, what is that? Oh no!
Right. Yeah, it's brutal. It's raining. It's dark. All you have is firelight. This last time I played it, I think my game was bugged like real quick because I was like running through the forest and there was just like an arrow like floating there, and I grabbed it and I was able to I did the motion like animation where I put it in my backpack, but I don't have one. And it was stuck to my back. And then in day 3, where, you leave your backpack behind and you go to fight the one dude, it was still there. I couldn't do anything with the arrow, but it was like floating on my back. And I thought that was kind of funny. Something in like the code of the game was
It's a shit game now.
Yeah, I hate it.
It's
but
terrible.
Definitely the bridge, and when you brought up what's going on with your friend Owen, that shit always cracks me up because she's oh my god, like
dude, the kids are great, bro.
Yeah.
There's great writing on the kids, man. They were awesome.
Yeah, I love that character. That moment's solid. And then obviously just subsequent playthroughs, it's just been like I really appreciate every moment on day 1 with her even more than I did that first time. The first time I still was feeling that little like Ellie momentum. I was like, crap, I need to get back. I want to see the theater. And now I'm just along for the ride.
Dude, it makes you like, once you realize you like Abby when you play through it again, the beginning part of the game where, you get to play as, you're like, oh man, can't wait for what's coming. I can't wait to fully unleash,
Oh, I can never find the fucking it's the code in it's that before you go to like the train cars for that safe. I feel like I have to Google that one each time because every time I think it's gonna be like in the trailer, there's like the big catch like poster. I always think it's gonna be like the date on that like framed picture, and then I never know where the actual one's at. I'm like, Google one fucking train cars safe. Okay. I'll cheat. I'll cheat in a video game. I don't care. I want bullets.
Once you play through it enough times, bro, and it's fine.
The last time I played through it, I googled a bunch of them because I was like, I'm just not. Like,
it's just like I know there's a safe here. I'm not hunting it down, bro.
Yeah,
but you don't think it's fun to look around for combinations to safes and enter them in every time? That's not
on the
fun.
fourth
Wait, but
playthrough. No.
the thing that I'm
it is.
usually though, you find the combination before the safe. You guys aren't exploring enough before.
Oh, I do. That's just the only one.
Yeah,
That's
that one. No, I'm saying, I'm calling out T-Mac. He's like, he's always looking it up, bro. Bro hates Warren, bro.
No, it just depends because even the last time that I played through it,
we played it multiple times. Get off T-Mac's
back.
Bro has earned his.
Well, because I was gonna say the last time that I played through it, it was Part 2 remastered on PS5, and you can do this thing where you transfer your save over, and it'll just automatically pop the trophies. But I was like, I'm not doing that.
Wow.
So because I wanted to like platinum again just in one playthrough, like get all the trophies, I kind of followed a guide of just to lightly follow while I was like keep looking back to of like where everything was, so I just didn't miss anything, so I wouldn't have to play through it again, you know. But it's like I'm okay with doing that if I've played through it before, you know.
Bro,
like,
true fan right here.
The first time I played it, I would never do that. But
Right.
since I've played it like a couple times as my third playthrough, I'm like, yeah, I don't mind having a guide next to me to just refer to.
I still feel guilty though.
Yeah.
Like deep in my heart, I'm like, I'm just hurting myself.
Because I always think, like, imagine if I missed a weapon or some shit. I don't think that I would, because I'm even without a guide, I am very, very thorough. But it's always that paranoia.
That's why
like,
now you play New Game Plus, and it's all good.
Yeah, like if
is
you
it
miss,
cheating
a
that
whole weapon, it's crazy.
That I didn't activate the what's the table called, the crafting table, upgrade table. Like I didn't activate the trap in the hotel where they come out of the room. Is that cheating? Because I knew that was coming. And
I put I put traps down before.
Yeah, that's what I was telling them.
I wanted to take you to use the crafting table as Abby the first time.
Right, because you're like, well,
oh, I don't want to.
I'm in for the long haul.
that means this is a permanent change.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the moment I think if you don't know that they're committing to it that hard, the second you go to the crafting tab, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, right. When you were gone, T-Mac and Psycho and Jonah, you didn't answer yet either. Just when you. Oh wait, Jonah, did you?
I kind of agree with Jacob. It's like that same moment, but then also like the banter, the subsequent banter, looking for stuff and finding stuff. Yeah, that's that whole moment is what made me start liking Abby.
Yeah, Psycho and T-Mac. When did you guys first like Abby? And you're like, okay, I like her.
I don't know, because I feel like it's a slow build, right? You're slowly liking her more and more, and like you said, like the moment on the hotel and the crane and like with Lev, it's like it all kind of builds on itself, I think, to the moment that solidifies it of you're my people. I think that is the day on the island is like the moment where it's like, yeah, I love this chick.
I don't know if I had that moment. I think I might contradict the other guys because I don't think I ever really. Maybe I will next time I play it, but I don't think I ever got to the point where I liked Abby. I think I got to many points where I understood.
Anyway,
I think. Oh, here we go.
No, I'm
the
still
Psycho
here.
guy.
But I think, obviously, I like the character. I have this fucking thing.
Right.
Awesome.
Okay.
I mean,
like,
it's like that's my thing too. I don't even know that I necessarily. I don't know that I necessarily full on loved her the first time I even played through the game. It's just the more you think about it, and then you replay it, and you just see all these like little moments and little things and little parallels, and you kind of just it changed your mind. And on second playthroughs or third playthroughs, it's like you're more ready and excited for her playthrough because you know.
Wow. T-Mac hates Abby.
No, I absolutely do not.
Well, I was gonna give it a moment anyway, and I think the moment where I started to like recognize the nuance of the character and start to hate her less and not really hate her anymore was when she woke up and she was like, "Oh, those fucking kids! Like, I gotta go back." You know?
Yeah,
so it's like there's a lot here, and it's like, okay, I can start going along with her on this journey. It was less of like a reluctant thing at that point.
It's less of also hating her through the journey of still just like kind of being upset for what she did. You know what I mean? It's not even
like I think it's hard to forgive her for that. Like even as a player, it's like she still killed my Joel. you know, like I'm still always gonna kind of hate her for that, but like you can start to understand like the nuance of the character and like the parallels to Joel and to Ellie and all that. So
the first time when I got to the end, and it's like I like Abby a lot, but I understand that I'm probably going to have to kill her as Ellie, and that's going to be terrible. But I understand that it's going to have to happen. And then the more times I played through it, I'm like, oh gosh, this is even worse. This is even fucking worse that I even am going to have to even attempt to do this. You know.
mm-hmm.
That leads perfectly into the ending, Jonah. I know it's 11, so I'll give you your chance to talk about the ending now before you go. But just before we get into that, I just want to say the final thing about Abby for me is it's completely, again, we've talked so much about her character and why most of us love her. But I think that specifically for her gameplay, I think Abby Day 2 is fucking incredible. I think it's one of the best sequences in any video game I've ever played. Like, forget the story for a second, which is crazy to say about The Last of Us, but just, it's incredible. I love how you go from the Sky Bridge and all of that is incredible, fighting the Seraphites and just the banter with Lev and learning and caring about Lev more and more as a character. And then the hotel is crazy, and again, just there's so much infected there, and it's insane. Then the hospital is phenomenal, and then the end of the hospital, you're like, how could it get even better? And then the Rat King is just, I was so stunned the first time.
It's like
I want
to like talk about like the Sky Bridge and fighting all the Seraphites up there and all the infected, but then like when you bring up the Rat King, it's like, dude, how can we just not gush about that?
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's not even just the Rat King. That's why it's so crazy. It's that, and that would make it amazing anyway, but it's just so much leading up to that. And then I love how during the Rat King fight, when Abby's like, I'm not dying here, and you really feel like, no, I'm not. Like, this is going to be, you're so on her side. And that's another way, again, a great way in an interactive medium to get the player on the character's side. You're both facing, you, the player, and Abby are facing this horrible enemy in the Rat King. But
honestly, piece of cake this time.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes the bloater in the arcade with Ellie is harder, depending on what you have with you at the time.
Now I know they're coming, so I'm like, I gotta stop using my weapons.
Right, exactly.
Save my Molotovs. I gotta save my explosive shells.
Exactly, and it's just obviously going into the ending now, and I give the floor to Jonah, but it's just, to this day, I really just can't grasp after everything that we've talked about, as Ellie says in the first thing, everything I've been through, everything I've done, doing all of that, I don't really understand how you can walk out of the game and not at least like Abby. If you're not in love with her, just have some appreciation. I feel like I don't get it because, like I said, when I talked about before how Joel was number 3 for me, Ellie is 2, Abby is 1. Abby is my favorite character in this franchise. Abby is my favorite of the 3 protagonists. I just love her so much, and that's why, just a little side note, I might be more critical of next season of the show if they change things even more. Because like this first half, it's like I'm a little flexible more.
I was waiting for Foregone to say something.
Get ready.
Season 3, if they change things, like if they take away her fear of heights, that's gonna bug me. I love her vertigo. It's a great gameplay element. Again, just talking about everything.
When I was up on the skyscraper, I went over and looked down, and Audrey goes, "Don't do that to Abby."
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
It's funny when you flip the cam around, like how terrified the look on her face is. It's really funny.
Yeah. But all right, Jonah, go ahead. The next thing we'll talk about is the ending, and I'm sure Jonah will jump around from things that we want to talk about. But since Jonah,
for me, short and quick, it's perfect. I mean, it's an
all
ending that.
See you guys.
All right, see you guys. Anyway, gotta go.
See you, Jonah.
No, but again, just keeping it brief, because I know you guys will talk about it. But for me, just any kind of ending that makes me sit there and start processing everything that I just witnessed and going back and rethinking about moments I've seen before and recontextualizing all that kind of stuff. That's the wow factor for me for a story or any kind of. And it doesn't have to be video games. It could be movies, TV shows, animation. Doesn't matter. If I sit there after the credits roll and I'm thinking about it, you got me. And that's exactly what happened with the ending of Last of Us 2, which is why you'll probably see a lot of us talking about the porch scene a lot with the show adaptation. I'm not going into that because we already talked about it with the finale episode last time. But for me, that's why the ending is so perfect to me, that to deviate from that, now I'm not going to just automatically write everything off with the live action show, but I'm very curious to see how they're going to live up to something that I thought was so perfect. So that's my short and sweet about the ending. So,
well said.
I would love to hear all your guys' thoughts. I got to get going though, so I will catch the rest of this on the replay.
Yeah, bro.
Have a good one, man.
I appreciate you for joining, Jonah. That was great.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I love talking about the games, so it's always nice to have a platform to talk about it.
Of course.
All right, see you guys.
All right,
Take it easy, man.
He's gone now.
Okay.
All right, now that Jonah's gone.
Yeah, now I think I gotta mix all this back around now. All right.
No, I want to be next to Psycho. How that
No,
works?
you can't do
Now
that.
he's on top of me.
Yeah.
So
Wait, hold on. I gotta put the two. There we go. Two Tylers gotta be together. There we go.
there you go.
There you go.
But yeah, talking about the ending. Of course, we're getting into it now. Like Jonah was saying, it's just I feel like people just get so pissed at the fact that you don't kill Abby. But the problem is that I don't feel thematically fitting. And the interesting thing is, I don't know if you guys know this, Abby was originally going to die. Neil Druckmann wrote it as Abby was going to die. And Hal E. Gross was like, well, hold on, maybe not.
Bro,
And
I think Holly just needs to write this. Every story you keep telling me about the two of them, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I don't
But-
like Neil anymore, I think. I think I'm out on Neil.
Oh my
You
god! Don't say that. It's so still his story.
You
Come
say
on.
that, Austin, but then a lot of the stuff with Ellie and Dina was Hallie in the show.
The
and
fact that
in
the
game.
fact
You
that
don't like
Neil
that.
had
But it was
the
in the game too. I like what she did in the game.
Yes, but then she, like, it's like the happy little action you said, where she said, writing for Dina and Ellie in the show is like what I wanted to do, but I couldn't do it in the game.
What if the three of them have a creative director they have to answer to? That way they filter out all their bets.
Yeah, they need a Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, and Craig included. Just put all of them over here, and I'm kidding.
Dr. Forgon will be
Craig needs to fuck off, though.
fuck it.
Before we move entirely into the ending, I also wanted to bring up the
Oh
moment.
yes, I didn't bring
with-
up any other. If you guys had anything else to say about Abby specifically,
the moment with Lev when they first encounter the Seraphites and they dead name Lev, and Lev is like, "Did you hear what they called me?" And I really love that moment.
Mhm.
They wrote it in such a not a hand-holdy way and in such a organic way, and I loved Abby's response. Do you want me to ask about it? And then Lev is like, no, and just she drops it.
It says everything without saying anything.
Exactly.
Yep.
And I understand that moment has also gotten some criticism, even the fact that they dead name at all and say Lily. And I understand
But
that
this cult would.
right.
Yeah.
But some people, they still like, oh, it's fictional media. I don't want to see that. I understand. I am not a trans person, so I can't give a trans person's experience. But I will say that one of my closest friends is trans, and they really, and I know their experience is not going to be everyone's experience, of course, but they really enjoyed how that was portrayed. And I think, like Austin and Tyler were saying, that it does have the nuance required of it, I feel.
I think a lot of times in fiction, I think things start to lose their meaning when they get too expository or over-explainy or too dialogue heavy.
And I feel like Last of Us.
I think something like
doesn't
this
do that.
kind of deserves nuance for it to be so powerful.
Right.
It just makes it feel all the more important.
Exactly.
I was going to say, I think that's why it lands even harder for me when all this is happening, because it's just like, God damn, man, these fucking people are insane, and the treatment of Lev is fucking heartbreaking.
And Lev's mother too.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it just the pure disdain, and they just don't give a fuck, and it just that shit always gets me anyway. Just in real life too when it happens. So it's like, God damn, these motherfuckers.
Yeah. Well said.
And we still get a lot of like exposition around Lev's backstory. It just comes later through gameplay and just like small moments of them talking and I wanted to be like a hunter, I wanted to.
And Lev is just so beaten down with that shit, like the whole time, like their whole time with the scars. So it's like,
and his
why
mother.
would they want to? Why would they want to talk about it?
Wants to attack him, and
and the mom, like,
It's
he's
so
just a kid. He's just a fucking kid.
And it's like, even though this is fictional, like, and a very dramatic example, like, of like parental on trans child abuse, like, I would not be surprised if a lot of trans children face this kind of scrutiny and abuse from a parental figure, and to see it depicted in such a tasteful, I hate to say that, but in a way that it's not like exploitative, I guess, or it's leaving a lot of it up to interpretation through the like that almost non-dialogue that Lev has with Abby and Yara. You get all the information that you absolutely need without it. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just talking in a circle now without it being over exposited, but it just comes in various different little chunks, and that's just your first little like bit of it. And then you're like, because before that point, all you know is, they don't like you because you shaved your head, and you don't 100% understand the gravity of that act that Lev performs. But yeah, I really love Lev's character, and it's just one of those like worries for like why I kind of was like, you know what, I don't think I'm going to come back to the show, because the show itself has shown that it doesn't exposit in the same way that the game does. And that's like a moment that I'd be really worried that they would maybe handhold through.
Right.
Whereas here, it's like I wouldn't change a thing about it.
I agree.
I'm worried with a lot of the second half of this story, and that's one of them. So
I think that as a whole, The Last of Us, both games, really do not have much exposition, and they're very good about showing, not telling. In comparison, especially to other games. But I mean, I know a lot of us are fans of RPGs, and that's something that RPGs struggle with a lot, as much as I enjoy that. But I think that there are parallels that you're supposed to draw. Like, you're supposed to see, obviously, Abby and Lev are Joel and Ellie. You're supposed to see that Abby and Ellie are two sides of the same coin, and their stories are very similar, struggling through grief of someone killing their father figure. And the thing is at the end, when we see again how Ellie has sacrificed so much to kill Abby, and then at the last second changes her mind, is very similar to how Joel and Ellie sacrifice so much to cure the whole thing, and then change their mind at the last second. So both games, again, running very, very parallel to each other. But when Joel does that, I feel like the majority of the people are like, fuck yeah, Joel, kill those fireflies. And in the second game, when that doesn't happen, you're like, people feel that, you didn't want that to happen. But for me, there are only 2 times in the game, really 2 times I can think of in any game, where I dropped my controller because I was like, oh my God. The first was when Abby holds a knife to Dina's throat, and Ellie says she's pregnant, and Abby says, good. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, Dina's going to die. And then when Lev says Abby, and you see that Abby stops, I was like, oh my God, thank you, Lev. That moment was about to horrify me. But again, Naughty Dog is clever, because for some people, maybe not everyone, but that might have been the point where Abby became irredeemable to people. Because even killing Jesse, and again, I'm not saying 100%, maybe she could have killed Dina. I don't know how I would have felt, maybe she could have killed Dina and we still could have been on Abby's side, or at least understand. But I think it is a powerful thing to show that Abby walks away, 2-3 times throughout the game, and Ellie keeps
gives
going
Ellie
back.
the opportunity 3 different times.
Right.
So it makes the "I let you live" line more powerful.
Right, because it's the beginning of the game.
More than once.
Exactly. It's the beginning of the game. Then it's when she is about to kill Dina. And then it's even at the end, Abby's like, I'm not doing this. So Abby tries to walk away 3 times. And I think that if you're at this point, because like I said, that was the first time for me the controller dropping was with Dina. The second time for the controller dropping for me is when Ellie puts the knife to Lev's throat.
You made him a part of this.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, Ellie, just what are you doing?
I'll just say this. This is kind of like another way of me saying something I already said earlier, but like I kind of understood, or I thought like it's just gonna have to happen. Abby's just gonna have to die at the end, and we're gonna have to do it. And Ellie, that's my dog, bro. I love Ellie. That's my favorite character. I'm an Ellie guy. But even me at the end, I was like, fucking all right, Abby's giving us a chance here. I don't want to do this. As much, like, even though I love Ellie, I don't want to do it.
And I even like, I like when they go to the different boats because you're like, oh my God, Ellie's gonna walk away, and then she can't. You see, I love how it's done because you see the flashback of Joel's beaten head, and she can't walk away, and that's why I do feel for Ellie, because a lot of people say Ellie's a fucking idiot, should have just stayed home with Dina. I don't think she could. I think Ellie would have sadly committed suicide. I think she was affected by PTSD so much. I don't think Ellie could have survived without going on this journey. And it's unfortunate because Dina's right. And that's one of the most heartbreaking moments to me, because you see Dina's just like, come on, come back to bed. It's okay. But then when Dina, she rushes into Ellie, she's like, hey, she grabs Ellie's face. And it's so heartbreaking, especially for me, someone who loved Dina so much. And she just says she's just like, we have a family. She doesn't get to be more important than that. But Ellie cannot walk away. She can't. It's not won't. She cannot do it.
She also can't walk away because the PTSD has flanderized Joel's death in her brain. Every time she's thought about it, because there's the shovel or whatever falls and it triggers the memory of his head slamming, and you have to relive going down the stairs. That flight of stairs is cartoonishly long now. It's
like the hallway, Abby running to her father.
Exactly. And Joel even calls out for her, Ellie, help, which he never actually did.
Yes.
But it's this so far removed from the event, it's replayed, and your brain's going to change the memory. So she can't move on. She has to go out there. And I love that you brought up the parallels between the end of the first game. Joel's done all this to change his mind, and then Ellie's done all this, but then she changes her mind. For me, that is Ellie doing what Abby couldn't, where you get all the way there as Abby, but then she gives into her worst desire, but it doesn't change anything. Ellie gets there, but then I think she realizes, because she says to Abby, just take him. And Abby probably read that as, talking about Lev. But what she's really saying is just take Joel.
This is something me and the two Tylers were talking about this recently, and it's a very interesting interpretation that way. And obviously you could read it both ways, but I do find that interpretation very interesting. Because
is that not how you read the scene?
I don't really know. I can read it either way. It's just I've seen that before, and I see both ways. So I think they're both very.
You bring it up. It's funny you bring it up because I've never really thought that before, but I have thought that line's a little. I don't know. It's weird because it's she doesn't.
It makes more sense if you view it
and she doesn't need to say it. That's the thing. Is she doesn't know Lev. That doesn't mean anything to her, really. So why would she say that?
Saying it to Abby because she's looking down. She's looking at her missing fingers. It's like under her breath, basically. Abby's like, she's not hearing that, like over the waves, or like the sloshing waters. So that's really just her, and I guess in my opinion, like grappling with her grief and just like, this isn't going to change anything. He's gone. Like, and now I've also lost this connection to him. Like, just take him. There's nothing else like left. Just go.
I think you're right there, and that's why there in the documentary, or I keep saying documentary, in the commentary, Neil says people always ask me, why did Ellie stop? And is it because of Joel? Is it because of Lev? You know, is it because of Abby? What is it? And the way I view it, and Neil agrees, is it's all these things, because people are complicated. And again, that's what I love about The Last of Us, is that in a lesser game, there would be one reason. But realistically,
in 5 years, he's going to give you the reason. He's going to get tired of people asking. He's going to be like, no, this is exactly what I meant.
No, but see, that's what I think he is giving the reason, because what he's saying is that it's a combination. And I love that, because it's not like it's an ambiguous thing. All of these answers are valid, because in real life, when someone makes a decision, I doubt it's on one thing. Any serious decision I've ever made in my life, it was never because of one thing. Never. So I just don't think realistically that's how it would be. It totally makes sense. All these things in the moment. And what Hallie Gross says during this commentary is, she said that Ellie knows how this is going to feel, because in 2 seconds, Abby's dead. So she already knows. And she knows, like Abby knows after she kills Joel, that she doesn't feel any better. So there's no point. Why continue? And I really like what she says there as well. And then she goes on to say how Ellie has 3% of her humanity left. And killing Abby would get rid of it entirely, and we never see her again. But by sparing Abby, we get that little bit that Ellie, maybe we'll see the Ellie from the first game again, that she can rebuild herself and get over her PTSD. And that's why, for me, I think that the ending of part 2 is more hopeful than the ending of part 1, which I view as more bleak, which is different than how maybe it looks on the surface. But I do feel like that's how it is on a deeper level. Because in part 1, you see Joel, or Ellie says, swear to me that everything you said about the Fireflies is true. Joel says, I swear. And then Ellie says, okay. You can read that okay in many different ways. We've already talked about that on stream. It comes down to the fact that Ellie doesn't believe Joel. The problem is that then it makes their relationship awful, as we see going into part 2. However, in part 2, Ellie has lost so much, right? Literally, the relationship with Dina as well. Dina is gone. It's sad. But finally, she tries to play the guitar. She can't. She flashes back. You see the porch scene. That's why I think it's very important for it to be there, is because we could finally see that Ellie is able to let it go. Mm-hmm. Bring back to what I said earlier about Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, of Indy being able to let the Holy Grail go. In Uncharted 4, of Nathan Drake finally being able to let his obsession with treasure hunting go. The whole idea of that Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog and so many people like myself enjoy of this thing of obsession that's, even in real life, it's hard, that people go down paths like that. It's very gratifying to see Ellie being able to say, I could finally let go. And she does. And she walks away. And it's haunting and harrowing, but it's also hopeful that something better will come, and that she can put this behind her. And it's awful, everything that happened, but hopefully she has better days ahead. At least that's how I view it. And I think that it's what I think, Psycho, you said this early on in the stream when you were talking about how some of the problems with the pacing and how it's a slog in that final day and you don't want to go back and forth. I think that this is where, again, the game is right up against how you feel. because we see Jesse and Owen talk about numerous times throughout the game. Owen specifically in this monologue about how he's done killing Seraphites over a land that he doesn't care about. And everyone's just done with the violence. And by this point of the game, you're like, this is so tiring. I don't want to kill anyone anymore. I just want them to go. I want them to live in peace. And finally, the game, for hours of you disagreeing with what Ellie was doing, disagreeing with what Abby was doing, finally, the game has now come full circle, and you're back with the protagonists, and they let each other go. And you finally, at the end of the game, it's like, oh, yes, this is what I needed. And to me, that makes it a perfect ending, like Jonah was saying. And if you beat the game and at that point you want to drown Abby, I feel like
you're crazy.
Well, I feel like again, I hate to say it because it makes me sound like an asshole, but
you didn't get it.
I feel like you didn't get it. And I think...
Well, you know what? It's not even that you didn't get it. It's that you didn't want to get it. That's always been my whole thing with this story. I don't even know that it's necessarily as much people don't get it as much as they don't want to get it. They give up with it. They're frustrated with, Joel dying. Like they don't, and they won't give it like the time and chance that it deserves. That it, like I said, like you have to see it all the way through,
Right. And again, I completely understand because we all love Joel. It's horrible to see him die. And from the moment, I despised Abby from the moment that golf club came cracking down on Joel's skull. I hated her until I didn't. And that, to me, like I said earlier, is what makes the story so special. You, like Neil said, and I keep saying this, and I literally played it on stream because it's so important to me, is that you have to go all the way there just to be brought all the way back. Because it worked for me. I think it worked for all of us. Psycho probably to the least extent, but it still did work, where Neil and the writing team, Haley and everyone else, and obviously we got to give credit to the performances of Ashley and Laura as well, but they brought us to where we can say, I want to torture Abby, to actually, I want to let her go. And it's the same journey that Ellie went on. It took time, but it happened. And when Jonah watches this, I'm sure he will agree when I say that is such a uniqueness of the interactive medium that puts us so much at odds with the protagonist, where we're playing the game, but we don't want them to keep going. And then all of a sudden we're right back around. And that stuff is just fascinating to me. And it's why it's so special.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
I can't remember what I was going to say. But yeah, I agree with all that.
I just think, that's why I've always been such a, like Austin said, like playing defense for this game since it came out, is because I just think and I think I even touched on this like in the very first episode we did of Yapavus, but we're living in such unempathetic times, We're living in times of such division. Like you open up your phone, be it any social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, it's always either people arguing, people bitching about something that doesn't matter. And that's kind of like what this game, really ironically, what the controversies around it literally reflected. But the game is also literally about having empathy towards others.
Yes. If you could empathize towards Abby, this is why it goes back to what you and I were saying about the litmus test thing. If you could empathize towards Abby, a fictional character, I know I could probably trust that you could empathize towards people that are not in your financial situation, not in your just, people
that are just simply different from you.
Right, exactly. Just people are like, oh, I'm not gay, so I don't care about gay rights. Oh, I'm not a woman, I don't care about women's rights. Then I could understand, what's the problem with I think cops are great. And then, maybe these black people should just obey the law, people that are like that. It's like, no. Then you start, if you could empathize with a fictional character, I think that you could empathize with real people. And that's why I think again, no offense intended, but I do think it's telling that a lot of people who don't like the game are also the same people that say that it's woke trash. It's the people that don't.
Yep.
They're just. They would never.
It's the people that don't want to be told maybe you should have empathy because they don't have any. They don't want to have any.
Right.
You know.
And of course, like I said, there are valid reasons, and people don't like the game for other reasons as well. But it's just when I see that specific type of reasoning, it's like it doesn't matter. And since you brought this up, I do want to say because this is just something that in recent times it has come back up, and even Alanah Pearce brought it up in her most recent video, which I disagreed with again, even though, like I said, I do like that video. Is that and this is going to be very controversial. I'm sure people that watch will be like, "Oh my god!" But if people didn't know, Neil Druckmann is from Israel, and there are lots of the Last of Us conflict is very much inspired by the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. However, it's inspired by, not based on. Neil has tried to clarify this numerous times. That is something that is very important. People need to understand what the difference between inspired by and based on means, because T-Mac and I have talked about this a bit. People have called Neil Druckmann a Zionist. I disagree with that. I think that the thing is that this movie I've watched recently, The Idea of You, starring Annie Hathaway. In that movie, and her character falls in love with a significantly younger celebrity. And people say that singer is based on Harry Styles. And the author has came out, because it's based on a book, and she has said it is inspired by Harry Styles. It is not Harry Styles. When I am writing the character, I'm not writing for Harry Styles, just the idea that's in my head. And that's the same thing with Neil. The idea was in his head for the conflict, something that he has watched and see these two countries fight and have so many horrible things happen to both of them. But it's not so simple where people say, "Oh, the WLF is Israel and the Seraphites are the Palestinians." It's not like that.
Not the case,
right? There are aspects of both, and because the whole game is about, I can't believe we went 3 hours into without saying this phrase, but the whole game is about the cycle of violence, and it's about tribalism, and you see all of this, and of course, I mean, it's no surprise for anyone who knows me, has been watching me for 10 episodes. I am a very left-leaning person. I think what Israel is doing is horrible, but at the same time, it's like that doesn't mean that I support a terrorist organization with Hamas. It's just like it's nuanced and
it's complicated.
Also, right? It's complicated,
incredibly fucked up and complicated.
But also, you're not going to want to tell a Palestinian person how they should fight oppressors, right?
Yeah.
Colonize. So it's like, it's such a nuanced thing where at the end of the day, I think most reasonable people, no matter what political side you are, you just don't want to see innocent people die. And that's this whole spirit of the game. And again,
the game takes a very anti-violent
Yes,
stance.
That's what I was going to say. The game is anti-violence, despite how the gameplay is so violent. The whole thing is that the violence is not good. That's why it's so violent. That's why it has to mean something. And even though, as Dr. Forgon, I'm sure will say, Craig Mazin has failed in how he has shown this, that is something that he has been very passionate about, in showing that every piece of violence in the show must mean something. It can't be mindless violence. And I guess, I know, we would all argue that he should still show more of it because it's so horrible when it's done. But
I would ask when he's shown it at all. That's a different...
Right. But I think in The Last of Us Part 2, we really see how when it's violent, it's, oh my God, what are they doing? And Austin, I think you brought this up, where you said that when Ellie kills people, she's like, fuck her. And she's like stabbing people and stuff. And it's because you hate them. But it's so sad because then a lot of these people,
gruesome. Like, you can literally, like, if you shoot people at like the right angle, like body parts will like fly off.
Right, and you could see parts of their skull from headshots, and their jaws come off.
I got one guy like just right with my shotgun, and literally like his like fingers were like on the ground. I was like, ugh.
Right. And again,
I think it needs to be like that too, because you
Yeah.
need to kind of have that feeling of, oh my god, like I just did that. You know, like it needs to
Yeah.
be like a little disturbing to the player, even though you're the one doing it. You know,
it's
And that's
also
why, and that's why the
It's
entire
horrible.
set piece on the island is so horrific. You know.
right.
Hmm.
And it's also when you know, people say no return, adding that game. I read countless articles when that game mode came out where people were like, having a violence only game mode for The Last of Us where it's not like story based, it's just killing, is, you know, completely goes against everything the game stands for. Which I can understand that argument, but also at the end of the day, it's a game. And as
Just a
often
game.
said, the gameplay is
Yeah.
fun.
Also, like Naughty Dog hasn't been
So-
shy about the fact that I know they touched on this in the documentary of just like they are kind of aware that when it came to Uncharted and then Last of Us 1, some people would say like, oh, not like the best, most inspired gameplay, and that's why they kind of went crazy with part 2 of like, no, this
Yeah.
game is going to be fun to play, even though that's not the point. It's
And
going
it's even in Uncharted 4, those of you that have played it, in the Uncharted games, especially 1, there's a ridiculous amount of combat. There are scenes in 1 where it's like just wave after wave after wave.
Uncharted 1 is their roughest game.
Right.
Mhm.
Uncharted 4 is not like that. Which is why I think, Austin, I've changed where I just want you to go straight into that one because I feel like you will
can't
really
no,
enjoy that one.
You can't do that.
So I feel like
I think you could do
though.
that.
Yeah, it's
I'm so anti the concept of that. I
I think play
agree.
2 and 4. I think you could do 2 and 4. And while you're at
Sure.
it, maybe may as well do 3.
but I just think
but
if he
skip
started
3
out
if you have to.
if he started out 1, I just feel like he would not have fun. But
Like I tried getting my dad into. He doesn't really play many video games, so I'm like, you would like Uncharted, and mainly I'm thinking in my head, you would like Uncharted 2 and Uncharted 4. But I'm trying to get him
I
into
like
it with
3
the
more
first
than
one.
2.
Oh, I disagree, but we
I-
can get into that later. But
Yeah, we could have an
tried to get into
Uncharted
the first
discussion
game,
on
and
this
he
now.
just
I love
couldn't do it. First of all, because he doesn't really play those kind of games, so he just
well, that's what
wasn't
I'm saying
really
with
get
Austin,
into that.
right?
But yeah, but it's also just not like a super engaging story in the first game. It's like it's not
Exactly.
the best
That's
game
why
ever. So
it's
it's
just
like
a
yeah, it's kind of hard to get into.
I'll be honest. I built a little like docks in Minecraft the other day. I'm cooked for like the next year. I'm not playing another fucking game.
I feel you. But I think that, you know, the reason why I bring that up is because in Uncharted 4, the combat sequences are few and far between as opposed to the other ones. And it's like every time there's a combat sequence, first of all, you could stealth it, most of them, like you can in Last of Us. And that's important because you get to see how Naughty Dog's game mechanics have evolved and how they tell their story has evolved. And they use, it's like every game is better. That's why I'm very excited for Intergalactic. Austin, I don't know if you plan to play that or if we've talked about that at all, but okay. But that's like
I'm ready to hear that if it's good or bad. Like
Yeah, then
I'll
you-
be there for that, but I'm just not a video game person.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing that brought me to Last of Us was just hearing all those years ago. This is like the first like movie video game. I was like, oh, that sounds like something that's interesting.
Right. And that's why I'm interested. I mean, I'd assume so because it's Neil Druckmann and that's what he's interested in. But I feel like that's why, you know, the other Uncharted games, Neil didn't lead. He was just part of the team. Uncharted 4 was his game. It was his baby, just like Last of Us 1 and 2. And so is Intergalactic. So I feel like that's his thing, where every game is essentially a playable movie. We'll see if that remains to be the case. But I think that just brings it full circle again as to making the medium make sense for the story and taking parts of the medium for the story. Because, Psycho, I don't know if you felt this way, but a lot of people didn't like that a lot of the combat was removed. I think you go an hour and a half maybe before you fire a bullet in Uncharted 4. There's so much stuff in the first hour and a half of the game or something like that. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people, kind of like Dr. Forgon was saying for Joel's death, is that a lot of people like, oh, I just want to skip to this part. I want to get to like the auction. And I feel like I don't agree because I love seeing the characters be the characters. And again,
I think there's games for that. If you want to play a game where you're shooting things the whole time, there's games for that.
Exactly.
And there's better games that have better combat and shooting mechanics in them than Naughty Dog games do. So like, go play that. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't really see that. So like, that's not why I play Naughty Dog games.
Yeah. Did you guys have anything else specific to say about the ending?
Yes.
Here, so I can go first.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to talk specifically about the porch scene and like the way that's placed, not just at the very end, but when you're in the fight, like the final fight with Abby, right? Like,
just like that quick flash.
Right. I think that was like almost more like almost just as effective and made actually seeing the whole scene at the end more effective. I think the way that they placed, first of all, the flashback where she sees like Joel, like before she decides to fight Abby, like in the water, right? Where she's like, she sees, like his head bashed in and it flashes back in her mind. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to do this. And then that's juxtaposed because then the next time, like, I think I would say like the next flash, I'm probably wrong, but I feel like it goes on for just as long, but it's juxtaposed. It's not her seeing Joel dead and remembering why she came there. It's her seeing him alive and remembering why this all like is going through her head in the first place. And that kind of like puts that idea in the back of the player's mind, right? So you're like, that's because we were talking earlier about how like, oh, we don't really know like exactly why she stopped killing Abby. And it was like a combination of different things, but that's what triggered it. And that's why that's placed there. So I think that's really important to remember that like that's what's so important about that placement of that.
It's like seeing, we're seeing it there because Ellie is seeing it there. And I think that, or she's thinking about it there. And I think that's important. I know I always do this. I've talked about like 4 or 5 different movies I saw recently during this stream. Because when I'm just always thinking about things I've recently seen. So it's funny. If we did this like a year ago, I would have been using different, analogies, and probably a year from now, different analogies. But it reminds me, Austin, of seeing Heloise in the wedding dress, right? And that's it's placed there specifically in Portrait of a Lady on Fire at specific scenes. And the first time you watch, you're maybe like, why there? And what's happening? And then, you're like, oh, right, this whole film was a flashback. And that kind of thing is so interesting to me because it's not just a silly little flashback. I don't know. I know Austin's a Walking Dead fan. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the later Walking Dead seasons. Probably not.
Oh, you know what's weird is I kind of wanted to bring up the Daryl Dixon show. I don't know on the show, but I guess I am. Season 3 is coming out in like a month or two, and it's kind of wild that we've been able to get a season of that show every single year, and it's like not a cheap show to like film. They film it in France. Yeah, there's a third season.
Season 3?
Yeah.
When did season 2 come out?
You didn't? Yeah. Season 2
it came out last year. So I guess, season 3 is coming out this year.
That's the only spinoff that I care about besides, all right. Yeah.
It just kind of, I think I wanted to bring that up in like a call or something, but I brought it up now because we have talked about on stream, just like streaming and like release schedules. And that show is just trucking right along.
Yeah, I'm not calling Zoo out specifically about that because he's not the one who makes the call on this shit. It's more so HBO and the greedy billion-dollar companies. But do not feed me this shit is too expensive and we don't make TV.
Oh no, like they could. It's just that they never would.
Yeah, but wouldn't y'all argue that like AMC generally puts out content much quicker than others?
No, it's different compared
but
to
also
HBO.
it's a zombie show and the makeup on that show is incredibly impressive. And
the prosthetic work is incredible
in France, and the cinematographers are really solid for it.
That's
and I don't think Norman Reedus is a cheap get anymore, to be honest.
Although very wasted in Ballerina, but
I agree.
Anyways, this isn't about that show, but it just like popped into my head. And
no, it's kind of relevant to what I'm talking about anyway. Funny enough, because
season 1 was just Last of Us, escorting the immune child.
And AMC also, because they have so many different Walking Dead spinoffs, it's like they could always have one out. It's kind of like what Doctor Who wanted to do and then didn't do. It's just they want to have this, like Marvel does and Star Wars is doing, but they're trying to slow down now. Is like they're always having the show there. So it's like the universe will always be there. But also, it kind of makes it hard for some people to like, okay, I missed 4 MCU shows at this point, you know? So that's a danger of doing that. And obviously, HBO's mindset is to do it shorter and further out, but that's not really the great answer, especially for something like Last of Us. So it's like there needs to be some sort of middle ground. And AMC is probably hitting that middle ground for Walking Dead if you care, especially even more if you're like Dr. Forgon, where you only care about like the Daryl show and you don't care about Dead City or something like that. But
because Dead City's ass.
Yeah,
but it's
the makeup on it's still really solid though.
If you, for me though, the reason why I was bringing up Walking Dead in the first place is because in Walking Dead, and it's not unique to Walking Dead, many other shows do this, games, movies, whatever. In Walking Dead, there are sequences where characters talk to themselves and have fully lucid, like, hallucinations. And I don't know about you guys, never happened to me. And I understand that people Walking Dead
well,
universe.
That Atlanta heat probably from the summer, bro.
But every time that happens, I always am taken out of it because I'm like, people don't do this. That doesn't happen. Like Abby's nightmares in Last of Us Part 2, amazing. I think they're portrayed like people actually would have nightmares. When Carol sees people like walking, like actually, like she's not asleep, she's alive, and she sees people there. I'm like, you're just like you belong in like a mental asylum, Carol, because you're seeing things. Like you're just you need help. You don't need like
it's up and down.
You need to be.
I don't know how realistic it is or anything like that, but I'm sure people in high stress, life or death situations have probably had some. I don't think it's uncommon because that's gotta come from somewhere.
But I also
because I know you're talking about Rick as well with the
with Lori and the telephone. Yeah,
but his pregnant wife is about to die in this prison.
I could argue that with Rick's, it didn't bother
probably
me.
Malnourished,
right?
Probably
and
dehydrated.
I could argue with Rick, it wasn't as bad because it was, it was just a little thing early on, and it was not fully actually there. It would be, again, bringing it back to Heloise, it would be like if Marianne sees Heloise without it being a flashback. Like, that would just be so fucking odd to me. But then it's the conscious of like,
you're gonna hate David Lynch, bro.
Yeah, but see, again, that's a different thing. David Lynch is trying to do something completely different. And I feel like he's not striving for realism there, and I feel like Walking Dead tries to ground it as hard as it is in a zombie thing. And
yeah,
I feel like it fails, and it's not unique to Walking Dead. It's just that's always in my head, and
it's the easiest it's the easiest thing to point to for like a bad example.
And when people I don't know if it happens to you guys, but when people always talk about like dream sequences and things, I'm like, oh man, they're probably going to be shit because I'm someone who I remember a lot of my dreams all the time, so I understand. Like, again, people are very different, but like I know, like I dream a lot, so I understand. And then Abby's dreams, I think, are wonderfully done. In Perfect Days, again, using an example of a movie that I just saw, at the end of each day when there's those like dreams, that's well done. When it's something like it's just out of nowhere, and they're fully, especially when they're fully lucid, they're awake and they're seeing things. It's just, I'm like, hallucinations are different than dreams. Also, it's a very different thing. But it's, again, goes back to what we were saying before and to what Dr. Forgon just said about this, the way the characters are and the realism that you just don't get from other things, specifically gaming. But yeah, that was a long tangent.
I don't remember where it started.
Well, before that, I was just asking as if anyone else had anything to say specifically about the ending. I think you answered, Psycho.
I did. I was in the middle of answering before the
he was.
I think.
Yeah.
So I was.
You said, "Hold on, I got a dog on Walking Dead, real quick."
Yeah. Trying to remember. I think I was talking about how like the seeing Joel with the guitar and the final fight, how that was like intercut into there. And I think them following that up when you are, Ellie with the guitar and she can't play it anymore, right? But like every time she's picked up the guitar, there's been a flashback, pretty much. So like she's picking up the guitar again, and you're wondering if there's going to be a flashback or not, if they're going to kind of leave it open-ended, right? And then it cuts to black, and you hear the music. And like when that happened, I was like, so that's it, like it's over. But then it comes back on, and you see Joel sitting there playing the guitar, and then you're like, oh, this is how it's going to end. It's going to end with a flashback. And then when you watch through that whole thing, and you realize like this is what she's been like suppressing, like from her brain. Like this is the reason she's actually doing this, is because she never got to continue this conversation with Joel or to repair this relationship with Joel. Like that's what's been driving this whole thing. It's not like just her wanting to get back at Abby for what she did. It was what Abby truly took from her, and that was the reason it like flashed in her mind and got her to stop killing Abby. Was she remembered like, this is why I've been doing this. This is what I have been trying to block out of my brain this whole time. And it's not going to change it at all if I continue with this. And that's why she lets go of it. So I thought that was really excellently well done.
I agree. And I think that's the most important thing there, is that the whole game you go by and you think that Ellie's essentially doing this because she just wasted her whole, 2 years with Joel by hating him, and that they never got to resolve what they had. And then at the end, you see they did resolve it, or at least started to.
It's a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, thank God.
Right. And my dad, the way he said it was perfect when he saw it. Because again, we've talked about how it's a great scene in the show. It's just where it's placed that we don't like. But my dad felt the same way I did, which is that when Ellie says, I don't know if I could ever forgive you for that, your heart sinks. And then she says, but I would like to try. And then you're like, oh, it's like you said, it's a sigh of relief where you're like,
dude, where it like gets me is when Joel says like, I'd like that.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I can't even like that. That's when I start crying every time. And I'm just like, oh,
right. And I like,
because you can hear how choked up he is. It's such a good performance.
Right after that, when then Ashley's like, or Ellie says, see you around. And Joel's like, yeah. Like it's in his throat, like just, man, such a.
It's the best.
So good.
It's the best scene in either of the games.
That's one of the best performances I've seen by an actor is Troy Baker in that scene. And again, we could talk about Laura and a million scenes in the game. Ashley during Joel's death, like we've given a lot of credit to Neil and Hallie throughout, but the performances that we got to talk about of Troy and Ashley and Laura are phenomenal. Everyone, Shannon Woodward as Dina is fantastic. They all are. Austin, when you went away one of these times, I know you keep your mic, so you heard, but when we were talking about Owen in the boat, when he's just talking about how he just doesn't want to kill Scars anymore. And I just love that scene because it shows how he's human.
He's at the end of the journey that both of these other two characters are.
Yes, they haven't. Right. And that's also what makes Jesse such a great character, because Jesse is at the end of that journey pretty much when we meet him. Jesse's already viewing this as pointless and stupid. And I love that. And yet he's still willing to go on this for his friends. He says, my friends can't get out of their own damn way. And Joel, Ellie, and Abby, I don't believe they're awful people. Don't believe they're the villains. Because people, especially in this world, they're so nuanced. And, people, someone can make the argument as they're murdering people, they're bad people. But you also have to take into context, it's a video game, and also in this world, Indiana Jones is a mass murderer, right? Nathan Drake, fucking serial killer, hundreds of people Nathan Drake killed. So you don't view it like that, right? So especially in an action thing. So of course, they're all bad because they kill people, but you acknowledge that that's in this world. I think that they're all just trying to survive, Ellie, Joel, Abby. But Owen and Dina and Jesse, I think they're arguably too good for the world. The world is too dark and mean for them. And it shows because 2 of the 3 are killed. You know? Lucky Dina. but Jesse and Owen are killed for it. And
living in Jackson for too long will do that to a man.
Yeah. But it's done well, and especially again, we spent most of the stream talking about, of course, the most important parts of the game of Ellie, Abby, and Joel, and everything leading from them. But when we talk about the supporting characters like Dina, I said earlier on that when the game started, I was like, I don't give a fuck about you, because I didn't until you do. And by the end of the game, I just wanted Ellie to stay with her. I didn't want Ellie to go. It was just, how can she betray Dina like this? But at the same time, you get it. Very parallel to Ellie and Abby. I understand both of them, just like I understand Ellie and Dina. I understand Ellie and Abby. And Joel. Because I love that scene on the porch where Joel says, because he stands up tall and he says, if the Lord gave me a second chance, I would do it all over again. He looks Ellie right in the eyes when he makes eye contact. And you
That's
see
the only time he stands up and the only time he makes eye contact.
Right. He does not regret that in the slightest, even what happens with him and Ellie. And if there was some time stone shenanigans, some TARDIS shit where Joel was able to see how it turned out, I think Joel would still make the decision, knowing he would be killed.
Yeah.
Because that's love. And sometimes it's selfish. And sometimes it leads to horrible things. But at the end of the day, love is beautiful. And I think that is the message of these games. As brutal and bitter and horrifying things that happen, it's really about love. And I also think, maybe to your credit, Psycho, when you were talking about how, there are other games to play that are more just action-y. I haven't played it, and I don't like to judge games if I haven't played. But I feel like it would be hard to make a 4-hour stream talking about Doom Story, and I don't think we would cry at the end of that.
No.
So, yeah.
I could talk about those games for 4 hours.
Stu.
I couldn't talk about the story. I'll say that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I just don't think that's something that's what makes Last of Us special. What were you going to say, Dr. Forgo?
I was just saying goodbye to Stu. I know that guy.
Oh, okay.
So, shout out to Stu for watching.
Thanks for hanging out.
As far as the ending goes, obviously the porch is the most important part, but the thing that sticks with me is Ellie sitting in the water after she lets Abby go, and she's just crying and just can't believe, and all the emotions are rushing to her because she's probably thinking about that moment. And you get her trying to play the guitar after, and it's haunting, and it's perfect, and it's bittersweet in a way, and everything about it is great. What a perfect ending. What a perfect ending to this masterpiece of a fucking game. It's pretty much. I have never gotten up from beating a game and just taken a walk just to be with my thoughts about what I just experienced. In this one, I did. And
I recently showed some of you guys my thoughts when I had just beaten it, because I had texted my friend Mike, and I was just, I think it was Austin and one of the Tylers. I don't remember which one.
Probably wasn't me, bro.
I don't think it was me. I don't think it was me either. Maybe it was. I don't know.
Wait.
Okay, I know it was definitely Austin. I don't know, but I showed some of you guys, maybe one of you guys, just my thoughts on the game and right when it ended, and I was just I was like, I think that's the best thing I've ever seen. That's the best game I've ever played.
Yeah, I think that was when you were sending the text to. We were in the call with Wilbon and Coffee.
Okay. It was
Yeah,
regular voice chat.
I remember beating the game, and I've said this story before, but I had got to like the kind of epilogue part where you start with Ellie again at the house, and it was probably like, I don't even know, it must have been like 2 a.m. or something, but I was like, no. Like, I'm sticking through this till the end. Like, I can't, like, I have to finish it. And I didn't hit credits till like 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
It
you
was
didn't know
the
the
same
whole
thing for me,
router.
except it was like 5 a.m. when I got to that point.
Yeah, it was
And I
4:30.
was like, I'm not done.
I had work the next morning. It was a Sunday night, but I was like, no, I got to see it through. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I just remember beating it and feeling like, and I think this is actually when you had brought up Last of Us Part 2 on Figure Ball for the first time, Zoo. I think one of the first times that I commented and responded, I was like,
yeah, you were a lurker.
I was like, yeah, like that's a game that when I finished it, I felt like I had a pit in my stomach for like a couple weeks afterwards. Like, I just, even like playing the game again, I couldn't stop thinking about it all the time. And I don't know, it's just special. And one thing I do want to shout out to, I know you always say you love the ending song of the first game, The Path. My favorite
Beyond
Last of Us song
Desolation.
is Beyond Desolation.
That's great.
So good.
Yeah. And I love the way Naughty Dog, and I think honestly a lot of the Sony first party studios do this. Just the whole, like the way that like the song starts and then like it cuts to black and then it just says Naughty Dog. And it's just like, and it's just like I don't know. It's just really, really special team over there. And I think a lot of the PlayStation studios do similar things, like the way they kind of have intro credits and outro cuts to black like that. It makes it feel more like theatrical and special and like
It's
epic.
more cinematic that way, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I get chills. Like when things cut to black in a really good fucking way, it gets me, bro. Like it gets me. I was telling Zoo and Tyler the other night about like at the end of the Batman, I love when he's on the bike and the crescendo of the score, and then it just cuts to black, and it's like, I love that shit. And I think Naughty Dog does that perfectly in like all their.
I would say Andor, the first arc of Andor, like that third episode when it just cuts and you like have like flashing back between him as a kid and then back to the present, and then it cuts. I was like, that was the moment I was like, this show is like fucking amazing. Like
I think when Andor,
I can't wait to see the rest of this.
When Andor starts like 0.01 of season 1, it's like, this is peak.
Yeah,
that is fair.
It's such like a nerdy thing, but really like epic feeling intros and sentimental outros like cuts to black are so important to me. Ghost of Tsushima does it really good too when you're on the horse and it just says like game by Sucker Punch, and it's like, you're locked the fuck in, bro. Like it's so
get the music. It's just
I love it.
I don't want to spoil, because I know Austin, you said you were going to watch it at some point, and you said your friend was into it, but the Sopranos cut to black at the end. Everybody.
Oh yeah,
some
everyone
people
knows
hate that, but
that show.
Yes, but that is fantastic, and some people don't like that, but that is fantastic.
What a wild song to pick as well, to just go with that.
Yeah,
Breaking Bad has a good cut to black too at the very end.
Yeah. But it's very interesting to me, and I think again credit to Neil Druckmann, that the parallels that we have been drawing have been more so film and television than other games. And that's why I do feel that to an extent, it's unfortunate, but to an extent, The Last of Us has ruined video games for me. Because everything is worse. I play games and I love them, and they're fantastic. I'm loving Assassin's Creed Shadows, but it's not Last of Us. I love Ghost of Tsushima. I'm very excited for
Play
Ghost
more
of
games,
Yote.
my friend.
Yeah, there we go. I'm very excited for Ghost of Yote, but it's not Last of Us. And the thing for me,
that's the experience like I would be looking for.
Exactly.
I know it's like unfair to play fucking Mario Odyssey like with that experience, but I'm also not going into that for that experience.
Right, it's a different
Tsushima. I might, in the back of my head, because I know that there's like a narrative there, or Uncharted. I know that there's a narrative, and if it's not at this bar, it's going to be down
Uncharted
here.
4 is.
Yeah, I was about
going to say. Uncharted 4 is.
I don't know.
I like it more than Last of Us, personally.
Here's my problem. Again, I might break both Tyler's hearts here, but when I play all these story-based games, I consider myself to have a pretty good memory. I remember loving Ghost of Tsushima when I first played it. 2 years after it came out,
Well,
I didn't remember the protagonist's name.
All right.
Jin Sakai, yes.
I would argue I love that game, but I would argue the weakest thing about it is sort of its character. Like the story's awesome. It is awesome. And the characters are great, but I don't think that game is really driven around how fun the combat and the world it is. Like it's
the world is fantastic. But that is my point, is that there are these amazing video games that I play and I love them, and at the time I'm like, this is amazing. But I know it's gonna break Psycho's heart, but he knows I feel this way. But it's like I can't tell you plot details of what happened in Spider-Man. And I love that game. I give that game like a 9.5 out of 10 when I first played it.
I agree with you here, Zoo, that it has like raised the bar for.
Like I still enjoy gaming. I'm not saying I don't enjoy it.
I think it's storytelling specifically.
This isn't even as much like Last of Us Part 2 is a top 5 game for me, but it's not even my favorite modern game. Like my favorite modern game, and modern is like, I guess like the last 10 years, I would say, is Red Dead 2. And it's just because I think the gameplay in Red Dead 2 is that's much better.
Yeah, I'm just.
But I can't even really compare the two because
I love
everything else in Last of Us blows Red Dead 2.
Yeah, and I feel the way you feel, Tyler, about like things like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like that game is everything to me, and like the last hour of Tears of the Kingdom is like. Just knocked my fucking shit off. So it's not like there are still other amazing experiences to be had. It's just different. It's just like the Last of Us Part 2 is just so intimate, but other things are intimate in kind of different ways.
It's exactly it's that different thing. Like again, I'm extraordinarily excited for GTA 6. I cannot wait for that. And Red Dead Redemption 2 is probably the best game I've ever played. But The Last of Us Part 2 is the best narrative in a game, which puts it above for me. Like I think Red Dead, the narrative is fantastic, but I still think the narrative is worse than Last of Us.
No, you're not wrong there. It's just the emotional, like I said it like way earlier. It's just The Last of Us, both games just make you hit literally every human emotion,
and that's why the plot's relevant and important to the real world, to like to real world feelings and things. And
for someone,
it's just hard for me to even compare it to anything else. This is my whole point. Like I can't even.
For someone like Austin, who is not a gamer, I could probably count the games on one hand that I would recommend to someone like Austin, because they would be actually games where 5 years after playing it that I'm still thinking about the story, because I think that's what Austin would be looking for, is a movie-like game. Of course, besides the opposite experiences that you're doing with Austin with like Mario Kart and Minecraft and something like that. But it's few and far between, and some of them you may not even like that type. So that's why it's just like you said, you're not a gamer, and it makes sense. So like while I'm very excited for GTA 6, like I don't think I'd recommend. Obviously, I haven't played it yet, but I don't think I'd recommend that to you. Even though
I've never played one.
Right, exactly. So
I'd probably just recommend Austin watch the cutscenes of the other games, because
but the fact that
he's not going to get the experience playing it. Like it's not going to be
the fact that you can with all these games just watch the cutscenes. Makes it infinitely less interesting, I think, to someone like Austin.
See, and my answer is I think a lot of the, not to be like a fanboy, but I think a lot of the PlayStation like studio stuff is like the best type of stuff to play if you're not crazy into games.
Because they are trying to do
this. You might like this Death Stranding. I don't know. I'm currently playing it. I keep hearing it's incredible.
It is.
I am sending my PlayStation copy to Austin. Whether he plays it or not, that'll be up to him. But I have no need for it anymore.
I have not played it.
But
I want to.
I have not played it yet either. I have my.
I'll be playing DS2 in about 2 days. So.
But we keep going sidetracked. Does anyone else? This is like the third time I've said it. We keep going sidetracked. It's fine.
Did Jacob
anyone else have anything about the ending to say?
Just what a masterpiece of a game, and you genuinely can't have one without the other. Like Zeus said earlier, it's Last of Us Part 2. And man, yeah, through the first through the first playthrough, you know, when you're basically drowning Abby at the end and murdering her, there's just like that feeling of rage and revenge and all that. And then the second playthrough, it's not that anymore. It's like, shit, I'm like bawling. This is just so just wrong. Like all of it, the entirety of it is just so messed up, and everything that happened, you know, not only Joel, which kicked it off, but you know, Jesse and Owen and Mel and Manny, everything from Ellie and Abby. You know, Ellie's biggest fear, and I've said it before on the stream, is ending up alone, and that's exactly what happened. She ended up alone. No Dina. We see at the end when I think it's right before Beyond the Desolation starts playing, you see how dilapidated the house is. Like, it's been sitting there in shambles for a long time. Dina's been gone for a long time. It's taken her a long time to get from Jackson Hole, Wyoming to Santa Barbara. Like, I live in California. I've made the drive from Northern California to Santa Barbara, and that's a long fucking drive. So, just a wonderful series. Whether they make a part 3 or not is, you know what, the story has hit a good point to call it good. If you wanted to throw in the towel there, if you wanted to make a third one, I'm freaking down. What could we do? More Ellie stuff, trying to get back into Dina's life. Maybe something happens, whatever. There's so much that you can do if they wanted to go with that route. I know that Neil is busy with Intergalactic, and maybe he's just kind of waiting for some of the controversy of the last game to die down, some of the heat. So
and now with the show, exactly right. I know that that's been getting a lot of attention in many different aspects. So freaking amazing gameplay mechanics. Just, I'm sure if they made a part 3, it would just be even better, right? The second game was so freaking good. We talked about it. The gore. My favorite pistol the gun was the hunting pistol, the one that Abby uses. Just menacing gun. So fun. Just in a game from a gamer, it's just such a fun game to play, and they did such an amazing job at executing every little thing, from like the arrow drop, which has been in previous games. I know that the bullet drop with the sniper aspect didn't really come into play too much. Like, I was kind of thinking that we would get that more, you know, that scene with Tommy, obviously. But the graphics, I haven't played it on PS5. I've only played it on PS4, but I've been telling myself I'm going to get a PS5 soon, play the remake. I'm sure it's going to be even more of a beautiful experience than playing it on a dusty PS4. So, but even that was amazing. So I'm freaking excited to play it on the PS5. That should be insane, man. So
I'm always really impressed when I go back and I watch the cutscenes, because I've been rewatching some of the cutscenes before doing this stream, and like realizing like, oh, this is the PS4 version, because I played the PS5
2020
version.
game on a base PS4.
Yeah, but it looks incredible, because they're at that point where they could push the PS4 to its absolute limit, and like they knew what they could do with it, and it still looks incredible on PS4 for sure.
Dude, you're spitting. Got to give it to you there. So excited to replay it again on PS5 eventually, and just it's been really fun to be able to hear all of your guys' perspectives on the show and on the games, and just to talk to you guys about it and listen to you guys talk about it has been awesome. So appreciate Zoo for hosting this space for us to come together and just talk about the Last of Us, because I don't really have anybody else to talk to about it. So
of course, I mean, I've loved it. It's obviously I've talked about, I still want to do more things on this channel, and that'll be fun. But it is bittersweet that this is our final ep for a while, because I've loved talking about this series. Even with the critiques of the game, it's just, this is, for a long time I would tell people that my favorite game franchises are Uncharted, Assassin's Creed, and Mass Effect, and I can't put those in any order. Probably Uncharted is what I would say, just like that, if I had to.
Yeah.
And then a few of my friends were like, your favorite game franchise is The Last of Us. Stop saying it's not that. It's The Last
First
of
off, fucking Uncharted over Mass Effect. That's crazy.
Us. Bro, I feel like when you play it, you might. I'm telling you, the narrative of 4 is Last of Us 1 quality. It's not Last of Us 2 quality, but it's Last of Us 1 quality.
I'm sure I'll like it, but there's no way I'll like it.
I mean, it's Neil Druckmann, so it's like I'd say it's the same level of quality. I would group Last of Us Part 1, Part 2, and Uncharted 4 like in the same kind of level of quality, in my opinion.
Right, but I think that just doing this and especially getting to know Jacob more. I only knew him a little bit, but that's been very fun. And then getting to know Tyler T-Mac at all, because I didn't know you really at all before this. So
man,
that's been very, very nice. But I also wanted to say I was looking for a time when specifically to bring this up, but there was no natural time. But I just wanted to talk about how, as someone who collects figures, we all do in some respect. Having Last of Us merch is so important to me. It's why everyone's laughing. I want that rubber ducky of Joel.
That thing is cool.
The Last of Us.
There's
merch,
one of Bill too, and
I did one of a lot. I can't go over.
Like I want the Bill one.
Yeah, but I have some Last of Us prop things which I wanted to show, which are very cool because I have Dina's bracelet that she gives to Ellie.
Oh, that's what it looks like.
Yeah,
I love cool.
that.
I gotta buy that journal that you got.
Yes, I got Ellie's journal.
Oh,
which is
wow!
Fantastic. It's a 1-to-1 replica. It has every drawing.
Bro, I got that too. Just let that thing air out when you get it, bro. Let it air out for a little bit.
Does it stink?
Air out, really?
Mine smelled like some straight up Bale's toy store.
Is it the leather on it? Is it like the fake? Is it fake leather or is it like a real leather on the?
Mine was completely fine. I don't know. That's Are you sure because there were 2 sellers? Maybe you bought it from a different one than I did.
I bought it from the prop store that had like.
Yeah, because we had figured it out. Remember?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It could have just been that copy. Could have just that I got. Just it's fine now, but for like 2 days, it smelled like ass.
Damn. But then, if anyone, if you guys have seen the end of Figure Ball, I've been reading puns because I got a replica of Ellie's pun book from the game.
Nice. Let's go.
Which is awesome. So,
heck yeah.
I just,
it's not right.
What?
Left.
I knew you were gonna say that. But I just really like that stuff. Obviously, you all know that I'm not the biggest Hot Toys person, but Last of Us is doing Hot Toys, and I'm very excited.
Yeah.
So it's again showing the importance. I know Psycho's gonna be like, but you got Simpsons figures, you don't even watch that. But generally speaking,
it's iconic, bro. He's got it because it's iconic.
Exactly. But generally speaking, when I love something, I want to get the merch from it. So I'm all in on Last of Us merch, and
But you bought Simpsons figures.
Yeah, there we go. But it's my favorite franchise of all time. Crazy to say, but I like it more than Star Wars. I like it more than
Simpsons?
Uncharted. I like it more than The Simpsons.
The Simpsons are peaked, bro.
Simpsons is your favorite thing. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, exactly. But
got a whole shelf dedicated to those.
Wait. So,
boxes right there.
I think I just registered what you said. You like it, The Last of Us more than Star Wars?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't even. That's not even a competition. I think the problem is it's hard for me to like. I know it is, but I don't really view Last of Us as a franchise because it's just 2 games and a show.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. Like Star Wars is an entire. Right. But Star Wars is like the biggest universe that I love.
Splitting that second game into fucking 3 seasons. Boy,
Right.
It is franchise city.
Yeah. But
also, how many times have they re-released that damn game? Isn't
Bro,
that
there's
controversial?
40 re-releases. Okay?
And I'm a sucker, and T-Mac and I were talking about this, and we'll buy it every time.
I just my opinion of it is that it's people only think it's funny and clown on it because Naughty Dog hasn't made another game since Last of Us Part 2. But for
And also,
me,
why is it fine when Jaws makes 7 different 4K releases?
It's not.
Or Jurassic
here's my
Park
thing:
did.
as like a game collector,
It's Jaws, bro.
for me, it's just like as a game collector and game player, the thing that I always bitch about is like, some of my favorite games that are still stranded on PS2 or PS3 and haven't been brought over. So it's like for me, when games that I love get brought over in, like Last of Us Part 2 is remastered on PS5, and then Last of Us Part 1 is just remade on PS5. I'm like, I'm all for it because these are games that are now in the best state that they'll ever be in, and they'll just be eternal until the end of time now. You never have to touch them again. So I'm always kind of thankful for those things, but I get it. It's funny because they haven't put out a new game since.
It hasn't reached Skyrim level yet, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Until it's coming out on like.
And I don't know. I think Intergalactic will probably be here in 2027, which feels far away, but it's fucking not because time passes so fast at this point. So.
Yeah.
So fast.
Something else that I wanted to talk about is Future Days, because we didn't really go into that, but obviously when we talked about it in the show quite a bit, I know Psycho, obviously you weren't here for that, but I really yes, true, but I really enjoy how important that song is to the game, because obviously it's not subtle, but if I ever were to lose you, I'd surely lose myself. That applies to so many different things, because that applies to Joel, about he could not lose Ellie, hence he does what he does at the hospital. Ellie cannot lose Joel because she literally loses herself in the process and she becomes something unrecognizable. And Abby,
this is every YouTube comment I see any Last of Us Part 2 video. It's like, oh, because Ellie lost Joel. She lost herself. Oh my God, you figured it out. You did it.
Right, and it's of course it's Abby, right? She loses her father and she becomes one track mind. Just
Bro, Abby's so fucking cool.
She is.
Sorry,
but she.
Sorry. Little.
No, keep interrupting, Zoo. Keep doing.
Yeah. Okay. Behind the scenes for Tangy over here, to help me concentrate, I doodle, and I just pulled up like reference photos of Abby when we started talking about Abby just now, because I was like, I'm gonna draw a little.
Oh, I was doing that for a different reason, but.
There you go.
And I'm just like looking at this picture of her, the one with the ray, and she's holding the hammer. I'm like, God damn, she's so fucking sick.
You know what's really cool? I know Neil has like the hammer tattooed, like I think it's on his arm. It looks really, really cool though. I think he's got like the hammer and the switchblade on like a different one.
So
I'm like,
that's
cool.
proof that he hates Joel right there.
Yeah,
he got it inked on his body. I love
got the golf club.
Yeah,
It's on his back.
it's actually it's his Joel's face is his
exactly. It's Joel's
dismantled face on his back.
Fucking hell. Yeah.
My thing about Future Days is it is from one of my favorite all time bands, so I already loved it.
Of course.
And it's the story basically of the game essentially, which makes it even better. And shout out to Neil for going to the worst Pearl Jam album of all time and picking the best song from that album and using it in a game.
It's funny because I saw them in concert on that tour for that album.
That album, dude,
like 12 years ago.
I know people that like that album, and like kudos, it has 2 good tracks. I skip it every time.
Did they play Future Days when you saw them?
No, because I doubt, because you gotta keep in mind I saw them 12 years ago,
right,
so at that point the
it
album had
wasn't
just
as
come
big.
out. The songs that they played off it were like the big ones, like Mind Your Manners, and I don't even remember some of the other ones. But
Mind Your Manners is the best one.
Yeah, I remember that like being the big. They played that live, and that was actually like pretty fucking sick live. But now Future Days is so much more popular now because of The Last of Us. So.
I know I brought this
It's
up.
like present tense blowing up because of the Last Dance documentary, and it's present tense is a great song, but also like okay, not what I would pick.
It's I brought this up. I may not have been on stream. It may have. I know I brought it up off stream. But I always thought it was really cool in a recent concert a couple years ago that Eddie Vedder was like, he played Future Days. He's like, this one goes out to Joel and Ellie. Anyone else?
Yeah.
I even loved it in 2020. He played it at the Game Awards.
Yes.
I know it was virtual, which is
Yeah, it was-
unfortunate because of
but-
COVID, but it was really cool that he did that.
I like
really
that they
cool.
released that special cut of it couple months ago that I'll never own because they had to make it exclusive to
unfortunately.
their shitty fucking club, but whatever.
Yeah.
And it's Pearl Jam. Like they're an iconic band, they're an incredible band, they're a good band. Eddie Vedder is an incredible human being. It just fit, everything about it just fits. So.
And it's, obviously this is not the purpose of the stream, but we could talk about music forever, and a lot of us, we have.
If we're talking about music, I got 7 more hours. I can go 7 more hours.
Right, but I just early on in the stream, I made a joke and I was like, "Oh, this is an echo chamber," and
That's
to
okay.
an extent, it kind of is. But I also just think it's nice and refreshing for me as a human, just to talk about something that I love so much with other people who love it as well. And obviously we're relatively wrapping it up now, but I just want to say that this has been such a wonderful experience doing this with you guys, and I appreciate you guys so much for wanting to do this with me, and it's brought me so much joy. So I thank all of you.
Oh, man.
I thank you, Zoo.
been
Thank you for asking me to be on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, bro, you gave us all a creative outlet to talk about some stuff that we are really into. So
Something I never thought I'd ever talk
always
about.
thankful for that.
Yeah.
This is what The Last of Us means to me. This show.
There, see, I said we would answer at the end.
Who knew that this game that I played 5 years ago now I'd be talking about it to such intense lengths and passionate lengths, for several weeks. It's been my pleasure. I think all of us probably say that, Psycho included. He was here in the comments.
I was.
In spirit.
Yeah,
I was here in
absolutely.
spirit, yeah.
I mean, this has been a lot of fun, and it'll disappear onto the internet, but we'll all know it's still here. It's a cherished memory between a bunch of friends.
Of course. And I do think I'm probably still going to make a video at some point, just so it's in a video format. It'll probably be a lot of things that people say. And also, just in general, I feel like the video probably can reach more of an audience than streaming. Because at the end of the day, I mean, I appreciate the 9 people still watching, of course, 10 people, and then people who are in chat and we're here. But at the end of the day, I feel like most people who watch this watch it for us. And I would like to reach an audience of people who don't even know us. Just like, they're like, oh, why should I not hate The Last of Us? Because I don't know if you guys have seen comment threads like that on Reddit or whatever, where people are like,
I usually avoid those sides of the internet.
That's fair. But people are like, oh,
Just
I used
Reddit
to hate.
in general.
Yeah,
They're like, I
Side
used
of
to
it.
hate.
I go to
used
Reddit to try to boost likes on my posts on Instagram. Hey, go like this here.
There were things where people would be like, oh, I used to hate The Last of Us Part 2, and then I finally gave it a chance, and now I love it. And that kind of stuff always makes me happy because
I think it's going to age really well too.
yeah,
It's gonna-
100%. I think 5-10 years from now, because it's already been 5 years, so when it's 10 years, I feel like people will look back, because you even see people now that are defending the game immensely over the show, where people are like, the show butchered a fantastic.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
I've
mean, I
seen so
texted
many,
friends and was like, "Please, for the love of God, do not watch this. Play the game."
Right, and
Yeah.
I feel like that's Neil Druckmann talked about that, where he said he's seen criticism like that, and he said, how could he not? And he said he just thinks that it's so amazing that a game to some people can stand toe to toe, and to some other people it can surpass an HBO show. And he said, bravo to games, and he's so happy that could be the thing. That's why then some people say, see, it's a psyop for him to make people like the game.
I also
butcher the show on purpose so people play the game.
I also like that that even some shows can't surpass the game, specifically a show on HBO that might be about the same exact thing.
That shares nothing but the name and.
Or I was gonna say Uncharted, the movie. I saw that before I played the games, and I was like, that was mid. That was the most incredibly mid
Yeah,
movie
it's
I've ever
alright.
seen. I think I need to play
Why
the
did
games
this
now.
deserve an adaptation?
Bro, it's like
Find
that
out.
shit was so bad. I gotta
Yeah.
play the game.
Pretty much, yeah. That was my experience
And
with it.
the crazy thing is, I will say, even with all the problems, The Last of Us is a better adaptation than the Uncharted movie, which is crazy to say with all the problems in Last of Us.
It's
I
not a
don't know.
very
At least
high
the
bar.
Uncharted movie's
but
still
yeah.
fun.
And
Yeah,
I mean,
The Uncharted movie's not that bad. It's just they
it's not
kind
bad.
of
It's just not
they-
Uncharted.
it's just
they
not an
blend
Uncharted
they
movie.
blend games together instead of going in order. So it's sort of like they take elements from 4 and like mash it. It's weird, but
Also, how
it
a
just
lot of
feels
people
like Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg in like a modern adventure movie that's just
they
not
don't
that
feel like
great.
Nate and
Like
Cully
that's
at all.
what it feels like. Yeah.
Right. That's the
The
thing.
moral of the story is that Fallout is the best video game
It
adaptation of
really is.
all time.
And see what makes Fallout so interesting. And Josh Stargazer, you're saying I should cover it. I should cover it next.
Shout out Stargazer.
What makes it different
Yeah.
is it's not following the same narrative.
Yeah,
Is it's just
in the
It
universe.
had Kyle MacLachlan in it.
And Ella Purnell. Hey.
Yeah.
And Walton Goggins. Those three alone
And
make that show go.
Based Walton Goggins.
Yeah.
I will sing Walton Goggins praise all the time. If you like
I got my
Timothy Alford
Twin
and Walton
Peaks.
Goggins.
I got my Justified.
Yeah.
I got my Yellow Jackets. And then
There
I
you
got Fallout. I got my 1950s, nuclear Fallout, bro.
Yep. I'm looking through my notes to see. I think we finally covered 4 hours in everything that I wanted to cover. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the ending, but I also wanted to bring up the theater conflict between like the actual cutscene part of it is like I was shocked. I forgot how visceral and violent the like cutscene is, and I forgot that Abby was literally like choking like Ellie out before like Dina came in, and then the fucking head mash that she does to Dina. I was like, holy crap, this is and like
you
how
kind of cringe while you're watching it, like, oh Jesus.
yeah,
Dina should be
those
dead.
cuts on Abby are so deep too. I was like, holy, it's just that it was. I just like, please stop, everyone
Right.
in this room, stop fighting. Let's all just get along. And then just I think everyone covered everything I wanted to really say just about the ending, how emotional it is that Ellie has lost a physical representation of Joel's
she needs to find a left-handed guitar. That's all she needs. Maybe if she actually maybe if she just actually started covering the guitars when she finds them instead of just leaving them out.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, respect the equipment, girl. Absolutely outstanding game and story. I think mostly my praises are for the story. It's not an easy story to get through, and it's a long, grueling experience that leaves you on a note where it's like, it's over. Usually when the cutscenes in that game kicked in, I was always like, I can put down the controller. I don't have to kill anyone anymore. Final thoughts. I really love Abby, of course. I love playing with the dog. Playing fetch with the dogs was really great. I played fetch with Alice for so long in the theater this time that Yara goes, "Hey, maybe we should keep going."
Yeah, so that's when I know it's time to stop too.
How much time did you waste just picking the guitar? Just like once you got the ability
I
to
love doing
open play, like
it's very satisfying to just bing, 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 bing. I've seen those people who have actually played.
Yeah, it's incredible.
That's
I've
dummy.
been there for a while. I would just look up those videos and be like, I want to play this in the game. And
Right.
just would meticulously follow till I got it as close as I could get it.
Yeah.
I guess it's the remake where you get like costumes and skins for Ellie. I've seen people do
Yeah.
like the aquarium confrontation in like the astronaut like suit or something like that. That's ridiculous.
Abby has.
They even have the intergalactic.
Yes, that's cool. Ellie has the
Yeah.
intergalactic.
jacket.
The actress who plays Nora in the show is the main character of Tati Gabrielle. Her name is. She's also the villain in the Uncharted movie, but she is the lead in Intergalactic. I think her name is Jordan in the
Jordan
game.
Munn.
But I think that's so cool. I mean, obviously it's silly, like you're saying, but Uncharted has done some things like that. Also,
No, it's
Alanah
like
Drake is
it's
peak.
like big head mode and like
right. Have you,
you know fucking
Austin?
Yeah.
Have you seen Have you seen Punk Abby? Her outfit, Punk Abby.
Oh yeah, it's hot as fuck.
That
Yeah,
is
they
amazing.
Ellie has like a bunch of like the other like PlayStation franchises shirts
Yes.
too, like Astro Bot, Ratchet and Clank,
Yeah.
like all the other like mascots, which is cool.
Yeah, I would approach Abby outside a bar and ask her to flick her cigarette at me in that punk fit. I would let her stomp, yeah, she could spit on me, fucking disrespect me. Yeah,
I'd let her hit me with a golf club if she wanted.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Psycho spitting. Yeah, I didn't know that I saw that recently. The
I love the shades, the sunglasses. She looks so good.
yeah. I was like, wow.
I saw a scene. Someone was playing the scene where she's about to slit Dina's throat with the sunglasses, and she looks so goofy there.
I love that type of stuff. That is like a classic, like just video game thing. Like you said, I know,
like big head, that's a great thing. That Austin's a big head mode.
Yeah,
Or there's
like the
Donut
Arkham
Drake.
games.
I was
Right.
very disappointed
Oh
with
yeah, there's
Donut
Donut Nathan Drake, and
Yeah.
and Jack and Daxter games. They have like big head and small head mode. So they've done little things like that forever, which is really
Yeah.
cool.
Just silly
Yeah.
little fun things. Can't do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't use any of the skins unless it's no return because like
Yes, I use a no
I'm not
return
doing
all
that
the
in
time though.
I'm not
If
doing
I'm
that in
playing-
the story.
If I'm playing as Ellie right now, I'm using Jordan's jacket, and if I'm playing as Abby, I'm using that punk outfit. 100%.
Okay. Cool.
But in the story, I don't change outfits.
I don't know if we want to say like anything about like the Rattlers.
Oh yes, I
Talk
wanted to
about
bring
them like at all.
Yes, I'm glad that you said that because I didn't write it down in my notes, but it is something I wanted to talk about because for me, a part of the game I get really emotional about is right before the Rattlers. It's when Abby is talking to the Fireflies, and Abby says, who she is. She's like, Dr. Jerry Anderson was the person there. He was my father, and the guy's like, well, how about that? And then she tells her where Abby is, and then he says, "Good luck, Abby from Santa Barbara." And the musical cues there, and just how it is. I know it's cheating. Musical cues. People always hate that because, it works for me though. I admit, like, Portrait of a Lady on Fire, very emotional movie, but I did not cry during that movie, and I feel like the reason why, even though I felt the emotion, is because the film uses music in such an interesting way. There's only music 3 times in the movie, and they're important. But I feel like I am a sucker. I fall victim to when the games and the movies they
You're
play.
telling me you didn't cry at the end of that movie?
Bro, no. See, at the very end though, that's different. The very end, you're like, oh my
Okay.
god, that's so
I
crazy.
was
But
about
I'm
to say, don't have me back on. You did not cry at the end of the Portrait of a Lady on Fire.
but I'm
out.
saying like overall, it's like
I was a mess.
See, mine was just like, oh my god, it was like that. But
Yeah.
we'll talk about that. But
I was in that theater just like I felt it, and then I was like, what do you like cry and like you're trying to stop yourself, but then it's like,
yeah,
I was a fucking mess. I was just sitting there just weeping like, oh my god, stop, you're embarrassing yourself.
I just fall very victim to music. So when there's
I think music's really important for that kind
Yes,
of thing.
of
I think
course.
people underestimate that a lot. It's like
Oh.
a lot of the most emotional parts of movies and things like that are because of the music.
I think a lot of my favorite movies are because of music. I think that's why I love Interstellar so much. I think the score is so just important to everything about that movie.
Yeah, no. Tangy's speaking my language right now.
I do think though that that's very interesting because even Austin playing it multiple times, Austin didn't get it, and then I told Austin at the end of the game the main menu changes and you see Abby's boat on Catalina Island. She did make it. And
it's next to Psycho.
It's been here the whole fucking time.
Yeah, there you go.
That's as many.
And I love that.
Yeah, I'm a dumb motherfucker. I didn't get it. I just thought that was like Santa Barbara.
Right. And well, here, Psycho, can you bring that back again?
No one told me that it was Catalina Island. So
if you look at that building in the background, if you look at that building in the background, that round building, that's like an iconic building from Catalina Island. That's why people know.
Yeah, I've never been there.
Yeah,
I never looked at a map.
Right, so I understand, but yeah, that's true.
No, I like reverse I guess like brainwashed myself. I thought that was just like
just the Rattler.
Like the beach that Ellie her
beat her ass on.
story starts on. I thought that was just like in the corner of hers. So I was like,
that's why I was so surprised when you and I had talked about this, and you were like, "Oh, I thought they were all lying on the radio. They were Rattlers." I was like, "No, that's like the whole."
Yeah, I thought because I kept pausing and asking really specific questions and where she was and she gave us the address and then they show up. I thought they just picked up her signal.
Right.
When I was playing it this time, I was farting around in that house as Abby, and I was like, okay, guess it's because I was looking for a way out of the house that wasn't through the garage. And I was just why aren't you leaving? I was like, because if I leave, Abby's gonna get jumped, and I just really am not emotionally prepared for that.
Real quick, I just want to say, Jar Stargazer, that I just figured it out. That's
it's
Forgon's mic. I don't know what that is. There's a very high pitched chirping, like crickets or something.
Still?
Yeah. It's constant.
It wasn't doing it before. It kind of just randomly. I don't know if you noticed. 10 seconds ago, I was making sure I wasn't hearing things in my house or something. But yeah,
I've had that happen before where I'm actually my ear is actually ringing, and I think it's just
oh, thanks. You just made my ears ring.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry.
We still hear it. I don't know what that is.
It's
okay. It's fine. Well, now it's
muted. Gone.
Yeah, but now he's muted, I think.
Yeah, but now we can't hear him either.
Yeah.
Can't hear me?
Oh, no, we can hear you.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, I think it's gone. I think we're still just hearing it in our heads because we were hearing it.
Bro,
4 hours.
Say something, dude.
No, it wasn't that long. It was
no, it wasn't that long.
Bro, I'm going.
It wasn't
that.
that.
Fuck all of this.
No, I was like, "What is that?" Then I was like, "Oh, it's probably crickets. It'll stop." And then when Darth Stargazer brought it up, I was slowly muting each of our mics to figure out who it was. And then it was
I saw you mute me. I was like, "What the fuck is he doing?" And then I realized I was like, "He must hear it too."
Yeah, I was like, "No, I don't want to hear what Team Mac is saying." That's why.
I realized what you were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I love that the Rattlers are the most comically evil group we've ever seen. So that way we don't have to have any kind of moral qualm about murdering them.
Right. I honestly that part of the game I could have done without. I was I didn't really at that point. Like I said, it was 6 a.m. and I was like, oh my, I don't feel like going through a whole 40-minute long combat section. I don't care about these fucking Rattlers. I just want to get to the end of the story at this point.
See, you know what? I know Austin and Dr. Four are gonna be like, I don't give a fuck. But that's why in season 4, they're definitely expanding on the Rattlers. Absolutely. There's no way they're not.
Guess what? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with that because I think they're cool. So I'm fine with that.
All right.
I just
think
want
they're
to
cool.
Interesting. Yeah. Why did I
No.
say cool? They're interesting. They seem interesting.
Yeah,
I
I
wanna-
actually
I wanna-
kind of
Honestly,
think
I
they're
think
kind
they
of
kinda have fun.
badass.
I just
I'd
I like
them
them.
if I was in the apocalypse.
I like
not
this
gonna
theme
lie.
in The Last of Us that there's just all these different factions everywhere. Because wasn't there one in was it in part 1 like the Ravens are kind of alluded to at 1.2? I don't remember exactly when, but there's like
I don't remember that, but
it's
you're
understood that
probably
there's like all sorts of different factions, but
I'm not
I
sure,
wanna
but
see,
go ahead.
I
Go
want to
ahead.
see those rattlers in like 3 single file straight lines walking up all goofy and just get mowed down one by one. That's all I want to see of them. I don't
Okay,
need to know their
logic.
backstory. I don't need to know what their intentions are. Just kill them. Just kill them.
What did you say, Austin, about Audrey?
I said, I wonder if Logic will come back
Oh, I thought you said something about Audrey.
to
My bad.
reprise.
But you
his,
know what?
cameo.
We won't see that.
Wait, what?
You know, Logic.
Yeah.
He's
Logic
one of the
Reason?
Rattlers. He's the one that
Oh,
like
Yeah.
Ellie feeds to the.
Do you know who the other Rattler is? The big guy?
Mm-mm.
Laura Bailey's husband.
Travis Willingham. Laura
I
Bailey.
didn't know
Oh, hell
that.
yeah.
That's crazy. That's
Yes,
cool.
and if you guys don't know who Matt Mercer is, or know who Matt Mercer is, famous voice actor, he is the leader of the slaves that Ellie frees.
I didn't know that.
Oh.
Really?
Yep.
Matt Mercer is Ganondorf in Tears of the Kingdom, but he's like another. He's in everything. He's another.
Yeah, Matt
like,
Mercer is one of the most prolific, just like Troy Baker and Nolan North. He's
he
probably
plays
number 3.
he plays Vincent in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth as well, who's like another iconic character. So he's pops around in everything as well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But-
I'm one of the things I'm upset about Abby not being buff in the show is now we're not going to get the line. She's got arms like mine.
Yeah,
I
and then
know it's
also
like
the
a
stark
I know it's a small
contrast
thing,
at the
but-
end of seeing Abby just so.
Exactly. Yeah.
The imagery of her like hung up like that is crazy.
I don't know about
Yeah.
you guys, but when I was looking around, I was like, "Where the fuck is Abby?" So I was looking, and I was like,
I know, and then there's
"That's
the
her?
other
What the
woman that's
fuck?"
there that like is supposed to kind of look like her that you find first.
Yeah, I was just stunned. I was like, "That's Abby," because I saw Lev, and I'm like, "Okay, so she's here somewhere." And
it
then
really
I'm
adds
like,
to it
"No."
too that like Ellie's gonna go through with it anyway, even though she can see like what's happened to Abby. Like Abby is not the same person like at all anymore. Like you can't even hardly recognize her.
But you
Like,
know what the
yeah.
crazy thing is? If Abby does, or if Ellie doesn't embark on this quest of revenge again, Abby and Lev die there. The slaves
It's
never
true.
get freed. Ellie probably just saved so many lives by going on her quest of revenge. It's crazy because,
It's true.
but Ellie also doesn't give a fuck. You see, she doesn't care about the slaves, and and when she's going to Abby, she's like going crazy. She's like Abby, and you just see like things are blowing up, and you hear whole fights going on with the slaves and the slavers, and they're all just doesn't matter to Ellie. Ellie's just on a one-track mind again, like Abby was, and
Yep.
Abby's just not that person. I love when she looks at Ellie, and she's like, I don't remember what she says, but something like "You're her," and then she's like, "Oh, there are boats this way." It's like I don't know what is going through Abby's mind right there, you know. And then because she starts to go, and Allie's like, "I can't let you go."
Allie?
Allie.
Allie.
I'm sorry. That was dumb.
Damn. Austin must be Tommy making fun of my accent like that. But
Yo.
yeah,
Ollie?
Bro, when
Yeah.
the hell did Dante get in here?
I mean, anyone glad they watch? Glad for Dante. Dante is gonna be on MNF next week.
Bro,
But-
joining at the end of the fucking.
Yeah. This is just all the end with Santa Barbara, all the slave stuff. But that again, that's why it's really cool because I completely forgot about Logic. But I do think it's funny to see. I always say I'm like, oh yep, that's Laura Bailey's husband. Travis Willingham.
What do you mean? Who the fuck is Logic, bro? What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking
Oh.
about.
He's a
You could be wrong.
rapper.
Well, I'm always on the side of logic and reason.
Yeah, exactly. Bro, I'm the one that doesn't know rap. How do
All right,
I?
good
You know
night.
what? I'm the one who doesn't.
It
know.
just clicked for me. You were talking about Logic, the rapper, and that guy. Never mind.
I'm not really a
That
fan
guy
of
is
his
so
I'm not-
incredibly corny and mid. He's not even in my brain.
I'm not really a fan of his music either, but the funny thing is he's in the game basically because he's just a huge Last of Us fan, and he kind of just like befriended Neil, and Neil kind of just was like, yeah, you can have a little role.
Yeah,
That's
basically
cool for him.
just like begged him.
They're just friends basically.
That's cool.
Please.
So put me in the game, or I'm gonna make a mid rap about you. That's
yeah,
so
yeah,
funny.
exactly.
Fucking hell.
Oh, I forgot about that guy. I thought he was like
Yeah,
just
we
been
all
dead in the past. He's gone.
He's not like a bad guy. Y'all are being so
No.
mean.
No,
He's
I'm not
like
saying he's a bad
a nice
guy.
guy.
No, he's just a
No,
terrible rapper.
he's-
Just doesn't make good music.
So I'm a little softer on him because there's people out there like Benson Boone. You know what I mean?
Also, doesn't make good music. They're
Like-
one and the same.
I don't know. Anybody that likes Last of Us Part 2 is all right in my book.
Honestly, spitting.
Right.
Logic's. Here's the thing. I don't like Logic's music, but when I found out that he liked Last of Us,
You're
he
like,
even had Neil on his podcast like a year ago, and I was like, I like this guy now.
Ooh.
All right, bro. Who's more mid and corny, Logic or Chance the Rapper?
Well, Chance the Rapper was
I like
good
Chance.
until his like last album, so I liked Coloring Book and Acid Rap.
Acid Rap. That's it, bro. That's all. That's all there is.
I like Coloring Book.
but also, I feel like we didn't really talk about like the battle on the Seraphite Island. Like,
Yes. Spit, bro.
not to like stretch this, you know. I don't know,
No. I'm down to talk for however long we wanted to. I'm just surprised Dr. Forgon. Oh no,
Yeah,
you needed
yeah,
to go in like soon, right? I forgot because you.
Yeah, I gotta go.
It's 12.
It's almost 1 a.m.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I forgot you're my time. I thought for a
Yeah.
sec. Yeah, I forgot that
No,
you were. I thought you were a year.
I
Yeah.
stayed a little longer because I thought it was going to be over, but
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, we could wrap it up as soon as Austin's done with that because I wanted to. I that is something that I don't know if you guys have heard, but I've heard a lot of criticism where people have said it doesn't need to be there. My cousin who doesn't like the game, that's what he says. He says that
the Seraphite Island?
Right?
Yes,
What?
yes, he said that like I didn't care about
It's
what
okay
was
to be
going
wrong,
on.
you know?
I mean,
I mean,
He said
even if
he-
you don't care about what's going on, like,
Yeah,
Like,
it's so
such a
integral to like
cinematic
Lem's character.
and,
Right,
like,
I care about-
exciting. It's
Right.
just so fucking crazy. Like,
because it's that the Seraphites are the only part that's so not connected to Ellie. I mean, they've encountered Ellie a couple times, but not much.
but who cares? It's just
Exactly.
connected
It's
to
like-
fucking Abby
Right. By that point of the story, it is heavily connected to Abby and also
and Lev.
And then
Yeah.
if you care about Lev, then I feel like you should.
And like we have to go there to get him back. It just really sucks that this is happening at the same time. But oh wow, that's just more conflict on top of the conflict that we already have.
and what happens after, right? Because the Seraphites are mostly wiped out. The WLF has no leaders, mostly wiped out there. It seems because everybody was there. If you listen to the radio when Abby, goes
Yeah,
to the
yeah. I
theater,
sat there in the theater
yeah,
and listened to it. It's
you
just
could hear
like,
it's just fucked up. Like everything's it's
Mhm.
all went foobar.
I'm
So-
just pissed at myself because I was like doing fairly well at like actually getting through that part without shooting like a lot of people. So I had like a lot of ammo, and so when I dropped my backpack, I had like probably the most like equipment that I had like in the entirety of the 3-day trek, and I was like, no, we gotta go back for that bag.
I
But
love the
I-
flamethrower
Unbelievable.
too, Bobby.
Yeah,
So
I. That's just another kind of reason I'm mostly, not even mostly. I'm just out on the shows. It won't be adapted as incredibly as it is presented in the game, and I'm just gonna keep playing the game because it is so cinematic. It is so exciting. You know, riding that horse through all of this fire and all this chaos, and this man that can take a scythe, you know, to the face. That's not realistic, but god damn, is it fucking awesome.
Yeah, that whole time, I'm like, oh my god, die already.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
yeah.
Yeah, that part's crazy.
I'm sure one day, like, someone will get the rights to like make a movie, and it'll just be a banger.
See, I don't know because I feel like it's too much to be done in a movie. So much will be cut down.
Oh,
And stop them from trying to make an Uncharted movie. That's all.
True, but
yeah.
even so, Uncharted is like the first couple. They're like a 6-7 hours. Last of Us 1 is 14 hours, and 2 is like 20 to 30, depending on how you play. And how do you make a 2-hour movie 3 hours max if you want to go hard?
Yeah, and they tried in
That's
the
true.
past to get going a Last of Us Part 1 movie, and they didn't do it because
Oh.
it just never
That's where-
felt right.
That's
They
where
should
the-
make this into
Okay.
a movie. I'd like to see this 30 hours story cut down to like an hour and a half. Let's
90
make it
minutes.
happen.
Let's do a quick 90 minutes. I will say
Now.
it's again these happy little accidents because I really like how Caitlin Dever, her connection with The Last of Us is she was casting for Ellie when it was a movie.
Yeah.
And then obviously that never happened. And then she, I won't say who she plays because I want Austin to play eventually some point. I want him to play Uncharted 4. But she's in Uncharted 4. And then now she's in Last of Us show as Abby.
Yeah.
And I love Caitlin Dever. I've loved her since Justified. She's a great actor. So
Does she play Abby?
that's crazy.
in Uncharted?
I'm kidding.
But yeah, I think she's such a great actor. So I'm excited to see what she does. But even like Bobcat's saying, like make it a trilogy. Even if you make it a trilogy, that's at most 9 hours. If each one was 3 hours, which is a lot to ask. Last of Us story still can't be told in 9 hours.
Yeah, it just needs to be a video game.
Yeah. You know what they should do? They should try adapting the HBO show into a game. I think it'd make a good game.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
You know what they should do? They should have screen tested it with me and Tangy. And we could have been like, this shit stinks.
They've spent, millions of dollars, and we're sitting there like, slop.
But I could have been like, where's the blood, Craig? Where's the blood?
Nah, he can only do one.
Yeah,
dog
no
killing
kidding.
scene in his
Fucking
career.
literally when you're killing Nora, there's like blood splattering everywhere, and here it's like, is she even making contact?
Bro, John Cena looks more real than that. Okay,
That's crazy.
that
Did
man
you
doesn't
guys-
come. That man doesn't come 3 feet near anybody.
When I was just making the dog joke, I just remembered. Did you guys throw the dog over the fence? Bear's dog over the fence?
Yeah, I throw the dog over
yeah.
the fence.
No,
The
fuck.
The
toy.
ball.
The ball. That's what I meant. Yeah.
The very
Psycho.
first time, I don't know if he's still here, but Renoa's comment was fucking wild about I killed Abby, fucking 20 times or whatever. My most
He's
malicious
like,
thing I did as Abby that first time was I just threw the ball over the fence because fuck that dog.
Yeah,
No, hold
fuck
on.
that
But
dog.
didn't you say that's when you got confused though? Like before you realized that was your first run? Because that's
Yeah,
not-
I thought it was
Yeah.
like that first run. I thought it was like a flashback or something because you play with her like for a few minutes, like at the very beginning. I thought it was gonna be something like that. So I was just like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna get through it," and I was just kind of speed running. And then it's
Yeah.
where was it? Was like the train car moment, like where it was because I missed that workbench in the like boathouse. I didn't even see it because I wasn't like interacting with the environmental things. I wasn't picking anything up. It was like
You're just like, let's go.
yeah, it was like by the train car where it like clicked. I'm like, I've been doing this like
A long
a
time.
noticeable amount of time now. I'm gonna pick up these bullets because I think that's where the first safe is at. I'm like, oh,
Collectibles.
something's wrong here.
Yeah.
Fuck it, dog. Fuck it.
But now I play with the dog. This time I did like a really stupid thing. There's a soccer ball right outside the kennel. I tried to kick that soccer ball as far as I could because you can like interact with it. And like Manny and Mel, I think, are both just like sitting, at the end.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just Manny, like at the very end of that walkway. And I'm just like, kicking this ball around.
Bro, the game is the fact that you could do so many little moments like that. Like, does anybody else think that breakfast burrito looks so good?
Oh, yeah.
I did smash that thing.
Like,
Oh, it sounds so good right now.
right, she gobbles that down. It's like it's so. I love
That's
it.
such like a gamey moment because it's like you have to move on to the next cutscene. So she just like 3 bites, like scarfs it down. It's like holy shit.
I mean,
Bro, Abby's hungry, bro. But I also, do you guys get that collectible when Manny is taking you over to the other side of the fence when you have to go to Owen, and you meet what you don't realize is Manny's fucking sex den, and there's a collectible where it's a letter that one of Manny's lovers wrote to Manny, and you start reading it.
You can't finish it.
Yeah, Manny grabs it away from you. That's one of my favorite collectibles because the game interacts with you. It's like you're reading it, and then Manny's like, you can't. That's private. And
hey, I appreciate the no kiss and tell.
Right.
Manny may be a dog, but he's still a gentleman.
Right, and just there are so many little things like that. We've talked about it. I brought it up when it happened in the show, but Abby reading City of Thieves, which is in that book. There's a character named Lev. It's very inspired The Last of Us 2 a lot. So many things inspired The Last of Us. The Road.
I think
Earth Abides.
28 days later.
Right. So many things, and I really like how Neil, gives that stuff its due. Because people will be like, "Oh, it's a copy." I've seen many people say, "Oh, Last of Us is just Children of Men," and that's why for a long time I wanted to watch Children of Men. And when Psycho came to my house, we finally watched it. And I was like, "Children of Men is great. Last of Us is better." It's like Neil improved on it, and he's open. He's like, "Yeah, Children of Men inspired me. Of course, how can it not?" I don't really think. I'm sure you guys have heard where people say there's no such thing as an original story, right? At this point, like things just are pulled from everything. A wholly original story, I should say.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's necessarily a problem things pulling from things because you make it your own and you make it unique. And I mean, that's why, again, I love Last of Us Part 1, but I think Last of Us 2 is far more unique than Last of Us Part 1. So,
yeah.
I don't think it's a negative, in any way. But yeah, did we anyone else have anything else to say? Otherwise, I think that might be it.
No, sir.
I probably do.
I think we hit it all.
But I don't know. Yeah.
I love the that like fucking what's that? Ellie finds it on day 2. The like garage full of infected. I loved all the
the
notes
lore
and
and all that.
storytelling like of those people. Just the history of Hillcrest, and I don't remember the Archer guy's story, but I like that.
Boris.
Boris.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boris the animal. No.
That's another thing about the games is how well they tell like the story of the world through the exploration.
Ish from Part 1. I love the story of Ish. Ish is great.
Yeah, just both games do a really excellent job.
Yeah. To answer Bobcat, we don't actually know. Neil has said that he has an idea. An idea doesn't mean it's going to be made. I was of the opinion for a long time that it's being made and Neil's just not saying. But we'll see. I do think that maybe he actually hasn't been working on it, but I think overall, gun to my head, I would say that there is going to be a part 3. I think one of you, I think it was Jacob or T-Mac, I don't remember which one of you, but you shared today in our little chat that Isabella Merced is visiting Naughty Dog.
Oh yeah, I sent that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's
cool.
Really cool. I wonder is Neil potentially showing her some Dina stuff for part 3?
No.
Maybe.
Or Team Mac, I love it.
It just
the brutal
like,
honesty.
Look, I want nothing more than them to be working on part 3, but we already know from like Neil actually said, I don't know how he never brought this up. Neil said in some interview it was with some UK publication. I don't remember who it was, but he basically said like Naughty Dog is working on a much smaller game right now, but he's only on as producer. He's not directing it. And the fact that they're also doing Intergalactic, I don't think they'd be making like 3 games right now. It's just like with how they do stuff, it's just like that'd be crazy.
But also making a game is, that's a loaded statement. Neil could just be writing it, he could, so that could still be something, because I know obviously it's much further along, but I remember when Last of Us 2 was being made is when the show was being made at the same time. So Neil was like, hey, Craig, do you want to see some parts from the second game? And Craig was like, hell yeah, yes, I do. And then, obviously they wound up adapting stuff, specifically the scene in the museum. I told that story when we got to that episode in the show where Craig was like, when we get to the show, in that part of the show, we're going to adapt it exactly like that.
Including Nina Easter egg when they go to Jackson.
Yeah.
Maybe even just the look of Jackson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we don't see Jackson, the community, in part 1. I feel like a lot of people forget that, because in part 1, instead, we see
the dam.
Right, which is, what is it? It's like the power plant for that.
Yeah.
So that was
their power.
Right. So that was, that's an interesting thing that we didn't really see Jackson until then. Even in Jackson, I don't know if you guys know, but you could see Gustavo Santaolalla in Jackson.
Yeah.
He's there, which is really fun.
Again, the show.
Yep, in the show as well.
Playing this little song, having a good little time.
Yeah, when
an awkward family moment.
Well, what the hell are they? The band is called Crooked Still. Crooked Still, who plays the songs during the dance scene in the game and the show. They're actually singing in the show, which is really nice. And then, even the song at the end of the game that Dina and JJ are dancing with Ellie. That the song that comes on when you put the record on, it's the same record, Crooked Stills.
I used to listen to that all the time.
Yeah,
it's like around the time the game came out.
Yep, I love that record. I would definitely I should buy that. I should buy that record because I have a record player, so I should definitely buy that vinyl for sure. Yeah, I guess we're almost 5 hours in, so I guess.
Okay, I'll stop bringing stuff up.
No, if you have more things to come up, please do.
Dr. No, I'm holding everyone hostage.
Dr.
Can we talk about the entire first game now?
All right,
Dr. Forgon would have to leave, but I already, I told just everybody, I was like, I am going to go long. I'm actually surprised that we did it under 5 hours. So if you...
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to keep going, that's fine. I just have to tap out. I'm
tired.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta get ready for work.
I have to watch the new episode of Love Island.
There you go.
There you go. Hell yeah.
Bro's lucky I even did this. I wanted to play Death Stranding instead.
Let's go.
All right, bro.
I got him locked in.
You're cut out, bro, for next time, bro.
Laser face.
But speaking of next time, the next time I will do something on this channel will be Superman. Superman discussion, and that's going to be myself, Wilbon, Fig, Fury, Tangy Fungus, Austin, and the
We'll
Tylers.
see.
We'll see. That's great.
Pro said we'll see.
And then I will be doing the Fantastic Four with the same people, and then we'll see what happens after that. Yeah. So because StreamYard could fit 6 people. So Wilbon and Fig want to be part of that. So that should be fun. And we'll see. I really enjoyed this, as I said, with a lot of you guys. I would like to do stuff going forward. I got to see, of course, what else you guys are interested in and what else you'd want to do.
Uncharted.
So I mean, I'd love to do that, bro. That would be a lot of fun to do an Uncharted discussion. We're gonna have to force these other people to play it, though, bro. And we don't have to. We can do it without them.
You, me, and T-Mac could do it.
That's true.
All these other guys.
I do have to do a replay though, because I don't even know the last time I played them. Maybe like 2018. It's been a while.
It's been a while. I played the first
at least
2.
play through 4 again.
Bro, I'll just be in here defending Tomb Raider is better. It's fine.
Bro, but hold on. I love Tomb Raider.
They're
but
so
that's
different,
actually,
yeah.
Yeah, it's just They are different games. Also,
I
like
played the first Tomb Raider. It was the first of the new Tomb Raiders.
Yes.
It was fun.
That
I would like-
Jurassic Park would be fun.
Yeah,
and
Jurassic
Jurassic
Park is
World.
interesting.
Those are really fresh in my brain.
Yeah, we will see if maybe if the Jurassic
You
Park.
just like
yeah.
torture, huh?
If I would,
Glutton for
Jurassic,
punishment.
It was
Jurassic
like a
World-
car crash, man. I couldn't look away.
if Jurassic World Rebirth is awful or amazing,
No
then-
in between.
yeah, if it's in between, I feel like, eh. But
I'm gonna eat that shit up. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
Same. I don't care.
I
if
mean,
it's
I'm gonna
garbage.
watch it.
Mahershala Ali is finally out of Blade Purgatory.
Right.
Marvel let him out of Blade jail.
He needs to go back to Blade Purgatory till he gets done.
No, I need him on my screen, man.
sure,
I don't want to see him
That
again
movie's
till
never
Blade.
coming out.
Wesley Snipes is right. Only Blade.
No,
He
no.
is.
Get Coogler, get Michael B. Jordan, get Mahershala, make Blade.
I mean, how hard could it be to make a movie about a guy who kills vampires?
When I read that the original script didn't have him fighting vampires at all, I thought, why did they even decide to do this? What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, that's that, everyone.
That's that.
Like I said, I had a lot of fun doing this with you guys. Some of us, will still be back for Yap of Us whenever season 3 comes out. Maybe if somehow it defies all odds and it's amazing, then Dr. Forgon will tell Austin, hey, you could watch it. But I doubt that. So
I'll give it 2 episodes. If it's not good by 2 episodes, he ain't watching.
yeah, we might not see Austin on Yap of Us again, but this is not the last time you'll see Austin on this channel. We will see Austin plenty on this channel.
If Superman is bad, I'm just done watching stuff. I'm done. Media is dead.
Yeah, there you go. But I want to thank everybody in chat. You know, we obviously we've talked about it's
100%.
never a lot of people, but it's always. I'm very appreciative of the people that we do have. So, thank you for watching. I will update the channel. I'll post a post when we're going to go live for Superman, because it all depends on when the people who are on have seen it. Same thing with Fantastic Four, and then we'll see what happens after that. But thank you, and goodbye.
Endure and survive.
Hell yeah.
Bye.
Bye.